Everyone, we might get underway. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today the committee will continue its examination of the additional estimates for 2021-2022. The committee will hear from the department and agencies of the finance portfolio as listed on today's program. The committee has also scheduled a further hearing on Friday the 18th of February for the cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the additional estimates 2021-2022 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 4th of March 2022, however reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time. The committee has fixed Friday the 25th of March 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind those senators and witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute your microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and the witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time, and the committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. It being after 9 a.m, I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, Ms Rosemary Huxtable, Secretary of the Department of Finance, and via video conference, Mr Stuart Wylie, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ASC Proprietary Limited, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. Yesterday was so much fun. Let's do it again, but I don't have an opening statement. Mr Wylie may.
Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr Wylie, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Very good. Senator Smith, I'll give the call to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Wylie. In response to a question on notice number 51, when you were asked what role ASC expected to play in the construction of the new submarines, you said that no decision had been taken yet. Can I ask what expertise ASC could provide to this program if you were called upon?
I think, as I said last time with the Senate estimates, ASC is obviously the country's premier submarine agency from an engineering perspective and build perspective. We, over the last 30 years, built a huge wealth of knowledge in what it was to build the Collins class and now to sustain the Collins class. So I think coming to the future, we could bring a lot of those lessons learned and that capability to support that program, those programs for the nuclear program. Sorry.
And no decision by government has been taken since that response as to your role. You don't have any clarity on that?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay. What are you doing to get ready to participate in that process? How are you planning to sort of develop the skill set that you might need to support the nuclear-powered submarine program in terms of training programs or secondments your ASC employees may need to take?
Again, as mentioned at the last Senate hearing, ASC has been contracted by the SSTP, which is the Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool, to build a capability of workforce that could be used to seed a future nuclear build environment. That capability is looking across a number of streams of work, including overseas placement to educational and industrial capabilities to bring up our nuclear scrap, a learning and development program associated with what is to be a workforce to build a nuclear submarine, and also support in terms of direct taskings into the task force itself.
Right. But beyond the SSTP, I've got further questions on that program in a moment, but beyond that, what are you doing to get ready? I mean, it will be ultimately your responsibility for ensuring the success of this program. So how are you preparing for that beyond the SSTP?
So from a business operating model perspective, what we've done is actually quarantine the Collins business unit, so we continue to make sure we're successful and maintain the delivery of the Collins business unit. And we've set up a separate business unit inside the organisation to look at what's required from a nuclear program perspective and how we, what capabilities we need to build to bring forward to help us in our best endeavours to support that national endeavour.
And can you share with me anything that unit has identified?
So at this point in time, we're in the process of building up that workforce. So obviously some of that workforce will be seeded by members who are coming across to the SSTP, but we've actually gone to overseas and recruited some nuclear scrap. We've actually gone through our process of identifying what nuclear experience we've got as a core business capability inside our organisation today, and we've identified those core skills inside our business and how they can be utilised inside those future endeavours. At this stage, it's really quite early in terms of our preparatory work, but generally our focus has been, over this last 3 to 4 months, has been supporting the SSTP.
Hey, can I ask about the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force? How many ASC employees are on that task force?
We're not actually working inside the task force, we're actually supporting the task force. As I said, one of the streams that we have inside the SSTP is to provide expert advice into the task force, and we have some individuals who are supporting that at this point in time.
So what sort of support are they providing?
Today, that support is primarily in an infrastructure case, but we are looking to potentially provide support in other areas such as AIC and supply chain.
Okay. So how do you provide that support and that advice when we don't yet have a specification for the type of nuclear submarine to be built?
So that comes from taskings that have come directly from the task force itself?
Yes, but what sort of advice are you providing? You mentioned some of the advice you're providing in terms of infrastructure, a response to a Quant also references workforce training, supply chain, industrial base. But how do you provide that advice specifically when you're not yet sure what is to be built?
At this point in time, obviously, as you indicate, there's no platform selected. However, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in preparatory work in terms of that's generic to a nuclear builder, whether it be a US or UK, and we can consider what we can actually do to support that in that generic sense. In terms of infrastructure, we can inform potentially what the infrastructure may or may not look like based on the requirements for a nuclear build. Same way we can consider what we have in the country today in terms of the base foundations of a supply chain. There's a number of things we can do to consider ahead of selection of a platform.
Okay. And Mr. Wiley, are you aware of, over the next 18 months, whilst the consultation period's taking place, of any paid work available to Australian businesses that they can undertake on the new submarine program?
Well, ASC is getting funded for the work it's undertaking in support of the task force. Is that your question?
No, my question is, over the next 18 months, while we're waiting for a decision to be made, are you aware of any paid work being available to Australian businesses to support the program?
That would be a question for the task force.
Okay, Minister, is that something you can shed light on?
Senator, I imagine the task force will be drawing on whatever skills they see they need in terms of external expertise or otherwise, but that is a question really for Vice Admiral Mead and Defence.
But your expectation is, yes, there will be paid work for Australian businesses?
Well, Senator, that is a question for Vice Admiral Mead and for Defence in terms of what additional skills or information they need to draw on.
Okay, will Australian industry be engaged in any contracted work on the new nuclear submarine program in the next 18 months that includes a working relationship with ASC?
We'll separate perhaps the two components there. The first part, in terms of the general will any Australian businesses, is really your previous question, and so I'd refer you to Vice Admiral Mead and the task force in terms of what their needs will be. In terms of whether ASC would need to contract anybody for the role ASC is providing in terms of providing information to the task force, I suspect the answer to that would be no, but Mr Wiley can confirm that and if need be add more generally to where ASC is contracting Australian businesses and industry.
Okay. I want to go to some questions on life of type extension now, Mr Wiley, and I'm going to reference the answer to supplementary budget estimates question on notice number 1. Senator Wong asked at the last estimates about the potential extension of LOTE, and in the response to the question on notice, you said, Senator Wong asked if ASC was aware of any other country having done a second round of LOTE. In response to that question, you said that ASC had not undertaken research in regard to whether submarine fleets owned by other nations had undergone more than one life of type extension. It doesn't really answer the question from Senator Wong. Since that answer, or indeed since it was first floated at the Economics References Committee that there may be another round of LOTE, has ASC done any further research to identify where this may have happened overseas?
No, we haven't.
Why not?
Well, at this stage, I think the second round of LOTE is a hypothetical question, and it's certainly a question for Defence, not of ASC.
But given ASC would ultimately be responsible for delivering that second round, surely you would have done some research since the Chief of Navy floated it as to what that might look like if it has been done before to inform your potential work on that project.
Currently, we're focused on the LOTE program itself. We're not contemplating a second round. Government has not directed us to consider a second round of LOTE. So we're focused our efforts on the first, if you like, the first round of LOTE at this point in time.
But is that correct, Minister? Because the Chief of Navy flagged that. So is it correct that there won't be a second round of LOTE?
Well, Senator, such decisions would be likely some distance away. ASC is contracted by Defence to deliver the life of type extension. That's starting in 2026 in terms of when FarmCom will come in for that work to begin, and that runs over a period of time from there. If Defence want advice from ASC in relation to their knowledge and potentials for a further LOTE many years down the track, that's a matter that of course I'm sure ASC would then at that time, if Defence asked, research and provide that analysis.
But Minister, this would be a significant project, so surely someone in government has considered whether a second round of LOTE has been done on a submarine fleet elsewhere in the world. Have you considered that or asked that question?
Well, Senator, I back the knowledge and skills of Chief of Navy ahead of my own in terms of the management of naval fleets, including submarine fleets. the decision in terms of whether Navy and government wish to investigate further LOIT projects beyond the one commencing in 2026 is a decision that has not yet been taken. And as I say, if Navy want to work that up, then they may ask ASC for analysis or advice at that time.
But, okay, well, since the Chief of Navy made that comment, have you spoken to him about what that would look like or what that may mean, Minister?
No, Senator.
And Mr Wiley, have you had a conversation with the Chief of Navy about that?
No, I haven't. No.
That really surprises me given how substantive that project would be, and Mr Wiley, your role in delivering it, given you're leading that entity, and Minister, given the significance of that to our submarine capability. So I just want to be absolutely clear, no one in government has asked the question, undertaken the search term, spoken to colleagues overseas about whether this has happened anywhere else in the world.
Well, Senator, the government's priority at present is ensuring that the LOIT program for the Collins class that commences in 2026 is delivered as efficiently and successfully as possible, and I have complete confidence, given the exemplary work ASC has done in recent years in terms of the maintenance and availability of the Collins class, that they will be well placed to deliver on that life of type extension commencing in 2026 for the Collins class fleet. The other priority in relation to the submarine fleet is the work around the nuclear powered submarine task force and ensuring that we have conclusion within the 18-month time frame around the model for delivery of nuclear powered submarines and building and construction of them in Australia, and getting the first of those, as the Minister for Defence has highlighted, delivered as soon as possible. Now, I would imagine in terms of further contemplation of any additional extension of the Collins class fleet, you would want to see logically those decisions around the nuclear powered submarines and some certainty around timelines for those settled before you would start having the types of conversations you think should have been occurring in the last few months. There's a crucial piece of work there that the Defence are doing around the task force, which is all about determining the means and the model and the type and the process for construction of those nuclear powered submarines. And at that point, we will also then have greater certainty and clarity around the likely delivery schedule for them.
Sure, Minister, but given the challenges which have beset this program over the past years, and given the uncertainty in the future about our capability and capacity as a nation, surely if the Chief of Navy floats an idea like this of a further round of LOIT, someone in your government would have asked a question about what that might look like or what that might mean.
Senator Smith, I think you're verbling the Chief of Navy right now. I don't think he floated an idea.
I think that's a very unfair characterisation, Chair. That is a very unfair characterisation. I did not verbal the Chief of Navy.
I think it's a very accurate. I don't think the Chief of Navy.
Absolutely unfair, Senator. I referenced a comment made by the Chief of Navy, and I asked if your government had asked a question after he put this idea forward at a references committee, and I'd like you to apologise. I did not verbal the Chief of Navy. That's ridiculous.
Senator Smith, the Minister's responding to your question.
Senator Smith, I don't think the Chief of Navy was floating an idea. I think he was responding to questions.
The Chief of Navy presented the idea of a second round of LOIT at the committee hearing. I have not verbaled the Chief of Navy. I find that deeply offensive, Minister, and I think you know that. I think that was deeply inappropriate and deeply offensive. My questions are, when has your government made any further inquiries or taken any questions as to whether what this may look like? And your answer is clearly no, that you haven't done that.
Senator Smith, my answer is clearly that there are priorities for Navy and for government and for ASC at present. For ASC, it's delivering the life of type extension that doesn't actually even commence in terms of the first boat coming in until 2026 and getting that work done. And ASC are doing an exemplary job in terms of the current maintenance of the Collins class, the availability of the Collins class, and now working through with Defence the scoping of that life of type extension, and I have full confidence in them in terms of the delivery of it. If you were to contemplate and I'm not the expert here, Mr Wiley may wish to add, but if you were to contemplate a second life of type extension, I imagine that, for example, the learnings from the first life of type extension would be an important input to that, Senator Smith. So in fact, what ASC will learn as they start that process of the first life of type extension about the Collins-class fleet, the state of them at present, what they can achieve from the life of type extension, will all be important information in that regard. Navy has a very clear priority in defence for the government in relation to the nuclear-powered submarine program. So I appreciate you're wanting to ask questions about a matter quite some steps potentially down the track, but the current priorities are very well defined, very clearly defined, and that's what Defence, Navy, ASC are all variously getting on with.
Mr Wiley, as has been discussed previously, and the Minister referred to it previously, the first Collins-class submarine is due for load in 2026. Is that still the date and the time frame that ASC is working towards?
That's correct. The implementation of the HMS Farncombe in 2026 is the first implementation of load.
Okay, and Mr Wiley, at the last estimates you confirmed that Rankine will be in the water until 2048. Is that still the anticipated lifespan of HMAS Rankine?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I want to come back to the SSTP now, Mr Wiley. I noted that the advertiser got the scoop before the Senate on some of these figures, but if we can go through them together, how many people have applied for the SSTP?
The number of eligible workers that have applied is 294.
294. And how many have successfully applied?
So of that 294, 53 have withdrawn. We made 288 offers, and today 222 are accepted.
222, okay. And previously, Mr Wiley, you've characterised the SSTP as having 5 work streams. The Core Collins-class sustainment work, seconding persons into other shipbuilding programs, placing displaced people into overseas secondments with the nuclear industries and universities overseas, establishing a future-focused learning and development program, and providing people into the nuclear-powered task force. Have those people, the 222 who've successfully applied for the SSTP, been notified as to which stream they will be allocated to as yet?
So of the 222 who have been successful, 112 have actually transitioned across into ASC. We've got another 30 that are in transition at this point in time. Those employees are being taken into the core work streams inside ASC. So the majority of those are currently working inside the Collins and Blake programs and then supporting some other taskings.
Okay, I'm just not clear on your answer. So have they been made aware of which stream they'll be going in or not?
So the people who have started have jobs and have been, obviously they're notified in the role they're actually operating, yes.
Okay, and can you just clarify what number that was? That was 112 who... No.
112 people at this point in time, yeah.
And the others...
Sorry. All of them have been notified what department or what part of the organisation they're going to be working for.
Okay, so all of the 112 or of the 222?
All the 222 have had an offer and been told what department they're going to be working for and their role.
Are you able to provide to the committee a breakdown of the 222 workers and which stream that they'll be moving into?
I won't be able to provide the stream because obviously that's quite fluid as the streams evolve and the work scope evolve. Also, the streams are available to other ASC workers, so they're coming in to be an ASC employee. So those streams are not just limited for the Naval Group and LMA affected workers. Those streams are going to be available for the entire ASC workforce. So as the roles come up, on a case-by-case basis, people will apply for them. So it's not appropriate that I can provide that. But I can certainly give you a breakdown of where they sit inside the corporation and what department and where they're going to work as a core capability, if you like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. And if I understand what you're saying, but if it's possible to provide a more detailed breakdown, even if it's at a point in time noting the fluidity in the movement of staff, that would be appreciated. But I take your point, so if that's not possible, if you could provide the other information.
Okay.
Senator Smith, you've been going for about 20 minutes and I do want to share the call around a little. because we have Senator Patrick here, who I'm sure is very interested in this topic, and I'd like to ask a couple of questions as well.
I've probably got about 6 more questions. Is that all right to work through that?
Yep, let's work through that, and then I'll go to Senator Patrick.
Okay. How many ASC staff have left since the AUKUS announcement on 16 September 2021?
Bear with me. I don't think I have that information here. I'll just have a look. I don't think I have that specific. I'll take that question on notice.
Okay. You've previously referenced the Future Focused Learning and Development Program, which will be part of the SSTP. Have any ASC staff been sent to any training programs specifically in relation to nuclear submarines or nuclear engineering?
Not at this stage. We're currently going through a market scan to understand what the learning and development program scope may be. Once we have that scope fully finalised, we'll sit down and share that with the task force to develop an action plan to deliver that.
Okay. And has ASC sought to recruit any nuclear engineers or personnel with specific skill sets in nuclear submarine technology?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Can you expand on that, please?
As part of setting up, if you like, a separate division inside the company to look at focus on nuclear, I've recruited 3 nuclear. I'm in the process of recruiting 3 nuclear SWEP who work at executive level.
Okay. Just some questions on workforce. I note that you provided some answers regarding your recruitment of skilled employees on notice, but can you tell me how many skilled positions at ASC currently remain vacant?
Again, I think I would have to take that question on notice.
Okay, can you tell me how many skilled roles ASC is actively trying to fill right now?
Again, I don't have that data in front of me. I would take that question on notice.
Okay, can you tell me what concerns ASC has about the current availability of suitably skilled technical and engineering people available to fill positions with ASC?
Currently, I believe that we certainly have got, in terms of our Collins work scope and the Lote work scope, we have a plan to address that. That has been certainly helped by the transition of a large proportion of engineering capability that's come from Naval Group. So generally, I think in terms of Collins and Lote space, we have what we need. Obviously, we're not sure at this point on what our scope may be inside the support of the task force, and that will develop. So in terms of what I know today, I don't believe we've got any specific concerns on any specific technical skills or trades.
Okay. Now, in terms of the facilities Naval Group have been using, has there been any consultation with Naval Group and yourself around how these facilities might be used to transition to nuclear-powered submarines, or what the impact will be on that infrastructure?
So I'm not quite following your question in terms of what facilities are you referring to?
So the current facilities being used to develop the Future Subs program and the work which has been undertaken so far, when we transition to building nuclear submarines, whatever they may look like, obviously there will need to be some kind of calibration or review of the facilities being used to date or being built to date. Have you had any consultation regarding those facilities?
That's really a question for the task force. They're obviously looking at the investment, what they've made in infrastructure to date, and they will be, I'm sure that'll be part of their considerations for the future.
Okay. I just have one further question on the SSTP. Can you just, there was, sorry, just give me a moment. Actually, if you can I come back to this after you, Rex? Is that all right to come back for one more?
I do want to ask a couple of questions after Senator Patrick, but yes, we'll give the call to him and we'll circle back to you.
Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thanks.
Senator Patrick.
Who knows, I might ask your question.
Maybe. You
Senator.
might read my mind today, Senator
Yes.
Patrick.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. White. I just want to go to a couple of topics that have been talked about. The Nuclear Submarine Task Force, how many people have you got working on that?
Directly into the task force?
Yes.
Today? I think basically directly is contracted 1.
So it's a contract of 1, did you say?
At this point in time, yes.
Okay, so that's so it's not like you've been given some sort of support contract for the task group. It's simply a time and materials contract, is it?
Yeah, we receive taskings from the Nuclear Task Force. There are a number of taskings that are being considered, and we're looking at how we respond to those taskings. But specifically providing advice into the task force today, we have one person.
Okay, and you've engaged the task force, I imagine, to let them know your capabilities and what you're prepared to do in terms of assistance?
Yeah, that's correct. We've had numerous meetings with the task force to engage them in terms of our broad capabilities and how we can support them. So those conversations are ongoing and very fruitful.
In the past, General Dynamics has had personnel based at Osborne. Are they still there, and are they going to play any role in the in the Nuclear Submarine Task Force, or indeed the program?
We currently don't have any EB workers working here at Osborne, but we still have a relationship with EB. We have no engagement with EB relating to this particular element.
When did that stop and why?
I believe it hasn't stopped. It's actually on pause. I'll take the question on notice to actually give you the actual date. It was only, I believe, 12 months ago or something like that. I'll take the question on notice. Okay,
thank you. Just in relation to the task, the Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool, I think I got the numbers right. You said you've got 223 accepted, 135 that had joined the company. Is that right? Did I hear that right?
No, just bear with me a second. Just get my numbers. So there's 112 that actually commenced inside the company. Right? And we have 30 that's currently sitting in, we have a transition centre in Port Adelaide, and they're going through a transition and an induction process at the
Sorry, that was 30?
30, yes.
Thank you. I might have walked past them when I was out at that building. Can you tell me, how long have you been leasing the building at Port Adelaide?
October, we took that building over in October to establish that immediate transition centre, so we could, with the guys and girls in Naval Group being in Port Adelaide, it was an obvious place to move in effectively. And
so Naval Group have vacated the western part of that building. Is it your intention to take that over? You're sort of in the centre sandwich between the Fishing Academy and Naval Group.
No, our footprint is pretty well fixed. We're not going to take on any more space in that building.
So is it a lease arrangement or some sort of hire arrangement?
It's a lease. Yeah. It's a lease arrangement.
How long is the lease for?
To the end of March.
I'm told we've got to the end of March next year with options for extension.
Okay, thank you. So with this talent pool of 112 people, with 30 being transitioned now, how is that paid for? Is there some time and material contract between you and the Commonwealth to pay for that?
Yeah, we have an agreement with the Commonwealth for the SSTP that provides funding for staff. Obviously, those members that come on and join Collins or Lote, they will get funded directly through those contracts. Others that effectively may be surplus to requirements to enter into a training program, they will get funded through the SSTP funding arrangements.
So bottom line is, if you can sell them out to a task like Collins or Lote or perhaps the future submarine task force, although there's only one person there, then you bear the cost. If they're, for want of a better word, idle, getting trained, then the Commonwealth bears the cost. The intention is that we obviously don't want anybody idle. The whole problem of the program of the 5 streams of work is to create an environment to grow and nurture that capability required for that future build requirement. There's going to be overseas deployments, training programs, direct taskings into the task force. And as I said, there's only one today, but I'm sure in a very short period of time, it will be more people will be working, supporting the task force. So you have a contract in place with the Commonwealth that allows you to bring these people on if you sell them out to your own genuine tasks, you bear the cost. If they're in a holding pattern doing useful things, but not your contracted tasks, then the contract then says that you can recover that cost from the Commonwealth.
That's correct.
How long does that contract go for?
So it's a 3-year contract with options to extend for another 3 years, 2 years plus 1 year, I think it's broken down.
Okay, so you said this is to prepare for the future submarine build. Do you have a timeline associated with that, or is that just built into that flexibility of the contract?
Really, the time for, we don't have that, but that would be a question for the task force.
Yes and no. You run a business, you're responsible for its bottom line. You must be looking forward. That's a job that would be the responsibility of the CEO. You're taking these people on. There is in some sense even if not a legal obligation, a moral obligation to be able to give these people a future. I'm just wondering about the sort of lens that you're looking through. How long are you looking out in terms of these people?
Look, as I said, this is preparatory work. What we're doing is preparatory work for that future build environment. Obviously, the task force will consider the schedule for that build. The contract we have is flexible enough to dovetail into whatever that schedule, I believe, potentially has been developed by the task force.
Of the people that you've got, how many people came from Naval Group, and how many people came from Lockheed Martin?
So 211 came from Naval Group and 11 came from Lockheed Martin. Well, so of the accepted, what people have accepted, 211 came from Naval Group and 11 came from Lockheed Martin. Of the people who actually commenced, 101 came from Naval Group and 11 came from Lockheed Martin.
Now, on the basis that you have an obligation to Defence or an agreement with Defence to charge these people to particular jobs, or indeed charge the Commonwealth, then I find it difficult to accept the answer you gave Senator Smith that you don't know where these people have gone. I accept you might not have the numbers at hand, but people that come in the door won't be sitting there for now 3 months, not having been given some direction of where they're heading.
So I apologise if that's the impression I gave. That was never my intention. What I'm saying is today that those people who come in, they've all got jobs. They're all part of the organisation. Sure. A large, some of them are working directly into Load and Collins today. Others are in supporting corporate activities. Everybody has a position inside the organisation.
My point is that Senator Smith asked for, in essence, the breakdown. And whilst you might not have it here, I think it's a question you probably should take on notice, just how they've gone between those streams.
I think he did.
I certainly can take it on if you like, where their entry is into the business. I can take that question on notice. Well, I suppose what I was trying to maybe answer was, where ultimately they may end up. At this point in time, those streams are still under development, and as we get more and more development, those scopes will open up, and then the opportunity to move people around. The other point I did make is that the streams of work are open to all ASC employees, not just the Naval Group and Lockheed Martin people. I don't want that impression that we are just segregating. We have a two-tier workforce, so to speak. We want a homogeneous workforce. All those employees that come in, they're treated effectively as permanent ASC employees. We have one ASC. Those streams of work will be available to all employees. So where we're bringing them in through the transition centre and then making up those opportunities across the business to all ASC employees. So that's what I'm trying to separate here. This is not an initiative just to wedge the LMA and Naval Group workers into.
Thank you. No, that explains that. So you've taken some questions on us. Chair, you just wanted to manage the time here?
I do, Senator
So
Patrick.
what
I have a couple of questions, and then I believe Senator Smith had one or two, and we are due to finish up with this witness in 4 minutes.
Okay, so I still have further questions. I think I said this last time. It is tradition that this goes beyond this, and if the Secretariat, I won't say that. If the committee doesn't recognise what has happened in the past, this session always goes for at least an hour. And I might indicate I don't have a lot of questions for A&I. That might be helpful too.
Okay, well, how about I ask my questions and then we'll go back to Senator Smith and then we'll see how we're going time-wise, and I'll use that opportunity to have a chat with Labor senators and see how we can manage to get to morning tea in a timely fashion.
No problems.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. I just wanted to clear up, speaking of Senator Smith and Senator Patrick, touch on a few of the questions that they asked and responses that were given. Just around those comments from the Chief of the Navy and what Senator Smith was referring to, which I think might have been said at a Senate hearing in reference to the extension of the Collins class. Minister, do you know what the Chief of Navy actually said in that situation?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I've had a chance to get a copy of those exact comments, and so I think for context in terms of the discussions we were having, it's useful for them to be on the record here that at that Senate hearing on 15 October, the Chief of Navy, 15 October 2021, Chief of Navy stated in relation to the Collins class that we will, quote, upgrade all 6 as per the government's announcement on 16 September. I would expect that, with the first one being loaded in 2026, the first submarine will have a capability out until 2038, and then we will see the second one with an extended life as well. I don't write off the opportunity for us to further upgrade those submarines beyond that period of load. At the same hearing, in relation to that question of the Chief of Navy saying he didn't write off the opportunity, the General Manager of Submarines, Mr Samet, formerly Rear Admiral Samet, said, and I quote, we haven't done any work to date looking at that. I think that would be subject to outcomes of the work that Vice Admiral Mead will be leading in terms of the optimal path to acquire nuclear-powered submarine capability. I think the Chief of Navy was talking about the fact he hasn't ruled it out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's ruled in, so we need to determine should it become a necessity. So I just put those on the record, Chair, in the context of the answer that I gave, which was precisely as Mr Samet emphasised there. There's a timeline and a priority of work to be done around the nuclear-powered submarine. There's a timeline and a priority of work to be done in delivering the first LOTE rollout, and of course, as Chief of Navy has said, options for looking at the future utilisation of Collins beyond that first LOTE rollout haven't been ruled out, but they would be things to be looked at once there's greater certainty around those other 2 matters.
Indeed. Thank you very much for clarifying that, Minister. Just a couple of questions for Mr Wiley around workforce and jobs in relation to shipbuilding. We've talked a lot about what's been happening through this transition period and employees coming over to the talent pool, but looking forward, how many jobs do we expect are going to be created by this shipbuilding enterprise in South Australia, say, by the end of the decade?
Look, I think those are questions for the task force, not for ASC. Obviously, we're supporting the task force, but we've not done any speculative work on what that may end up like. Obviously, it'll be schedule dependent and subject to other decisions by government. So I think those are questions.
Okay. My next question was going to be how many more jobs do we expect to be created by the Collins LOTE, but I'm guessing you can't provide me with that response either, Mr Wiley.
No, I can give you, I can give you an insight to the Collins LOTE. Certainly,
Thank you.
we're in the design phase at this point in time. We've generated 130 new positions supporting the design. We anticipate that will peak at around about 160. Once we get into that, out of that, we're not anticipating a huge number during the planning and the implementation phase. So I think 160 new engineering positions is probably where we're heading as a peak at this point in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Wiley. Senator Smith, back to you.
Can I just...
Or Senator Ayres.
Sorry, can I just ask one thing? I'm sorry. Minister, it's entirely circular logic, your proposition, isn't it? So the government's made a decision, broadly supported, to abandon the attack class submarine, and to move to the nuclear-powered submarine option. There's an 18-month optimal path process that's largely unseen to the public and the Parliament at the moment. You're asking us to have confidence that you'd be able to deliver that on time. One of the risks in the decision that the government has made, all of these big projects come with risk, is that a capability gap will emerge, essentially, like let's not go through all the tables, but essentially sometime in the 2040s. And it is a fair characterisation to say, albeit a nice pun, that the Chief of Navy floated this proposition in the Senate References Committee inquiry on this subject. Now, it's a reasonable question. If the government's answer is we're not going to consider whether a second load is technically feasible, or technically possible, until we decide whether or not we have a capability gap, well, how on earth is a rational decision going to be made about that? Surely that is one of the inputs into the decision-making process that the Optimal Path Task Force has to undertake. Is a second load technically feasible? That's where Senator Wong was trying to... That's the questions that Senator Wong was trying to ask in last defence estimates without getting any clarity from Navy. There's an opportunity here to... It seems to me that what you're saying is, well, it's not an input into the decision-making process and we haven't done any work, and that makes perfect sense. Well, it makes no sense.
Oh, Senator, that's your characterisation. The government is well aware of the timeline in relation to the current scheduled first conclusion of the extension period for the FANCM, which stretches out to 2038 in terms of the additional extension the life of type will provide to that boat. Now, our desire in the pursuit of the nuclear-powered submarine program is to, as the Defence Minister has said, bring those on as quickly as possible. That's precisely what the task force is looking at as a key component of their work. The means by which we achieve that capability built in Australia as quickly as possible. And so that's how those decisions are being made. There are decisions around Collins looking beyond that first life of type extension. As the Chief of Navy has said, it's not something that he writes off as a possibility, but it is, as Mr Samet has made clear, not something that is being examined in this context at present.
But I've seen the government go from there will be no gap in capability to we'll have one submarine for LOTE to having 5 submarines to LOTE to having all submarines for LOTE. So this goes to what Senator Ayres is raising is, in terms of planning, surely the lessons that we've been through in the past, the Chief of Navy's floated a sensible idea. I don't understand why he wouldn't examine it.
It seems no wonder a substantial number of these projects have difficulties being delivered on time and on budget and have capability gaps. Like, if you can't think your way through the problem, plan your way through the problem.
Senator,
I guess we'll come to these issues in more detail later in the week.
We'll come to them in more detail with Defence, I'm sure.
I just think it's unimaginable that this technical question is not being addressed in this process. But
no,
look, I'm sorry I asked because it leads us nowhere. And that's the problem.
I mean, the decision has been made to undertake the life of type extension for all 6 of the Collins class. That decision was announced in September last year, and of course the awarding of that work appropriately to ASC to undertake that. As I indicated, in terms of the technical issues in relation to the operation of the Collins class, I would fully expect that in undertaking that work, ASC will develop further technical awareness and knowledge about the Collins class at that time. Obviously, they are the experts in the operation of those boats now, but more will be learned as that work is undertaken. So that will obviously inform further capability upgrades. As these capability upgrades get adjusted depending on ability to deliver them all of the time. There are different things that ASC do today in terms of mid-cycle docking that would previously have only been contemplated as part of full-cycle docking activities, where they have managed to see the ability across their operations in Osborne and in Henderson to be able to do more to the boats in terms of enhancing them at different points in time as a result of improved systems and technologies and so on. And I know ASC will continue to look for those opportunities and discuss them with Defence where appropriate.
The government will close the staple door after the horse is bolted, but sorry, I was interrupted.
You did, Senator Ayres. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And I just note, Senator Ayres and Senator Patrick just pursued the same line of questioning I did.
Oh.
They used specifically the same phrase I used regarding the comments made by the Chief of Navy. At no point did the Minister say that these two senators verbaled the Chief of Navy. He reserved that assessment for me. I am deeply offended by it, given I have
Senator
members of my
Smith.
family who have served. I am deeply respectful of those in our Defence Forces. And I'm just not sure why he made that assessment of me and not Senator Patrick and not Senator Ayres.
Well, Senator Smith, if it will help us to move on and your feelings are hurt, I will apologise for that. I've placed on the record in this committee precisely what the Chief of Navy said. I think it is very clear that contrary to the colourful turn of phrase used by all three of you, that he floated an idea, that he was responding to questions, that he simply said it was not something to be ruled out, contrary to the way in which it was put by any of you. But if your feelings are hurt, any of the three of you who I think might have verbaled him in terms of the way you've reflected it, and perhaps the lesson in future is bring the precise quote and use the precise quote, don't paraphrase, senators. But if your feelings are hurt, I apologise.
Thank you.
Well, I'm happy
Minister.
to do both of those things if we want to keep going. Thank you for your apology, Minister. My feelings aren't hurt, but I am deeply offended by what you said, and I think you know that, and I think that's why you use those phrases.
Senator Smith, question.
Mr Wiley, has ASC been consulted in relation to any projections the government may have taken or undertaken on the total number of workers who will be impacted by the government's decision to cancel its contract with Naval Group?
I don't think we have. No, I'm not aware of any discussions on that. I said the only discussions we've had are related to the SSTP and related to what is deemed affected workers. So there's been no discussions other than that.
Okay. And are you aware of any such projections being undertaken?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And Mr Wiley, in terms of the SSTP which you are involved in, are you aware of how many workers who we know are without work as a result of the loss of the contract with Naval Group who are not eligible for the SSTP?
No, I'm not.
Senator Chandler, they were my further questions. So
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Patrick.
All right, just going quickly back to LOTE this now. Has the scope of LOTE been finalised?
The core scope of work LOTE remains as is at this point in time.
Has it been you can have a baseline that's unchanged, but has it been finalised?
Look, I think so. LOTE, in terms of our current contracted scope, has not changed. You know, as the platforms age and issues occur, you know, I'm not. You know, I'm anticipating that the scope may change based on what we see in terms of the platforms and how we may need to address those issues. And there may be capability issues that government or Navy want to address in terms of platform. But today's scope, that we're currently working on, it remains unchanged.
Has ASC been advised that LOTE has been approved?
As I said, the core scope of work has been effectively contracted to ASC in terms of its commitment. We're in the systems and detailed design phase for those core packages of work.
Long lead items, what's happening in relation to those?
So we're obviously in discussions with the subcontractors. Those contracts are due to commence to be let in Q2 of this year.
But you've got one with Jomont already, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got contracts with all of them, and those contractors try and help us inform what those long lead items may not be. But the actual procurement of those items has yet to commence, and I said that's due to commence in Q2 of this year.
Are they foreign contracts or through a local representative?
There will be through the initially there will be through the overseas carrier.
Okay, and does the activity you're working on at the moment include discussing technology transfer and local content?
Very much so. With each of those is the development of an AIC plan requirement. And one of the things that we've learned through the Collins experience is to make sure we maximise the AIP and transfer of knowledge. It's a key foundation to our success in delivering availability for the Collins class. So we will look to work with those contractors and look at how much we can bring into the country and make sure we bring the right elements of the IP and supply chain into country so we can maintain availability for those issues and those equipments through the life of Collins.
Have you got to the point where you've combined a LOAT schedule with a full cycle docking schedule?
No, we're not into that. We've done some preliminary analysis about what we can and done, but we haven't got a fully integrated work scope schedule yet. That's probably going to be commenced around the 2024 period when we do the detailed planning. We commence the detailed planning phase.
Thank you. Now this goes to the LOAT, second LOAT question, and there's a fundamental input to that question, and it's something that we've talked about in the past, and that is whole life. Have you done any work? Have you been tasked to do any work in relation to the ability of the hull to go through a second LOAT stage? Because that would seem to me to be a fundamental question. That if they get, before you'd even go and look at what planning and spending Commonwealth money to look to a second round of LOAT.
We've done no work regarding any aspect of the boat regarding a second LOAT. However, inside the LOAT core work package, there is work related to the hull. Okay,
but you must have done an assessment first time around that the boats can go through a first LOAT.
That's correct. That was subject to an independent report, I believe.
Okay. Has Saab Kockums, as opposed to Saab Technology Australia, so has Saab's Kockums been engaged regarding support for LOAT?
We're in contract negotiations currently with Saab Kockums to support us through the LOAT endeavour.
Okay, and are you in a position to provide any details as to the workforce size for LOAT?
So, as indicated, in terms of the scope of engineering capacity today, we anticipate we're going to peak at around about 160 in terms of the engineering growth. I think it's a bit too early to say whether we need to expand our workforce for the actual implementation of this phase.
Thank you. That's very helpful, the quick answers. Just one last line of questioning, just in relation to COVID. I understand that ASC might have brought in a requirement for personnel to be fully vaccinated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I just say this, and just to declare I am fully vaccinated myself, but I just wonder, having watched some of the Fair Work cases that are streaming past now in relation to this, was that done on the basis of medical advice, and was there consultation involved with the workforce?
Certainly there was definitely a consultation involved with the workforce, and I think it's known practice that vaccination improves personal safety regarding COVID. So it's, as officers of the company, we have to make sure the workplace is safe, and so it was done in ensuring that we could actually deliver that capability to our workforce. Yeah,
it's not a criticism. I'm just trying to, having watched what's happening in the Fair Work Commission, just seeing whether or not we're avoiding problems that might arise in the future. Just a last question. as with other workforces, there will be people who've said, no, I'm not prepared to get vaccinated. Have you encountered that at ASC? Have you lost any employees as a result of that sort of situation? And if so, has that or will that in any way affect schedules? What sort of numbers are we talking about?
Look, we're going through that process at the moment. We've given ourselves to the 28th of March to fully implement that policy. We're going through a process of consultation with the workforce. We've identified those potential candidates who haven't yet indicated are vaccinated, and we're going through a process of engagement with them. And we're not anticipating at this point in time there's going to be any impact to the programme.
Okay, so what's the quantum of people?
I'll have to take that question on note specifically. It changes on a daily basis as and when people do and don't get vaccinated. We're working through the numbers, so maybe I'll take that question on notice and give it to you.
Maybe just a piece of advice. I know when I talked to the Air Force about this, they said one of the best things they did was send everyone who was adverse to go and see a doctor, paid for by the company, and that got rid of a lot more of the issues they were having. Anyway, I'll just leave that as a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Patrick. We're all good with ASC Labor senators. Thank you very much to the ASC for appearing today. We'll now move on to ANI.
Thank you.
We're also appearing by video conference.
I need to help. I'm here from the college.
Senator, constructive suggestions, Patrick.
No, that was just the Air Force, the Defence Force have taken that approach.
It is sensible.
They've said anyone who's a bit adverse, how about we let you go and talk to a doctor and we'll pay for it.
We are still broadcasting, senators. I welcome via video conference Mr Andrew Seaton, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Australian Naval Infrastructure Proprietary Limited. Mr Seaton, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Mr Seaton.
Thank you. Since the last hearing, ANI has continued to proactively manage the wind down of activities at the Osborne North Development Project following the AUKUS announcement and the decision to not proceed with the Attack Class program. Work on the Combat System Physical Integration Facility and site-wide utilities is now nearing completion, with commissioning well advanced. All other site-based activities have ceased, with the construction sites for the platform land-based test facility and the hull manufacturing and submarine consolidation halls made safe and secured. The total project workforce, including site and office-based roles, is now below 50 on a daily basis. Contractor and subcontractor payment claims, including for demobilisation costs where appropriate, are continuing to be managed fairly, with respect and in accordance with the underlying contracts. At the end of January, a total of $422 million had been spent by ANI on the project from inception. Of the total approved funding of $554 million, we now estimate that less than $490 million will have been spent once all the contractor and subcontractor claims have been resolved. ANI is now working with the Commonwealth Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force to understand the suite of requirements that underpin nuclear stewardship, including infrastructure. This will include an assessment of what parts of the already completed works at Osborne can be repurposed for a nuclear-powered submarine build and what additional facilities are required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Seaton. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Hello, good morning, Mr Seaton. Mr Seaton, at the last estimates, you agreed with the question I asked regarding the impact of the AUKUS announcement on jobs, and I think we clarified that the AUKUS announcement put over 500 jobs, I'll make sure I use the exact wording for Senator Birmingham. I said over 500 jobs have been placed in uncertainty as a result of this decision as it relates to your work, and you said that's correct. Do you have any clarity now on how many jobs were lost following the AUKUS decision?
Senator, we are an infrastructure developer, and so the jobs that we had on site were construction-related jobs. So they're different trades at different times. So, you have earthworks, then you have foundations, then you have steelwork, then you have cladding. So it's a natural progression through trades. So these were not long-term jobs. These were jobs associated with the construction of the specific facilities at Osborne. At the last Senate estimates, I stated that between 550 and 600 people were working on the project at the time of the AUKUS announcement. In my opening remarks, I've just said that about 50 people are now working on the project. So what we've done is wound down those trades. Now, these were contractor and subcontractor roles. Our expectation is that those contractors and subcontractors have moved on to other construction projects, either within the state or further afield.
I appreciate that in terms of the movement of workers. Can I ask how many people were working for ANI as at the 16th September 2021 who are now no longer ANI employees?
ANI, at the time of the announcement, had about 45 employees. Since the announcement, we've had 2 resignations, a graduate architect and a graduate civil engineer.
Okay.
So.
And now, in terms of the last estimates, we spoke about the government support available for affected shipyard construction workers. Has support been provided to affected shipyard construction workers from the government, or has that support not been forthcoming?
Again, Senator, I'll differentiate. These are construction workers who were constructing the infrastructure, so that they're not actually shipyard workers, if you like. They're infrastructure construction contractors. I guess the answer is that we've been managing our contractor and subcontractor workforce fairly, with respect, winding down their contracts and making payments that were due to them under their contracts. But there has not been a specific government program of support. These are contracting organisations that contract to many different infrastructure projects. And so with the cancellation of our project, the subcontractor workforce has gone out and sought other work and redeployed their personnel onto other projects.
Now, I appreciate that they were contracted. I've spoken to many small and medium enterprises who were contracted or seeking to be contracted on this program, and many were very distressed about their capacity or ability to find equivalent projects to work on or equivalent opportunities. So my question is, has the government provided any support to those workers who are expected to work on these projects or not?
For the infrastructure construction, the answer is no.
Senators, I think I referenced you to last time. Defence has stood up, and I forget the exact form of words, but a unit there that is seeking, in terms of other contracting work that Defence has coming along to try to make sure that those who were participants or had expected to be participants in the ANI North, Osborne North project development have access to other possible defence work. But in terms of how that engagement has worked, that's a question for Defence, not ANI.
Does ANI have any clarity yet on whether it will make a contribution to the Nuclear Submarine Task Force?
Yes, we are...
Oh, sorry, apologies. You actually did mention that in your opening statement, and you mentioned infrastructure as one part of it. I apologise. Could you just expand a bit further on your opening statement, if there's anything further you can share with us on what that contribution will look like?
So we're very engaged with the Nuclear Submarine Task Force. There is an infrastructure arm of that task force, and we are working with them to help them understand what facilities already exist at Osborne and really the art of the possible around what a future nuclear construction site would look like at Osborne.
Mr. Seddon, also further to the last estimates, we learned that there would be around 35 businesses who were working on the project at the time of the announcement whose contracts would be impacted by the announcement. Do you have anything further you can share on what happened with those subcontracts? Have they been since cancelled, or what is the status of those subcontracts, the 35?
No, we've been working through with all of the subcontractors. Some of them have finished their work scope as originally contemplated on the combat systems building or some of the site-wide utilities that we've put in. So those contracts have been completed and rolled off. Some of the other contracts have been de-scoped, where we've reduced the scope as we've wound down the site activities. But each of the contractors has been reimbursed for works completed to date, materials procured to date, and we've taken delivery of a lot of those materials, and also for reasonable costs of demobilisation. So that process has been a very orderly process that's been run in conjunction with our managing contractor, Laing O'Rourke, ever since the AUKUS announcement.
Can you provide to the committee a breakdown of those 35 contracts? And I mean, I appreciate the different...
Senator, we did.
Austin?
In response to question on notice F006.
I don't have that one in front of me. Apologies, Mr. Seddon. But what I'm looking for, I can't see you. I'm not sure if you're able to put your video back on.
Sorry, my video's on, Senator.
Okay, that's all right. The committee... Is it just me, or has everyone lost?
No,
okay.
No. So, but I think you can still hear us. And
yes,
we can
as long as you
you,
can still hear me, that's okay. I'd like, if you can, take on notice to provide the details of each of the 35 subcontracts, including those which have been de-scoped, those which may have been cancelled, and if you're able to provide us with the names of the companies affected, the values of the contract, the type of work, and the numbers of workers affected within each.
Senator, could I refer you to our response to question F006 from the last estimates? That should give you the information that you require.
F006 only gives the status of the buildings. Oh, sorry.
No, there is an answer that lists companies. But
I don't have it either.
But perhaps Senator Smith, because you can put questions on notice, of course, outside of the room too. So
if
take a look, and if you need more, then
we'll specify those within the question. I'm not aware of all of that level of detail being provided, but we'll check the question and then we'll place on notice if it hasn't been answered sufficiently previously. And obviously we'll be looking for an answer which reflects the current point of time. So we'll take that on notice. That's okay. Can you tell me, are there any skilled positions at ANI that remain vacant?
Yes, I can answer that. And no, there are no positions that are vacant.
Okay. So, and you're not trying to fill any skilled roles at present?
No, we're not.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about the current availability of suitably skilled technical and engineering people available? I mean, I appreciate that you're not seeking to fill roles at the moment, but in the future, what's your view on the availability of skills going forward? Do you have any concerns there?
No, I don't have any concerns. We've always been able to attract and retain high calibre employees.
Okay. And just ask a question that I put to ASC before. Were you at ANI consulted in relation to any projections undertaken by government on the total number of workers who would be impacted by the decision, the AUKUS announcement on 16th of September?
Yes, we had a number of conversations with both Defence and Finance in the lead up to the 16th of September announcement. And we talked about the contractor and subcontractor workforce at Osborne, as we've just discussed, Senator.
Okay. And are you aware of any workers either employed by you or elsewhere who are now without work as a result of the cancelled contract who may not be able to access the SSTP?
Senator, the SSTP, my understanding is it was really targeted at Naval Group and Lockheed Martin, and so Mr. Wiley's spoken to that. ANI, I think I said we've had 2 resignations since the announcement, so it hasn't been a large impact on our staff workforce, and our subcontractors have been progressively demobilising from the site and moving up onto other works. I think it's a positive that the construction sector is really quite busy. Trades are in high demand, so as people have come off our project, I think they have been readily redeployed elsewhere.
Okay, Chair, Senator Ayres has some questions after Senator Patrick, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Senator Patrick.
Mr. Seaton, firstly, thank you for the schedule and for the great picture you sent me of the shipyard. It seems like getting schedules out of government officials working on projects is really hard, but thank you for that. In relation to ASC North, so we're talking about where the Collins full cycle docking work is done, Mr. Wiley had at the last estimates talked about discussions he'd had with you in relation to upgrades. I'm just wondering, where are you up to with those discussions? Have we progressed that to a point where there's a project in the making?
Yes, we're progressing those discussions with Mr. Wiley and his team, and we are in the process of designing and scoping those facility upgrades.
Perhaps on those, can you just give us a top-level view of what sort of things are happening? He talked about roofs being upgraded and so forth. If you do that on notice, just to help the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. And any schedule associated with that work? Is it work that's going to cover months or years? What's the sort of feel at this point?
I think it'll be progressively over years. What you've got, Senator, is a 30-year-old facility that's in need of just some upgrading, some refurbishment of existing facilities, and really, a general spit and polish, if you like. I think that'll be done over time. I think at the last estimates, we stated that there were no specific new facilities required for LOTE. So it's really just doing up office blocks, replacing air conditioning units, as you say, new roof sheeting, new guttering, things like that.
Where I'm coming from is also just in terms of terminating some of the contracts for the future submarine shipyard, whether or not there was scope to redeploy and avoid termination costs for some of these entities, some of these people working, whether or not there was scope to do that.
Senator, the ability to bring forward other projects has been looked at very closely, and we're working very closely with Defence and Finance, not just on that Osborne North site, but also on the Osborne South site, the Common User Facility, to make sure that we're bringing forward whatever project work we can.
All right. Just to help the chair, just generally on notice, if you could give us sort of an overview of where you're up to about ASC North, improvements you're likely to have, rough costs, rough schedules.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Patrick. Senator Ayres, to take us
just
through
really
the
quickly
morning
following
tea
on
break.
from Senator Patrick's questions. So the combat systems physical integration, I think you said that was the only project at Osborne North that was going to still be on foot following the AUKUS announcement. Is that I think you said it was practical completion at the end of 2021. Is that all done?
Yes, it is. It's being commissioned at the moment, and I'd expect that to be handed over to ANI within a couple of weeks.
And in terms of ANI's engagement with the optimal path process. Can you give the committee a sense of, either of the two options are larger than the attack class submarine, one of them substantially larger? What are the timelines for, that does, at the very least, engage a lot of civil construction work and maybe some other work that would have been substantially different. What are the kind of lead times that we're talking here for construction for a larger craft, or is there no substantial difference?
I think it's too early to say yet, Senator. We're working with the task force to firstly define what the infrastructure requirements are for a nuclear-powered submarine, taking into account nuclear safety and nuclear security, which are quite different from conventional submarine builds. I think once we've determined what the infrastructure requirements are, we can then look at what we can reuse from the existing yard and then what's a new build. Once we have that, we'll put a cost and schedule around it. But I think it's too early to speculate on how long it might take to build the yard.
Well, we'll put aside those issues. One is, at least one of those options is larger, in the order of 50% larger. That itself must have a substantial impact on the kind of infrastructure that ANI would be required to provide. Appreciate the issues that, we won't traverse in detail, but just in terms of scale.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Senator. If the submarine is substantially longer or larger diameter or heavier, then we need to look at, firstly, the build methodology. And the builder of the submarine may not follow the same methodology as Naval Group we're going to use for the attack class submarine. So that goes to floor loadings and craneage and the size of the construction halls, the specialised equipment that you require within those halls. So that there is a lot of work to be done to specify.
Yeah, in terms of the civil works, land, reclaiming land at the very least.
These are
they're very substantial.
They're very substantial, very important, and very important in terms of the timeliness of the project, Senator Ayres, which I know Defence is cognizant of and the task force is cognizant of, that if we are to select a model which has limited additional design changes or modifications that need to be undertaken, then a pressure in terms of making sure we get the construction off the ground quickly will be ensuring that we have delivery of the infrastructure on the site in ANI quickly. Now, fortunately, in terms of land opportunities, there are, if additional land is required, possible avenues associated with the Osborne site. Obviously, there is early engagement that the task force is undertaking to get awareness of how the different models might be executed successfully at Osborne, and I would expect that for governments, whomever it may be after the next election, that early decisions will need to be taken as soon as the task force has concluded its work to enable Mr Seaton to get back on and ensure we have a shipyard constructed to meet those design needs that you raise.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Right. Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. If no other senators have questions for ANI, we will go to morning tea a few minutes early. Thank you very much to ANI for appearing today. The committee will now suspend for morning tea and will reconvene at 10:40. And we'll begin the examination of outcomes 1 and 2 for the Department of Finance. Welcome to the finance officials in in the room and next door, including Secretary Ms Rosemary Huxtable. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Thank you, Chair, but no thank you.
Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to give the call to Senator Gallagher.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Minister, yesterday we started a discussion around the caretaker period and whether the government would observe the caretaker conventions and guidelines when they kick in. You said to the committee yesterday that the government would observe the caretaker guidelines.
Yes, Senator.
Did the government observe the caretaker guidelines in April and May 2019?
To my knowledge, Senator, but I'm not going to pretend to be expert across all circumstances and all situations.
So to your knowledge, but there may have been occasions where they weren't observed. Is that your evidence?
Well, I'm not privy to every piece of advice that was provided during the context of the campaign to every minister and how that was handled, Senator.
Okay. Well, as the Finance Minister, do you think authorising the spending of $40 million during the caretaker period observed the caretaker guidelines?
I think that depends, Senator, on the advice that was provided and the circumstances involving that. There are certainly times where authorising expenditure is necessary in the caretaker period.
Okay. And on what grounds would they be? Would it be in line with the caretaker conventions to authorise expenditure?
Well, again, Senator, I think that would depend on what the expenditure related to, as to whether that was something that required consultation or not, more broadly. Now, my practice through a couple of election campaigns has been that my departments have advised me where necessary in relation to the application of the caretaker conventions, and I would anticipate this will be the first campaign that I go through with the Department of Finance as my responsibility, and I imagine that they will advise me on any decisions that do or don't need to be made.
So you mentioned consultation as being one of the ways that you can authorise expenditure, that you consult with the opposition during that time. Are there other grounds that you're aware of where spending can be authorised during that period?
Senator, I don't believe that every scenario entails the requirement for consultation there, but as I said, my practice has been to act under advice from my various departments during campaigns, and that's what I'll continue to do.
Yeah. So would spending $40 million on grants targeted at marginal and targeted electorates be in accordance with observing the caretaker guidelines after the caretaker period kicks in?
Well, now you're starting to ask me a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical.
Senator, if you want to go to something specific,
yep.
Then by all means let's go to the something specific rather than this little dance.
Well, it was the sports grants that were approved after caretaker kicked in by the Prime Minister on the 11th of April. The approval was signed off after caretaker kicked in. There was no consultation with the opposition, and those grants primarily went to seats that you were trying to win or hold. I'm asking, is that in accordance with the caretaker guidelines?
Well, Senator, as I said,
your understanding of them?
Well, my understanding of them on any given instance is informed by the advice that I receive from departments. That decision, those grants don't sound like they were a matter at that time that would have been under the advice of this department.
No, they wouldn't, but I'm asking you as the Finance Minister who has authority around, presumably, and a view around appropriate and efficient and effective use of taxpayer funds, whether that was an appropriate authorisation of $40 million worth of taxpayer funds.
Well, Senator, I know that matter has been subject of great exploration in other committees. It's not something that I've participated in, so I'm not going to provide a judgment sitting here without the benefit of seeing all of the context around that decision at that time. And of course, I'm not privy to what advice was or was not provided by the relevant departments at that time.
Well, I don't think there was any. That was the problem. But so, do you think it was appropriate? If you won't say it wasn't appropriate, was it appropriate to spend $40 million after Caretaker kicked in on sports grants?
I think the identical answer applies, Senator.
So you won't support it, but you won't say it was wrong.
That I know that these matters have been explored extensively elsewhere. I don't have any of the documentation, the advice or otherwise at my fingertips. I wasn't the responsible minister. It wasn't this department. So I'm not going to jump to form any sort of conclusion without having that sort of information.
Okay. As Minister for Finance, do you have any role in advising the Cabinet on the appropriate authorisation of expenditure within their portfolio departments? Is there any overarching role for you?
Yes, Senator, in a number of different ways. Procurement guidelines, grant guidelines, those sorts of things are administered by this department. Individual departments then have responsibility in terms of their adherence to those different guidelines. The caretaker conventions, as was asked yesterday, are administered by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and then of course individual departments advise their ministers in relation to the application of the caretaker conventions.
Okay, so are you going to tell your colleagues not to do what they did last time in 2019 and spend millions of dollars after caretaker kicks in? Is that something that falls within your responsibilities, or is that something the Prime Minister should do?
Well, I would expect that all of us will be reminded of the caretaker conventions, as is the ordinary course of events, and with that, the expectation that we will all work within those caretaker conventions, working according to the advice provided by our different departments.
So who reminds you? You said we are all reminded.
My recollection is that there is a sort of standard communication that is made at the appropriate point, but I don't know whether Ms Huxtable can recall or not. I mean, sort of more a matter for PM&C.
Yes, it is a matter for PM&C, Senator, and I know that the guidance on caretaker conventions, they update, and they've updated it at the end of last year. We go through a similar process in the matters that we have direct responsibility for, which is predominantly relating to the election costing processes. So we also have updated that and written to the leaders of the major parties at that time. What I don't know is whether PM&C are also writing out, as we do on the costing guidelines, writing out to individual parties or parliamentarians in respect of the conventions, but they're easily accessible on their website.
I mean, so there's a process that goes with the conventions, the caretaker conventions for the public service, so that they are fully aware of the period we're in. I guess the questions I have, Minister, around how is it managed by the Prime Minister across the Cabinet to say what he expects to be followed. And I guess the question I'm asking now is, will you observe the caretaker guidelines and not authorise grant funding, not urgent, not unforeseen, not things that you might consult with the opposition over, but I want a commitment from the government that they're not going to do what they did in 2019 and after caretaker kicks in, sign off $40 million to fly into seats that you want to win or hold. That's the commitment I want.
So Senator,
Will you give us that?
Well, so Senator, whilst not accepting or wanting to comment on the aspersion you made in the middle of your question there.
What's
yes,
that?
It is.
$40 million
it is
spent?
my.
That's not. That's a fact.
Well, Senator.
It's in the ANAO.
Senator Gallagher, allow the minister to respond to your question.
Senator, I dealt with my response in relation to those matters in your previous questions. In terms of the application of the caretaker conventions in the next campaign, I expect all ministers to work with their departments in terms of adherence to the advice around the application of those conventions, as I am confident the Prime Minister would expect everyone to.
Would you authorise the spending of $40 million in grants after the caretaker kicks in that came across your desk?
Well, Senator, again, that's a hypothetical, but what I would do, as I've said a few times now, is that I would be responsive to the advice that my department would provide in relation to any decisions that I have to make. I have done that before. I can recall contacting Senator Carr during an election campaign once to discuss certain issues with him. So I'm aware of the conventions. I don't profess to be an expert in the detail of the conventions, but I know that departments are generally quite diligent in terms of the advice they provide to ministers around how we apply the conventions during a campaign.
Are there any penalties for not following the caretaker guidelines in your experience as a minister of the last 8 years or so? Has anyone been punished for not following them?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. No. That would really be a question for PM&C. But
you'd know. You'd know. You're a senior minister. You would know. If there was. As I said before, I don't profess to be across every other minister's activities and decisions. So as we head into this period, I mean, you won't give me a commitment that it won't happen again. I think you're saying that you wouldn't do it if it crossed your desk in and around a roundabout way. But how can we trust that a government that did authorise $40 million worth of expenditure after the caretaker period had started and has made a bit of a signature move around rorting and trashing conventions actually do the right thing when it comes to the next caretaker and election period? What assurance can you give that this will not happen again?
Well, Senator, in the interests of brevity, I don't think anything that I could say would convince you right now. So,
well, no, I think if you said, yes, I can guarantee that we will not authorise $40 million or indeed any amount to go into pork barrelling in the next campaign, I think if you said that on the record, people would have some more trust. Are you prepared to say it?
Senator, as I've said, I expect, and the Prime Minister will expect, everyone to adhere by the caretaker conventions. By the caretaker conventions, as advised and informed, by their departments in terms of the application of those conventions. Now, if you want to go, I made the invitation. I'm not sure it was to you, Senator Gallagher. It might have been to Senator Ayres or somebody else yesterday. If you want to go to local grants programs and community grants programs and so on.
I do. I've had a lot more questions about them.
We can do that, and along the way, I'll start with the
$7.5
million promise for the Casuarina pool in Solomon, and I can work my way through the promises you're currently making.
Yeah, sure. Before an election, without actually appropriating the money as a government, which is what you do, which is the very big difference that you refuse to accept. Okay,
you seem to think that we shouldn't budget for what we spend. We
Prime
believe
Minister
we should.
Was the one that didn't follow the caretaker guidelines, so I have no faith that that will happen again. When we look at the next budget and election period, So we've got a similar set of circumstances where in 2019 you had a budget, I think on the 2nd of April, caretaker kicked in on the 11th of April, if I'm correct, in 2019. So it was a matter of just 8 or 9 days between the budget being announced and caretaker kicking in. I'd like to understand the government's approach to this time and whether you're going to take the same approach. Will you be announcing spending in the budget that is then very quickly approved to go into target and marginal seats, even on the eve of an election being called?
Will
you be doing that again?
It will be a little surprise to Senator to know that that we will announce what's in the budget in the budget.
Yes, fair enough. And will you then do what you did last time, which is announce funding, which in the budget, for all appearances, looks like it's for everybody to be shared on a merit-based process, and then over a couple of days spend hundreds of millions of dollars funneling that money into Liberal target or marginal seats? That's what happened last time, and will you be doing that again?
Senator Ayres, we will announce any new programs, new policies or otherwise related to the budget in the budget. The budget will provide for the funding platform and the management of the nation's finances upon which we will seek our re-election. We're not going to hand down the budget and then between the budget and the election blow out the budget. That's not the way we would approach these matters. We will make sure that that we have costed appropriately our promises that we take to the people, that's reflected in terms of the budget that we outline. In the last campaign, yes, we promised a range of urban infrastructure projects, commuter car parks, just like your party was promising a range of urban infrastructure projects and commuter car parks. You seem to have this view that somehow we shouldn't have budgeted for them, even though as the government, it's our responsibility to budget for these sorts of things. You seem to have the view that we shouldn't have said where we were going to build them and that we should have pretended somehow that everybody could be getting these projects rather than actually fronting up during the campaign and saying, this is where we intend to put them. You get them, ipso you miss out, a fairly transparent process as well. Now, Senator, the government's view is that we should budget fully for our expenses, and if we're making promises, we should detail those promises as is appropriate.
Okay. Well, let's take the commuter car park then, as you raise it, because it is a great example of the point I'm trying to make. In the Treasurer's speech, he says, "Tonight I announce we are increasing the Urban Congestion Fund fourfold from $1 billion to $4 billion. It will include, the fund will focus on immediate practical measures to cut travel time within our cities. It will include a $500 million commuter car park fund that will improve access to public transport hubs and take tens of thousands of cars off our roads." He does not say in these electorates, which we have already decided, and they all happen to be targeted or marginal electorates, or indeed the Treasurer's own electorate, where he gave himself 4 car parks. You're not upfront with either the Parliament or the Australian people about that. You say you have this fund, and then secretly you've already allocated it into all your targeted seats, which you don't announce before the bills pass the Parliament. And then on the eve of the election being called, the Prime Minister approves hundreds of millions of dollars to go into those seats. That's not being upfront or transparent or accountable.
And Senator, is it not the case that Mr Albanese announced a commuter car parks program of a quantum, Mr Shorten from the last election, although Mr Albanese did announce some of the projects, so I'll come to him, that Mr Shorten announced a commuter car parks program for the last election with a quantum of money he was saying would be spent on it. And
with
then, subsequent to that, then subsequent to that, drip-fed announcements of the different projects, including an announcement made by Mr Albanese of at least one of those projects.
Yeah, before
Is
the
that not-
election, and then it would have been,
and
if
still
we'd
during
won,
the election.
we would have appropriated
And still
that
during the
money
election.
with
Minister's
full
response.
transparency and accountability. You did not do that. The Treasurer did not say on election night, and 4 of these car parks are very happily coming into my electorate, by the way. That's what you're
the
appropriating
Treasurer
the money
and the
for.
government did
So
exactly
keep
as the
putting
opposition
him
was
on
already
that.
doing. We established a fund, like the opposition had already announced, and then we proceeded to announce the projects that fund would support, as the opposition had been and was continuing to do.
You appropriated money in government, taxpayers' money, and you were not transparent or clear. On budget night, the Treasurer says, we are doing this, so it will reduce congestion and take thousands of cars off our road. And then I wouldn't have a problem if he'd gone on to say, and here is where the 40-odd car parks are going. But he didn't say that. He announces a fund, he sits there, and then in the election campaign, all of that's actually prior to the election campaign being called, in the dark of night, the Prime Minister approves them all into Liberal targeted and marginal seats. Hundreds of millions of dollars, and you are not transparent about it at all when that money was appropriated.
So, Senator, the fundamental problem here is you're just applying a double standard.
No, I'm not.
No, you are.
Senator Gallagher.
You are applying a double standard. You seem to think it's okay as an opposition to announce an umbrella fund and then to support projects under that umbrella fund. But you seem to believe as a government that if we're announcing an umbrella fund, we should at the same time announce all of the recipients of support under that umbrella fund. So you're holding the government to a different standard to that which you hold yourself.
Well, you're the government. You have access to those funds and you appropriate that money through the Parliament without telling people how you were going to spend it. The situation for us is that we are telling people how we're going to spend it long before we're in a position to appropriate that money. But you have taken the money.
Sure.
You have not explained where it's going. You're pretending it's a genuine fund for, ostensibly for places that actually need commuter car park and easing of urban congestion. And then you're putting it in places where, 1, there's no assessment, 2, they're not needed, and 3, they haven't been built.
Senator,
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Senator, yes, we're the government. We produce budget papers as the government and we appropriate funds in accordance with those budgets as the government. That's our responsibility. If you win the election, or just as Labor governments have done in the past, that is precisely what you will end up doing too. Now, in terms of the establishment of such funds and the allocation then of projects against it, that is commonplace for governments and oppositions, whatever their political persuasions, to make those umbrella funding announcements and then to make different commitments about how those funds will be allocated.
But they were determined in government, not in an election campaign. You were making those decisions to pork barrel in government as official decisions of the Cabinet.
Senator, I don't understand how it is that you think the government announcing a localised investment commitment in one part of the country is pork barrelling, but the opposition, the Labor Party doing it, is not. I mean, you are holding to different standards, the two of us. Right now.
I'm saying you should be transparent when you establish these funds, where they're going. You knew where they were going. You knew where they were going.
So,
and you made the decision as government. No, they weren't election commitments. They were signed off in government. So don't pretend they were election. Yes, you badged them as election commitments, but they were an act of government that authorised that expenditure.
They were fully budgeted. Yes, they were fully budgeted because that's what our government seeks to do, to make sure we have fully budgeted and accounted for the promises we're making.
There's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with what you did with the Commuter Car Park Fund.
Well,
is that your evidence? And we would expect more of it, will we?
Well, Senator, if you want to tell me which funds are being used to provide for the $7.5 million upgrade to the Cassarina pool in Solomon that your party
will be
announced on
all
the 3rd of February,
made very
or the $7.5 million
clear before the
for the
election.
new Sanctuary Point
Yep.
District Library in the seat
Upfront
of Gilmore
before the
that your
election.
party elected on the
Months
announced on the
before.
2nd of February.
Yep.
Or I could keep going.
Yeah.
There's a lot
We're
of
making
there's a
commitments.
lot
What a
of
surprise.
there's a lot of what you would describe as pork barrelling that seem to be what Mr Albanese and your team are out there announcing right at this moment.
No, we are making local commitments upfront and transparent, including the costing. That is very different to what you did with the $660 million commuter car park fund. Very different.
Well-
And what your evidence is it's going to continue. So we will expect more of it
Well-
in this upcoming election campaign.
Well, Senator, I contend that we made local announcements up front, including the costing. I think they were
didn't
your
make
exact
them up
words.
front.
Local announcements up front, including the costing, before the election.
No,
People
you didn't.
people had your local announcements up front, including the costing, and our local announcements up front, including the costing, to compare, and the election was held.
Well, why then, I mean, just to finish this off, why then, when the Treasurer announced this commuter car park fund, did he not say where all the car parks were going to be? Because you'd already made that decision.
Why didn't Mr Shorten when he announced the opposition's fund?
On budget night. On budget night,
because
when you
Mr
were
Shorten
appropriating
wanted to be
money
able
through
to
the
visit
Parliament.
local communities and make those announcements in local communities.
Okay, so we're
and the
gonna see
government
more of
wanted
it.
to be able to visit
Yep.
local communities and make those announcements in
Okay.
local communities.
Senator Gallagher, before you move on to your next topic, can I just ask, I'm finding it very hard to discern questions and responses between Senator Gallagher and the Minister at the moment, because so if we can try and just avoid talking over the top of each other, that would make my job and for those listening at home a lot easier. Thank you.
Okay.
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, some of the funds that have been had received criticism in terms of the way decisions have been made and the way funding has been allocated, including disproportionately landing in coalition target and marginal seats, have been the Building Better Regions Fund, the Urban Congestion Fund, the Safer Communities Fund, and we've also got other funds that were established in the budget. Some of the advice I've got is that there's about $2.5 or just $2.4 billion in unallocated expenditure in those funds that the government has available to it. Is the government going to spend that $2.4 billion in election promises?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure if in your question you initially outlined which funds or programs you were speaking about.
Okay, well, if I've had advice, I've been following this through questions on notice and other advice, but for example, I'm told that there's $279 million unallocated in the Building Better Regions Fund, $848 million in the Urban Congestion Fund, $70 million in the Safer Community Funds, over $1 billion in the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, and $114 million in Local Jobs COVID-19 Recovery Fund, which just in those 5 funds gives the government $2.4 billion unallocated. Is that your election war chest?
Well, no, Senator, I certainly wouldn't describe it in that way. I know that some of those funds, off the top of my head, certainly the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, I think the Building Better Regions Fund, are in the middle of applications being assessed and determined, that they have been out into the marketplace, if you like, with that term. Inviting applications. Those applications, I'm pretty sure, for those two have been received and are undergoing those final decision-making processes. I'm certain that's the case for MMI. I think it's the case for BBRF. I'd have to look into some of the others, obviously. Each can most effectively be responded to by the relevant portfolio department.
So they won't be used to fund your election promises? Those unallocated funds that exist in those?
Well, as I said, my expectation is that many, most if not all, are in the advanced stages of being allocated in accordance with the program and grant guidelines for each of those policy areas.
Okay, so with Building Better Regions Fund, for example, I think it's round 6 that might have just closed. Could be wrong, but will they be, essentially, will the decisions be taken on that and announced in the election campaign?
I wouldn't expect so, Senator.
You wouldn't expect so?
As I said, my best to go to infrastructure and regional development in terms of BBRF. I sometimes get confused between whether we're at round 5 or round 6, and which and which stage different ones are at. But BBRF has a well-established process. My recollection, as I said, is that they are at the point of a finalisation of a grant round and making decisions. I'm not part of that process. It's administered by their department. There may be some forward budgeting for future rounds of that program that would continue. If so, that would be evident there in terms of the forward estimates.
Okay, so you wouldn't expect that those rounds would essentially become election commitments in Building Better Regions, and you're not sure for the other funds?
Senator, if you want us to go through each of them, I'll do my best. But as I said, kind of the actual status in terms of whether they are inviting applications, receiving applications, assessing applications, about to announce the conclusion of assessments, each agency will be best placed to respond to those better than I suspect we can.
The reason I ask, and the reason I'm following it, how much is in unallocated funds, and again, my advice is just in those 5 spending areas, it's $2.4 billion available to the government, is that in the last campaign, when you released your costings, you had a section which said the Coalition has committed unallocated funds from within the following programs, and then released a number of them: community development grants, community sports change rooms and swimming facilities fund, the environmental restoration fund, the Indigenous advancement strategy, the urban congestion fund, the commuter car park fund, and the roads of strategic importance. It goes on. So it looks to me like what the government has done is squirreled away money into these funds, left it unallocated, and then used those funds appropriated through the Parliament to pay for election commitments.
Well, Senator, it may not be the case that in all of those instances funds were appropriated. It may well be the case that in some of those instances appropriation for the next year had been undertaken in relation to some of those funds, but the funds themselves may have had estimates stretching out over a number of years. In terms of, as we go through a campaign environment and make commitments and seek to make sure we can pay for those commitments, if there's an opportunity to transparently draw down elsewhere to ensure that we aren't worsening the budget bottom line, then that's the type of thing that of course we always look to do to ensure that we maintain the budget trajectory as much as possible.
Okay. So if that's your evidence, then that $2.4 billion is sitting there as a war chest. I haven't even gone through the other funds. Like, you've got so many funds riddled through the budget now. Like, it's hard. It genuinely is hard to keep track, because I think you've found it such a successful way to hide money and then allocate and look like you're not adding cost on the budget.
Senator, I don't accept that proposition.
It's exactly
but if you want to abolish the Modern Manufacturing Initiative, that's a policy obviously that you could take forward. If you want to abolish the Building Better Regions Fund program, that's a policy that that you could take forward. We believe there's particular policy purpose and value served in these different initiatives at different times, and that's set out when we announce them. And as I said, I'm certain in relation to MMI that there have been some exceptional applications received from around the country that will enable Australia's manufacturing industries to grow further off of what is already now more than 1 million Australians employed in manufacturing. There's been some strong growth in that sector, and we want to see that continue.
Yeah.
And an initiative like that is providing a basis to help turbocharge that growth and to make it happen faster. And my understanding is that the industry department is, as I say, in the advanced stages of assessing those applications and coming to a conclusion.
Oh, look, and, I think the issue that I have with the unallocated and how you use it is that people participate in these programs as they have, and the, female change rooms and program was a classic example where they apply, but it seems, and, there's guidelines and things like that, but in the heat of an election, the way that money is dispersed doesn't necessarily accord with the way people have participated in that program or understood that program to operate. For example, people put in a lot of applications for female change rooms, and then 40% of the fund went to Minister Porter's seat and a seat you were trying to hold in Victoria. So that's the problem I have. These funds are established with guidelines in a normal year, but and people apply for them, and then in the caretaker or just on the eve of caretaker, they get distributed in a very political way.
And Senator, Mr Albanese has already announced close to $26 million worth of grants just across sporting facilities in the electorates of Braddon and Latrobe. Which would both be marginal coalition seats that you are seeking to win at the next election.
Applying for. The point is, these are funds that you've put in the budget.
Senator, the question you asked was, in our budget reconciliation we made before election day, we indicated that certain commitments we had made during the campaign would be paid for from unallocated parts of elsewhere in the budget.
Hidden in the budget.
So that was, again, quite transparent. We were saying before people voted, here is how we are going to pay for our different promises.
It was a footnote, and so you didn't actually explain where it was all coming from. It was a footnote that here are all the funds that we are going to use to funnel money into our targeted and marginal seats. A fund that was ostensibly able for anyone to apply for. You were taking decisions about where to put that money, and it was overwhelmingly going into seats you needed to hold or win. And these are funds that people had applied for through government, with government guidelines and grant rules, which ministers then made their own individual decisions on. And there's audit report after audit report that says that's exactly what happened. And what your evidence today is that with this, billions of dollars sitting in these funds, that's going to be the same approach that you'll take. Is this why the Prime Minister doesn't want an anti-corruption commission?
Senator, we went around that extensively at length yesterday, and the government is very happy to see our model of the Commonwealth Integrity Commission legislated, and we invite you to support it, and that legislation could pass through the Parliament. In terms of localised grants, Senator, you're already out there announcing them in Gilmore, in Ryan, in Braddon, in Lyons, in Latrobe, in Bowman, in Griffith, in Macquarie. These all appear to be seats that you either hold or want to win. So I'm not going to take lectures from you in relation to local projects that are targeted in different ways, because it's quite clear that the 27 separate discretionary grant announcements you've made since September last year, totalling $211 million, Senator. $211 million of separate discretionary grant announcements just since September last year that Mr Albanese and the team have made.
I don't walk away from the fact we are making commitments in local seats. I am questioning you as the government of the day that has billions of dollars squirreled away for an election campaign war chest and through funds that are going to be determined based on seats, not necessarily on the guidelines or the merit of the program when it was established in government. And your evidence is, yes, that is going to continue.
No, well, Senator, my evidence is that from my knowledge offhand, a number of the funds that you're asking about have processes already underway that I would expect to conclude fairly soon in relation to the applications that have been made for those grants. Will we continue to fully fund and fully budget for our policies? Yes, we will.
So,
and may we make local announcements, just the same as you've made 27 local announcements totalling $211 million in the last few months? Yes, I expect we will make some local announcements.
Out of these funds, which is what you did last time.
Well, we will be clear in terms of where we're paying for them from, out of the budget. Whether or not you are, I don't know. At present, I can't say where the $211 million of commitments that you've made in the last few months, where those 27 separate programs will be paid for from. Don't know if you can, Senator.
We will be very clear with our costings.
Right.
They won't be like yours, which is a footnote saying, by the way, we're using all this money that we've squirreled in the budget to actually spend in targeted marginal seats. That will not be what we're doing. So when you reflect on this term in or this period in government, and we've had the Urban Congestion Fund where 83% of the money, over $3 billion, went to target or coalition seats. The Commuter Car Park Fund, 85% went to coalition or target seats. Building Better Regions Fund, 90% of rounds 1 to 5 went to coalition or target seats. The Community Development Grants, 70% went to coalition seats. Safer Communities, round 3, 91% went to coalition or target seats. That's over $7 billion across those 5 funds, of which 82% went to coalition seats or target seats. So that's just going to continue, is it?
Well, Senator, I can but note, I'm just scanning down the list here of the 27 announcements that you've made.
I know you're trying to blame Labor, but you are a minister in this government.
Senator, I'm not trying to blame. I'm just highlighting the hypocrisy.
You're trying to make everything that comes to this government, because you never take responsibility, is Labor's fault. You've been in government for almost a decade, and it's Labor's fault.
I think you should listen to the minister's response.
Senator, I'm not trying to lay any blame. I am just highlighting the hypocrisy in the questioning.
It's to divert.
Whether it was the hypocrisy from, and I've found the figure now, from Mr Shorten's $300 million park and ride fund, which he announced as a fund, and then he went and separately announced each of the individual projects, which you criticised the government for doing.
Yep.
Or indeed, when you want to talk about local projects or whose seats are favoured, from what I can see, of the 27 projects that have been announced in September last year by Mr Albanese,
so this is your
they
defence.
are all either in Labor seats or in the coalition seats of Ryan, Braddon, Latrobe, Flynn, Bowman, Swan, Leichhardt.
So
tell me which of those are not target seats for the Labor
and
Party.
You will see us make,
so 100% of what you're promising today.
You will see us make commitments right across the electorates in the lead up to the election. But we're not talking about Labor commitments which are being announced up front from opposition months ahead of an election. We're talking about the government's approach over 9 years in government to spend billions of dollars, and the figure of those 5 funds that I read out, $6.9 billion has been spent across those 5 funds, and $5.7 billion landed in coalition or target seats. So 82% of that funding, almost $7 billion. And that's just going to continue. You see no problem with that at all. No distortion, that 82% just found its way into government seats.
Senator, I know that from the analysis I've seen you release before, there's usually some selectivity that goes to which grant programs you're looking at. You certainly make sure that you include all of the regional programs.
So it's not all grant programs.
You certainly make sure that you include all of the regional programs in any analysis you undertake. And then, of course, airbrush the fact that the coalition overwhelmingly holds the vast majority of electorates in regional Australia.
So that doesn't work for the Urban Congestion Fund, does it?
Now, Senator, as I said, I'm not going to take the lectures
Commuter
from
car
you
park
when
fund?
100% of your announcements in the last few months have all been Labor or target seats of the Labor Party. I'm not going to take lectures on the car parks program either, when your park and ride program set up at the last election, a $300 million fund, seemed to operate almost identically to what the government did, and yet you come in and apply a double standard.
No, it's no double standard, and you signed off those projects in government as ministers with no assessment, no recommendations, and they all went to seats you wanted to win, using funds you'd appropriated through the budget with no transparency at all. Quite unlike what Labor was doing from opposition, I might say. But anyway, so your defence is Labor does it, or Labor's promising things from opposition, therefore in government we can spend billions of dollars just in seats that we hold.
No, Senator, my contention is I'm not going to sit here and just accept a double standard or hypocrisy.
There's no double standard.
From you in your questioning.
So as Finance Minister, you have no problem with that? The spending of $7 billion disproportionately favouring coalition seats. 82% go to coalition or target seats out of those five funds.
It's 100% on the Labor Party promises at present going to Labor or Labor target seats.
9 years of rorting, and it's going to continue. So the Safer Communities Fund. Yesterday there was an audit report, and it said funding decisions were not appropriately informed by departmental briefings, and for the majority of the decisions, the basis for the decision was not clearly recorded. How is it that 9 years into this government this is still happening? And after audit report, which basically says Finance's grant guidelines are not being appropriately used, essentially?
Senator,
is there any consequence for not doing the right thing?
Let's fully unpack. The ANO made 5 recommendations, I understand it, around the provision of clearer information and assistance to grant applicants, and the nature of advice being provided to ministers. And I'm advised that the Department of Home Affairs has accepted all of those recommendations in terms of the processes. Equally, the ANO findings were clear that all grants under the Safer Communities Fund, under the 8 selection processes that were examined, were found to be eligible for funding and were authorised under the Commonwealth Grants Rules and Guidelines. That it found no instances of non-compliance with the mandatory reporting requirements in the guidelines where ministers approved grants and where grants were not recommended. It's very clear, I think, Senator, that this is a highly successful program that I think has supported more than 650 projects across the country in terms of improved street safety, CCTV, lighting, security upgrades, particularly upgrades at sensitive locations that may face issues of racial or religious intolerance, and is quite valued by those communities.
So, again, it comes to you have a process, people apply, and then we have ministers come in. So it was, did you accept that Minister Dutton made some promises during the Braddon by-election, and then there was a process that started after that promise was made? So an election promise made in the Braddon by-election. Then the department sort of says, okay, well, how do we handle this? Do we have to have a process? It was then ranked not meritorious, and then it was selected for funding. Like, how does that happen if everything's okay?
Senator,
how does that actually happen?
I'm sure you would be right up there criticising the government if it didn't honour promises that it made.
Okay, so because it was a promise, then regardless of how it fits into the grant application process, it still gets funded. Why just not deliver on it through another appropriation, rather than skew things to try and make it fit into another program.
Well, Senator, where the promise is and commitment is made to the Australian public, the government expects to deliver on that in terms of projects like that. The means of delivery then becomes a case of what is going to be the most effective and efficient means of delivery. Setting up a completely alternate process or structure may not necessarily be the most efficient or effective means of delivery. That's a judgment for a relevant minister to make in consultation with their department.
But you've got a situation where you've got applicants who have put in applications through a competitive process, understand the rules of engagement, and then out of left field comes a commitment to do something else, then surely that impacts on the people who have applied through the competitive process because they miss out. Because this one comes in, it's not meritorious, it wasn't involved in that process and gets funded. How is that fair?
Well, Senator, there are finite funds. That's a fact in relation to the application of programs like this. The government's continued to support and to invest in safer communities, providing opportunities in different funding rounds for projects to be supported. We've done so since 2016. As I said, it's supported more than 650 different projects. Yes, we also seek to make sure that if particular commitments are made as a result of awareness of situations or issues in local communities, we get on and deliver on those commitments.
So wouldn't it be, I mean, if you were going to be in accordance with the guidelines and arrangements for these funds, wouldn't it be more upfront to say, well, that we have this competitive process, except when ministers want to determine their own project, like at least tell people what you're doing, like, you know, for all the people that miss out because someone's come in over the top and made a promise during a by-election, it's not really a competitive or merit-based process then.
Well, Senator, delivering on a commitment made is something you would expect government to do. It's something I would assume that as you make various promises that I would hope and trust you would do if elected. Obviously, there are then processes that can apply and do apply to different grant programs, and they run their course within the funds that are available to them.
And so then when the Assistant Minister visited a couple of applicants after the funding round had closed, then approved over $1 million to 5 applicants, how is that in line with a merit-based assessment? That, like, are we at the point now where all of this is completely acceptable in government? You know,
Senator, the role of ministers and indeed local MPs in terms of their advocacy for different programs that MPs will advocate support for based on the knowledge of circumstances in different communities in different parts of the country, and then for ministers in considering that is well known, is well advanced. It's been a part of various programs and government decision making through Labor and Liberal governments or Labor and coalition governments for a very long period of time. I can only assume that whilst they are skewed towards Labor-held or Labor-target seats, that the type of commitments that your party is making at present in different communities around the country are a function, at least, of the advocacy by local MPs, the advocacy by local candidates, that are convincing your shadow ministry team of the merits of support for those programs in those local communities.
okay, so Minister Wood decides to award $1.3 million to 5 applicants despite advice from the department that the projects were unsuitable for funding after a merit-based assessment process, and the decision was made after the Assistant Minister had visited the applicants after the funding round had closed. And you have no problem with that? You think that's entirely acceptable?
Senator, without having all of the facts and the information about the different cases, I'm not going to sit here and judge the merits of each different
Well,
application.
I've given you the scenario.
You know, my understanding is in terms of some of those, I gather there was one for the North Victoria Buddhist Association's temple that was part of that case, and I understand that the Assistant Minister visited that site at the invitation of the local Labor MP, and provided obviously final support for security enhancements at that Buddhist temple following those representations and that advocacy.
Senator Gallagher, you have had the call for close to an hour now, and I have a few questions that I would like to ask about SME contracts. Are you happy to pass the call around, or do you have much longer on this line of questioning?
I can pass the call
Okay,
around.
thank you very much. Senator Gallagher, I'll just mark the time. I have some questions about federal contracts being awarded to SMEs.
We'll just have to get the right officials.
Thanks, Ms Huxtable. Thanks to the officials. I know I've asked questions about this particular topic a couple of times at estimates now, but I'd like an update on what the most recent Commonwealth procurement data says about the share of contracts that we are providing to small and medium enterprises.
Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement and Insurance Division. Senator, our 2021 AusTender results were released a couple of months ago. Against the targets that are in the Commonwealth procurement rules, we have improved year on year from the 2019-20 results. The first target was to source 10% of all procurement contracts by value from SMEs. In 2019-20, 25.2% of contracts were awarded. In 2020-21, 27%. That resulted in a $5 billion increase in contracts going to SMEs. The second target is to procure at least 35% by value of all contracts up to $20 million from SMEs. In 2019-20, it was 40.5%. In 2020-21, it was 43.4%. So there's been a gradual increase year on year on the contracts that SMEs are being awarded by government.
That's excellent, thank you. Are you able to split those numbers out from medium businesses to small businesses?
We can. The definition in our Commonwealth procurement rules for SMEs is for any company under 200 FTE, Australian and New Zealand owned, but we do have some particular statistics on small businesses.
Great, that would be wonderful, thank you.
So small businesses are those, I think, with less than 10 FTE, and they were estimated to be awarded 8% of contracts by value in 2021. It's broadly consistent with 2019-20, it's around $5.4 billion year on year. For contracts valued up to $200,000, there are a total of 62,602 contracts awarded, and by value, SMEs were awarded 51.4% of those contracts.
Okay. Are there any categories of contracts where SMEs comprise a significant share of the contracts being awarded? I'm just thinking like the types of or the type of work rather that the government might be contracting out for. Where are we most often engaging with small and medium enterprises?
I think small and medium enterprises, Senator, are engaged across the whole breadth and scope of government contracts, from cleaning contracts, from consultancies, contractors. They're involved in the whole scope. And I think, as I kind of flagged earlier, the definition is for an Australian or New Zealand company with less than 200 FTE equivalent, so that they are reasonably sized companies that do provide a whole range of services to government.
Yeah, so what we've talked about them being consultancy services, across what sorts of industries?
The whole breadth, so stationery supplies, accommodation providers, consultants that we use for day-to-day to assist with government business, property services. There's a whole range of things. I don't have a particular list, Senator, but I could take on notice.
I was about to say,
Mr.
Mr. Danks, if you could take that on notice, because I would be very interested to know across how many different industries are we're trying to spread this important work out. I mean, I think it's very good that we as a government have a firm commitment to trying to source more services from SMEs wherever possible, because small business is the backbone of our economy. I saw in one of the budget measures a reference to dynamic sourcing for panels. Could you tell me what you mean by that?
Dynamic sourcing for panels is a function of our AusTender website, and that allows for Commonwealth panels to be uploaded to this system so that we can streamline the engagement with industry. It provides a one-stop portal for suppliers to come to, for agencies to be able to access those panels. The government has recently mandated dynamic sourcing for panels for all Commonwealth panels going forward.
Yeah.
So over time, it will provide a richer source of data of the use of those panels across the Commonwealth, but it does also reduce the cost of administration for both government and suppliers.
Yeah. So sorry, forgive me for asking the obvious question. Why is this necessarily dynamic? Is it because there's now an online portal that suppliers are inputting their information to? Is that
Look,
why?
the name of it was well before my time, but I think it's fair to say, Sally, it is quite intuitive. But we are investing in some upgrades to it at the moment to make it even more intuitive for both suppliers and agencies. But it is a bit of a revolutionary step where we can actually have greater access to the data and greater access to agencies who are using the panels.
Okay.
Another way we're assisting with this is some of our whole of Australian government panels. We've recently finalised our management advisory services panel for phase 1 and phase 2, and those services will be up on dynamic sourcing for panels.
Yeah. So if I'm a small business and I want to be considered to do government work, do I go to this dynamic sourcing section of the AusTender website and input my information, then it's there to be considered for government to use? Is that the idea?
No, it's more, in that example, the small and medium enterprise would have to bid for a tender process for a panel, and if they were successful on that panel, they would then be input into the dynamic sourcing for panels software so that other agencies can access them going forward. They still have to go through a tender process, though, to get onto dynamic sourcing for panels.
A tender process or a selection process to get onto the panel?
It's still a tender process to get on a panel. Panel procurements are normally a bit more streamlined because obviously the scope of services that could be required across the life of a panel is uncertain over a period of time. So it is normally a more streamlined tender process. But certainly you have to go through that tender process, become a successful supplier, and then you get uploaded to the DS4P system.
Okay, cool. And just to loop back on my original topic being SMEs, do you know how many SMEs are on this new panel arrangement?
So for the management advisory services, we tendered it in 3 different phases, phase 1, 2 and 3. Phase 1 went live on the 12th of July, and on that panel we have, I was trying to find my data here, so apologies, Sanders, 125 suppliers, of which 86 are small and medium enterprises. That's around 69% of the panel. Our phase 2 management advisory services panel went live yesterday. We had 157 suppliers appointed to that panel, with 129 or 82% being
great.
small and medium enterprises.
Wonderful. That's really good news. Thank you very much for that update, Mr. Danks, and sorry, Mr. Williamson, to get you up to the table and not ask you anything. Happy to give the call back Labor's way. Senator Ayres.
Minister, there was some there's a question on notice, I think, 4293, that dealt with incentive payments for Australia Post executives, and I think it ran yesterday in the financial review. What both of those, both the response to the question on notice and the financial review set out is that executives at Australia Post who are paid between $300,000 and $400,000 every year received a taxpayer-funded bonus that averaged $168,000. Does the government consider that kind of bonus appropriate?
Senator, and I understand that Host has been addressing some of these issues themselves directly in questioning.
Yeah, I'll come to their answers in a moment. What I want to know is,
well, I don't.
Do you, as the Finance Minister, consider a $168,000 bonus for an already exorbitantly paid Australia Post executive appropriate?
So we have had some concerns about the way government business enterprises have applied some of their bonus policies in the past. That led to a review that was undertaken in relation to bonus policy and has seen Minister Morton and I communicate in various ways with the various GBEs, reminding them of their obligations under the PGPA Act, reminding them of the policy settings that exist in relation to remuneration. Mr Williamson may want to go through a little bit more of the detail around that process and what has applied, but we have identified concerns in the broad that have caused us to bring that to the attention of the chairs of all the relevant GBEs.
Anything to add, Mr Williamson?
So the performance bonus guidelines that the Minister referred to were released on the 13th of August last year, Senator. They cover basically all Commonwealth entities. As the Minister indicated, there was follow-up correspondence to government business enterprises, making them aware of the guidelines and the expectation that they take those into consideration when setting their remuneration structure. The guidelines, I think it's fair to say, promulgated by the APSC, but certainly have an expectation that performance bonuses are only used in particular circumstances, and there needs to be strong supporting reasons and remuneration structures within entities, and that's been relayed to government business enterprises in terms of moving forward, how they go about setting those. But ultimately, at the end, those remuneration arrangements are set by the accountable authorities within the respective GBEs.
So, Minister, does a $168,000 bonus for a person who's already paid between $300,000 and $400,000 a year sit inside or outside the guidelines? Is that okay with you?
Senator, I'm reluctant to comment on an individual person's remuneration. That is a very significant bonus relative to that base rate. It's a very significant bonus in anybody's terms. What I'm not aware of are, of course, the terms that were required to be met in relation to that bonus, what commercial outcomes or other outcomes for the enterprise were required before that bonus was paid. And so I think to purely make a judgment call or a value statement on it without having all of the facts would be to leap to judgment without all the information.
So in your mind, it's conceivable, depending on the facts, that a $168,000 bonus might be appropriate?
Senator,
it's conceivable.
Well,
given your answer, it's either. I've asked you to rule Senator, it out. You said. Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure what you said. It was a lot of words. Does that mean that it's conceivable that it could be possible for the employee of a government business enterprise to earn $168,000 in taxpayers' money as a bonus?
Senator, dependent upon just how much is at risk, what the terms are to be met. There are obviously commercial negotiations between between employees and the management teams and the boards in the setting of these. The policy guidelines that we set are focused very much on ensuring that there is value for government, for the enterprise, for taxpayers in the performance of those enterprises, and that is ultimately what is a key element here. Government business enterprises operate in a sometimes challenging environment where they have to compete for skilled talent against the private sector. They compete to secure those commercial skills and other talent with the constraints of government policy settings applied to them, with the additional transparency of processes like this applied to them. So I am mindful that in getting the best commercial performance of GBEs, they need to get the best commercial performers, but they have to do that against the types of parameters and rules that we set.
Chair, I think that's a Birmingham yes, isn't it?
Senator, I know you're looking for me to cast a particular judgment.
So 4 minutes ago when you began, were you developing in your mind a yes or a no? It sounded very much like a yes to me. That it's conceivable for the Morrison government. Now remember 18 months or so ago, the former Chief Executive of Australia Post got the boot. Mr Morrison bellowing on the floor of the Parliament because she handed out some watches. You're now saying $168,000 bonus for somebody who is already being paid between $300,000 and $400,000 is conceivably okay.
Well, Senator, as I indicated in the first answer and the second answer, you're presenting one part of the facts, not all of the facts in your response. I would want to be informed of all of the facts in relation to how such arrangements were structured before I decided to make comments. As I said, it sounds like a very large payment in anybody's terms and relative to the size of the salary. I would expect there to be some pretty significant performance requirements that would have to be met in that regard. I understand that in terms of Post, the majority of their bonuses were paid to people on salaries below public service SES level. So that's to people managing distribution and retail networks, sales managers, etc. So Post, clearly in terms of driving the performance outcomes of their employees, has a widespread use of bonuses. They're matters that Post is best placed to address directly themselves.
So, Minister, earlier today, the Chair of Australia Post claimed that these bonuses were not bonuses. Are they bonuses?
Well, Senator, there are different ways in which performance payments can be structured.
What else could they be called? Is there another? I mean, this morning you refused to distinguish between the decisions of government in caretaker periods and the commitments that political parties make in the lead up to elections.
That would be another instance of verballing from the opposition.
Are you going to obfuscate your way through this question too? Are these bonuses or not?
Senator, as I've said a couple of times, I don't have the contractual details between Australia Post and whomever the employee is that you're asking about. Post are best placed to answer those questions. There are different ways in which performance payments are structured in contractual terms. If you want Mr Williamson to talk about how the policy settings envisage some of those different structural arrangements or the like, I'm sure he can do so.
What are they, bonuses or not? If they're not bonuses, what are they?
Okay, well, let's talk about how different performance payments are structured. I think that's what Senator Ayres is trying to ask.
What I'm trying to ask is the Chair of Australia Post reckons that these aren't bonuses. I don't need a sort of long outline of how performance pay works, but they're bonuses, aren't they, Mr Williamson?
Senator, so I'm not familiar with the evidence that the Chair gave this morning, but what I would say is in terms of Australia Post, they're reporting in their annual report for their executive remuneration, they report base salary, short-term incentive, other benefits and allowances, superannuation, long service leave, other long-term benefits and allowances. So depending on what the payment's related to, it could be a short-term incentive, but there could be a long-term retention bonuses, which are not uncommon in both in the private sector to try to retain employment.
Short-term incentive is a bonus, isn't it?
I can't comment on the Chair's evidence because I don't have the context, sorry. But that's how Australia Post report.
But Senator, yes, I mean, a short-term incentive which is paid against certain KPIs, I would shorthand that as a bonus. A long-term retention payment, I wouldn't necessarily shorthand that in the same way.
$168,000 payment over a 12-month period is a bonus, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what that is comprised of, Senator, whether there are different elements to that amongst the definition we were just discussing.
And you can't tell me whether you think that it's $168,000 is acceptable or not.
I think that it is high, as I said,
I think I know what most people think.
But in terms of its acceptability, I would assess that against knowing the details, which you're unable to furnish me with and which I don't have to hand. Certainly, Minister Fletcher and I both wrote to the Chair of Australia Post last year, reminding them of the changes that have been made to the policy settings following the Morton Review.
That didn't have much impact, did it?
Well, these would have been contractual terms set before that was undertaken, I expect, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. Senator Waters, you can have the call.
Thanks. Can I start with set the standards, please? MYEFO included a not-for-publication allocation of ongoing funding to provide support services for parliamentary staff and parliamentarians, including through the continuation of the Safe and Respectful Workplaces training program and the dedicated 24/7 parliamentary support line. Can I ask for further information, please, about how much has been provided and over what period, please?
So, Senator, we can probably answer the budget elements of that question now if you want. If you're intending to sort of go into the more operational elements, that's more a matter for outcome 3
I'll stick
later
with the
today
budget
in terms of the
elements
support
then.
for parliamentarians and so on.
Senator, I think apart from what's in the budget papers or sorry, I didn't think I had Ms Walsh here, but she is here. So she will assist you.
Thank you.
So
Thanks,
you're
Ms Walsh.
talking about
Do you
page
need-
217 of my info.
Ms Walsh, do you need me to go through the question again?
That'd be great,
Yeah,
thank you.
so there was a not-for-publication allocation that pertained to support services for parley staff and MPs, including the Safe and Respectful Workplaces training program and the 24/7 parley support line. So I'm just interested in how much has been provided and over what period.
Claire Walsh, Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. Sorry, Senator, I'm coming quickly to this. I was expecting these questions in outcome 3, so I just want to clarify the actual question.
Yes, so the budgetary amount.
Sorry, it's in there as not for publication.
That's right.
And the reasons for that is that there's some commercial elements associated with that expenditure. So if I take the example of the Safe and Respectful Workplace training, as you know, we've been rolling that training out. There's a chance we'll go to the market again for that, or it will be in some way adjusted in terms of the content or the offering to pick up recommendations that are contained in the the Jenkins review. So for that reason, because of the commercial sensitivity, it's not for publication.
Okay, so how much has been expended to date? Presumably you can tell me that.
I'll have a look in my notes, and if I don't have that here, I can certainly make sure I have it when we get to outcome 3 to give
Thank
you a
you.
full
And is
update.
there I'm not sure I agree with the commercial things, but anyway, if that is the case, is there not a sort of window or parameter of funding that an envelope?
So can I just clarify, are you asking about a particular expenditure, say the training program that is currently currently being offered, or are you talking about?
I'm just
one that
interested
might
in
be...
as much as you can tell me about the not-for-publication bit, given that some expenditure has now occurred and presumably will continue to occur.
Yeah.
Is there any further details that you can provide at this stage about that expenditure line item, which was previously a not-for-publication in my EFO?
Yeah. Sorry, Senator, I'm just looking for that, so if I can maybe... So if I can just go directly to the contract with PwC for the full rollout of the existing program, that's $1,153,561. Do you want me to say that?
Yeah,
1,153,561 and 32 cents. And that is a contract that includes everything, all the sessions, the reporting, follow-up evaluation, travel expenses, those sorts of things.
Okay. Is there any funding allocated to support the Human Rights Commission to continue to support the work of the task force, the task force for implementing the recommendations? Or is that a separate line item? I'm interested now in what funding has been given to the Human Rights Commission to continue the good work that they've begun.
So I'm not sure that can I just clarify? The Human Rights Commission doesn't
Sex Discrimination Commissioner, per se.
So in relation to expenditure for the Human Rights Commission, that's a question to direct to the Attorney General's Department.
Yes, I've just been there.
Yeah, if it's in relation to implementation of the Jenkins review, then I think that they're separate things in the sense that the Human Rights Commission doesn't necessarily have an ongoing role to do that in terms of a piece of work that they might be contracted to do. Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't think that's correct because they've just told me that there is an ongoing role for Commissioner Jenkins. So I'm interested in whether any of the not-for-publication line item has support for Commissioner Jenkins and her team, or whether that is non-existent or in some other line item.
So Senator Waters, additional funding was provided to the AHRC for Commissioner Jenkins to be able to undertake a surge capacity, if you like, in terms of the conduct and completion of the Set the Standard report. That funding was reflected, I think, in last year's budget papers. The funding that has been initially provided for implementation of those recommendations is as laid out in my EFO on page 217. In terms of some of Commissioner Jenkins's ongoing roles where the Leadership Task Force will consult with her, I'm sure, from time to time, and she will provide advice on different matters. Much of that would be within the normal functioning of AHRC operations. Obviously, if there are particular needs in relation to delivery of the Set the Standard recommendations that the AHRC has regard to, they'll be considered in the normal budget context this year. But I'm not aware of what those particular additional requirements might be outside of the ordinary support and administrative assistance the AHRC provides to each of the commissioners.
Okay, so just for clarity, when there's ongoing consultation with Commissioner Jenkins, that will come out of the HRC's core budget. But if there is, at what stage would there be extra funding? If there's a specific ask, or
if there were extraordinary additional engagements and activities, so the rationale for providing additional budget assistance to the AHRC in last year's budget was that this was a significant piece of work having to be undertaken in a relatively compressed period of time, that they would need to bring in additional staff to help with the widespread consultations that Commissioner Jenkins herself was seeking to undertake and the AHRC were undertaking with the handling of all of those submissions, the conduct of the interviews and the final drafting and preparation of the report. That was all work, obviously, that the AHRC themselves had to undertake and required a surge capability. What is envisaged, I think, in most of the engagement that is ongoing from Set the Standard is more likely that we, Senator Waters, as part of the Leadership Task Force, and potentially other arms of government in implementing the recommendations, may well engage back with Commissioner Jenkins around, like was the case on the Statement of Acknowledgement, feedback on the text and so forth. But that's not analogous to the type of elevated operational environment that she and the AHRC had to operate in to deliver Set the Standard. There's a significant budget provided to the AHRC for their ongoing operations and the support of each of their commissioners in the first place.
Okay, well, they're on in a different committee tonight, so I'll be asking them if she's got enough resourcing to be able to continue to contribute and for us all to get the benefit of her expertise.
Yep.
And if the answer there is no, then I would hope that the government actually provides additional resources so that we can continue to learn from and build on her recommendations with her ongoing input. But I'll take that up with them later tonight. So is there any separate funding stream for implementation of Set the Standards recommendations? Will there be a separate line item in the upcoming budget, or will that be rolled into some other line item?
So we're working through now what the costing implications might be of some of the recommendations, and I'm not sure that there's been a determination of the standard line item. I don't think so, because there would be there's different elements of it, including setting up a new entity. But just to reassure you, Senator, that obviously we're working through all of the recommendations in there and providing advice to government around.
Okay. So will that end up as a...
Sorry, I was just going to add also that, as you're aware from the PM&C testimony yesterday, PM&C is leading on the implementation of the implementation work, and we are providing support to them and advice to them where it's relevant to the elements of the recommendations that relate to the Department of Finance's current responsibilities.
So I mean, dependent upon what's assessed at this point in time, and noting there are some parts of the recommendations that that Commissioner Jenkins outlined take effect from later this year or onwards, and there'll be some design considerations that have to be worked through. But I would envisage, just as in my EFO, if decisions need to be taken in a budgeting context, noting that my EFO already provided $17.8 million over 4 years for implementation of responses to Set the Standard, so the government has already applied a significant sum of funds to help with that in different ways. But if there's additional, that rather than the sort of separate line item that you've suggested, Senator, it would be reflected more analogous to what was the case in my EFO, that there's a measure that the government determines to support, which it did with that $17.8 million for implementation, that is identified as a measure in budget paper number 2 for then the different streams of implementation, which would then, in terms of sort of line item terms, entail separate line items. In this case, the $17.8 million involving support for the APSC, PM&C, finance in terms of pursuit of different pieces of work around the different recommendations.
Thank you, Minister. So has that $17.4 million all been spent? And if so, will more be forthcoming? Or will it simply be rolled over?
17.8, and no, it's budgeted over 4 years.
Oh, I see. So are we expecting an increase in the overall amount?
That will depend, Senator, in terms of agencies' assessments around the needs related to implementation.
Right. Are there any arrangements being made for survivors and staff, and former staff for that matter, and unions to contribute to the development of the Code of Conduct, which is another of the Jenkins recs?
Well, Senator, as you know, both chambers have now passed the resolution recommended by Commissioner Jenkins to establish the Joint Select Committee for the development of the Code of Conduct. That's the process that Commissioner Jenkins recommended. And within that process of parliamentary committee operations, the Parliament is funded to support committees to conduct hearings in different locations, to do them in camera or publicly, and to receive that sort of feedback from anyone who wishes to participate.
Okay,
I think
just the normal...
We are well into outcome 3 territory here as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my second last question on that.
Okay, thank you.
So will any additional measures or approach be considered, or just feedback through the joint committee process in the normal manner from survivors and staff? Will there be a chance, for example, for them to see any draft code of conduct and have input on that? It
Senator,
seems appropriate in this case.
Well, I would hope, Senator, that the committee will be conscious of that. It was an express recommendation of Kate's that we use that process to develop the codes of conduct. By its nature, it's a consultative process, given the way in which parliamentary committees work. It doesn't need to all be in public. I would stress that committees, as you all know, have the opportunity to undertake actions in camera. I don't think that it would be appropriate for the government to seek to run a competing process around the development of those codes of conduct. We, as the Leadership Task Force, the Cross-Party Leadership Task Force, might want to discuss whether there are different things that we think are necessary that we might recommend to that committee in terms of how it undertakes its work, and very open to have those discussions. But I think Commissioner Jenkins was pretty clear in her recommendations that basically said this should not be a government task, it should be a parliament task, and so that's what the parliament is funded and provided to do.
Yes, hopefully there might be some budgetary consideration for supporting and facilitating staff, former staff survivors to contribute in a way that's additional to the normal manner in those committees. Can I ask now, before I move on to some other matters, if time permits, is what's the current status of development and review of the harassment, bullying, DV and related policies for MOP staff? Where is that one at?
Well and truly in outcome 3, but...
Yes. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm afraid I do have to be in another committee for most of today, so that is my last question, which is possibly misplaced, and I do apologise for that. It is hard to work out where things belong.
Senator Waters, it is definitely an outcome 3 question, but in terms of, I know we've talked about the work that Department of Finance was doing in terms of updating the 2 policies that you refer to. That work continues, but we are now obviously contributing that to the work that the Minister's just been describing in terms of the Leadership Task Force and the implementation of the recommendations, but those policies are well advanced and have been well consulted.
What's the timeframe on their finalisation?
I would need to come back to you on notice. It is something that's being discussed actively in the broader context.
All right, thank you. Can I move now to government contracts? What process is in place? And I think I'm in the right spot here, and apologies for the earlier questions not being so. What process is in place to determine whether an applicant for a government contract or a tender has made a political donation in the past financial year? Is there any such process for checking whether people who want public money have made a political donation in that financial year?
Senator, I don't believe there's any rules in the Commonwealth procurement rules requiring a company to advise of any political donations. There are requirements for companies to disclose conflict of interest, and if a supplier considered that would raise to the issue of a conflict of interest, then they would provide it in their tender response.
Okay, so I don't think that's good enough, but if it is considered a conflict of interest, are you saying that the person who's made the political donation is now seeking public money through a grant or tender, they have to disclose of their own free will that they've made a donation? Is there no process that the department checks of their own accord whether applicants have donated to a political party?
Well, the Commonwealth Procurement Framework is a devolved framework, so it's up to individual accountable authorities to put in processes in place to assure themselves that they're complying with Commonwealth procurement rules. I think that's probably all I've got to say, sorry, Senator.
Okay, so do any of the departments check, or do they all just wait for a donor who now wants a public tender to tell them that they're also a donor?
You'd have to put that question to individual departments, and
Okay, well,
we don't collect that level of data.
Just to your department then?
Well, I speak on behalf of the procurement policy. As for how the Department of Finance undertakes its procurements, that would be a different area.
All right, well, we've got
Are you
Department of
suggesting,
Finance
Senator,
here.
that a company that has made a donation should be excluded from being able to win a contract?
Well, in my opinion, yes, but that wasn't what I was asking the officials. I'm interested in, is there a process for the department to check whether someone who's just applied for a grant or tender is also a political donor? Or are you relying on them, as was suggested, to say, yes, I have, and yes, this might be a conflict? That's not enough protection in my mind.
I mean, arguably, there's an argument that could be made, Senator, that in terms of the procurement decisions and rules as they apply, and I would note that around government contracts and procurement decisions, overwhelmingly they are signed off and determined by officials, not by ministers. And there would be an argument that would be made that it would be inappropriate in terms of the assessment of the public servants of the merits of those procurement decisions for them to be giving any consideration to partisan elements of any tendering parties' activities.
Well, we know that that's how it should be, but the ministers are frequently involved in
but
dishing
you're
out
seemingly
grants.
suggesting that tenderers should provide such partisan information.
No,
in
I think the
tenders
department should check, and
rather
I'm seeking to establish whether the department does, and I think the answer is no, and I hope I'm wrong.
I think it's far better that officials and departments, in making decisions and assessments of tenders and contracts, are doing so free of any political consideration or interference.
Where the minister has an involvement in the dispensation of public funds, as is routinely the case, and indeed just last night we heard that there's yet another rort that's been identified by the ANAO, this time by Minister Dutton, surely the public can expect that a department has a process to make sure that people who want public money, companies who want public money, haven't tried to seek a favour. And I'm incredulous that there's not a process for checking that. And so I'm just again wanting to confirm that there's no proactive process by the Department of Finance or any other department to check on that.
So Senator, in assessing procurements, we follow the procurement guidelines, and I speak on behalf of the department in this regard, rather than the officers who are responsible for whole of government procurement. I mean, those go specifically to the acquiring of goods and services. The Minister is correct, predominantly these are decisions taken by officials. And the procurement guidelines, set out quite clearly the types of considerations that should and should not be taken into account. For example, at 4.4, sets out the criteria around achieving value for money, that procurement should encourage competition, be non-discriminatory, use public resources in an efficient, effective, economical and ethical manner, facilitate accountable and transparent decision making, encourage appropriate engagement with risk and the like. The guidelines set out that price isn't the sole factor when assessing value for money, that it's also consideration of quality, fitness for purpose of the proposal and the like. I mean, there is a wealth of information in the procurement guidelines that our officials follow in terms of assessing what is in front of them, in terms of what the objective is of that procurement, what the proposals are that have come forward, and then the process of assessing those proposals. So we will be engaging with each procurement on its merits and coming to review as the appropriate official who is responsible for making those decisions.
But you don't check whether any of the applicants have made a political donation in the preceding financial year?
We would be focused on what is in front of us in terms of that procurement.
Okay, so that's
I don't think that matter would be relevant in terms of whether the goods and services that we are seeking to procure meet the criteria.
Indeed, it should not be relevant, but in reality it is.
Would not be relevant in the decision-making process.
So do you keep a record?
Senator, that's quite a slur that you're making there. Indeed, as Ms Huxtable has made clear, overwhelmingly procurement decisions and contractual decisions made in relation to government procurements are handled by officials and not matters of decision by ministers. under no circumstances should or would donations form part of the consideration of those decisions. And the suggestion that you've made would in fact potentially run the risk that officials otherwise looking precisely at the type of considerations that should inform a decision may inadvertently have decisions skewed by virtue of awareness of factors that should not form part of the consideration of procurement decisions.
I'm not seeking to impugn public servants. I would never do that. I'm seeking to make sure that ministers don't pick a winner based on who's just donated to them and tell the public servants which one to give the procurement tender to. But I'm alarmed that there's no process in place to stop that. Are there any records that are kept of contracts that have been issued that went to companies that donated?
So the information around the outcome of processes is on AusTender. So it is a very, transparent report that enables anyone to see who has received or who has been the subject of procurement by the government. So that is the reporting mechanism effectively. And I would just point out, and the officials are responsible for this, that in terms of the procurement guidelines, and we have international obligations in respect of procurement, the fundamental of the procurement framework is that it is non-discriminatory, that it treats potential suppliers equitably based on their abilities and doesn't discriminate against them based on their size, foreign affiliation or ownership, location and the like. So that is sort of a fundamental that underpins the foundation on which the procurement framework is built.
Yes, I understand that the words in black and white say what they need to say. My concern is that the reality of ministerial pressure is potentially leading to outcomes that are skewed, and I'm wanting to know what protections are in place to stop that happening. And so far there's not any, and AusTender, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't match up successful tenderers with political donors. Someone would need to track that information against the donations disclosure, which we know is flawed and incomplete because of the volumes of dark money that are donated anyway. So there's not a lot of transparency here.
Well, the transparency is that the outcome of tender processes that are conducted under a non-discriminatory procurement framework are published and are available for everyone to see.
Okay, if a political donation...
And a part of that non-discriminatory framework, Senator, is not discriminating against entities on the basis of their political beliefs, views or values. If they are the best entity to do the job, I think about, for example, in the social services portfolio, there would be a number of NGOs who go through procurement processes for the delivery of government services, who probably at times make statements that the government may not necessarily agree with or welcome. Nonetheless, they are not decisions for ministers overwhelmingly, and the political views of those entities, whether they are donors or simply public participants in debate, should not form part of the consideration of whether or not they best meet a particular tender process at a particular point in time.
Okay, so why do the big four
Waters.
consultancies make such generous donations then to political parties, if not to reap the benefits of government contracts and tenders? Is it just because they're being nice?
So, Senator, many entities make donations indeed to, yes, across politics on the basis that they support democratic process and the ability of parties to participate in that democratic process, just as people choose to make donations to the Greens.
And on that note, I think the committee will now break for lunch. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you.
Committee suspends.
We were there yet.
See you in a bit. Examination of outcomes 1 and 2 for the Department of Finance. And Senator Gallagher, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Huxtable, on the it was on the 8th of February, there was an article that appeared in the Australian with the headline Labor COVID Policies, an extra $81 billion hit Simon Birmingham. And in that article, online and in the paper version, at the bottom of the table, it had down the bottom source, Finance Department. I'm just wondering if you could explain to the committee what your involvement was in that article and the materials provided.
Senator, I can inform there that that the modelling was undertaken within the government, not by the Department of Finance. My office did not inform the Australian that it was Finance Department modelling upon seeing the graph that was presented, noting the story text itself did not reflect it as being a Department of Finance, but upon seeing the graphics that were published, my office contacted the Australian to make sure that I believe the online version was rectified.
Okay, so can we step through that a bit? You said the modelling done. Can you say what that entailed? It was done within government. What does that mean? Was it done in your office by your advisors?
In part, Senator.
Pardon?
In part.
And where else?
Well, the team across government, Senator, obviously,
okay.
We are conscious of announcements that are made of potential government spending and seeking to keep a track on what those could be, and noting the numerous policy announcements or calls for additional spending made by the opposition throughout the COVID-19 pandemic exceeding that estimated $81 billion.
Okay, so your office. Who else? The Treasurer's office?
They would have provided some advice, Senator.
Okay. The Prime Minister's office?
I'm not so sure there, Senator.
You're not sure? This is your drop to the Australian and you're not sure?
I think my team and the Treasurer's team are the ones who would bring the understanding of the costs and implications of the different policy announcements that you've made but not costed.
Okay. And so did you provide this modelling to the Prime Minister's office?
I'm sure, Senator, that they were aware of the information that we were providing to make sure Australians can understand the profligate ways of the Labor Party.
Okay, so you did provide it to the Prime Minister's office. Was it provided, or what other ministers were involved in this?
Senator, we would have engaged any other ministers as were necessary.
Okay, so Health Minister involved? Mr Hunt?
Well, Senator, I don't think we needed any assistance of the Health Minister when it comes to matters such as, for example, the $300 cash payments that you proposed. It's a pretty straightforward calculation in terms of the billions of dollars of unnecessary expenditure that would have incurred.
So the rapid antigen tests, they didn't involve the Health Minister, they were another advisor, were they? Just working it out on their own?
There are already obviously costings associated with the concessional supply of rapid antigen tests, and those costings that have been undertaken provide a basis to extrapolate that on a very conservative basis in terms of what Labor's very ill-defined policy on rapid antigen tests would look like.
So ill-defined, but you managed to define it. Ill-defined, but you managed to define it.
On a very conservative basis, Senator.
What a joke.
We assessed a capped, time-limited number that you would be providing. You haven't actually, and Mr Albanese hasn't made clear how many free rats he says people would be entitled to,
so
over what time frame or how they'd be provided.
So you made it up?
Well, unfortunately, Senator, you've announced a policy with no detail. So we put some conservative...
unfortunately, no detail. So you've filled in the blanks, have you?
If you're going to go out there and make grand promises, I mean, you've all been sort of running Facebook tiles and social media posts that suggest free rats for everyone. That's what you've been suggesting, free rats for everyone. Well, I don't see an asterisk on there anywhere that says there's any limit to the number, or an asterisk on there saying only if you go and get it from a doctor through the Medicare system, or whatever it is that your policy actually is. So yes, Senator, if you're not going to cost your policies that are clearly ill
Okay.
thought through and not costed, then we think the Australian people deserve an
Okay.
opportunity to
So
understand what
this
those
is the
costs may
government's
be.
big scare campaign against Labor. You are now admitting you had no involvement from the Finance Department. It was cooked up in your office and Minister Frydenberg's office. It may have been given to the Prime Minister. You didn't have enough detail, so you made it up yourself, and that's how you came to this number. Seriously?
Well, Senator, we used every ounce.
Seriously?
Senator, we used every ounce of
Are you
detail that
serious?
the Labor Party
The
has
Finance
provided on its
Minister, and
policy.
this is how you're
We-
spending your
Order.
days, is
We
it?
used
Order.
every ounce of
This
detail.
is how you're spending your days.
Okay, I'm very
Order.
happy that you want to
Senators.
talk about the more
Yeah.
than $81 billion worth
Cooked up,
of promises the Labor
dodgy
Party.
numbers
Order,
by a finance
order.
minister who should
Order.
be doing something else.
Senators, we are 9 minutes into the afternoon session, and I did warn both of you this morning about speaking over one another. So if we could try and go one by one in asking questions and responding to them, it would make my life much easier. Thank you very much. Minister, I think you were responding to Senator Gallagher's latest question.
So Senator Gallagher, if the Labor Party wants to actually detail costings for any of its
Well,
calls
I
or
tell you what,
policies,
we will.
We
will, but not through
I'd
your
not even completed a
advisors.
sentence before you started talking then Senator. You will, but you make these grand proclamations without detail, without costings, if in the context of the fact that we do face an election this year, and it will be a choice for Australians between
$1
our
trillion in
government
debt
or what
with
you
nothing
are
to show for it.
proposing. And so we think it is important that your policies face scrutiny, just as you seek to scrutinise the position of the government.
I reckon it's gonna
And
go
I
pretty
make no
well for you.
apologies for the fact that we will scrutinise your so-called policies, and when they are as ill-defined as a policy like your free rat policy, then of course we will have to put some parameters and assumptions around that as to what it would cost, because you're not saying how many you'd give out, you're not saying by what means you'd give them out, you're not saying who would be eligible, and you're not saying how much it would cost. So that is just a classic example of the way this Labor Party and this opposition is working at present, where it is all spin and announcement but absolutely no detail to any of these sorts of policies.
Right, so the costings will be released in a standard way that parties do it, and you do it as well during the election campaign, so don't worry yourself on that. They all will be costed. We are utilising the Parliamentary Budget Office, so just you can ease your concerns on that front. But let's
So
just
will that policy-
all our
will that policy
policies,
stay,
all
Senator?
our policies we take to the election will be costed and they will be released. Don't worry about that. I'm worried about this. Okay, and your little dodgy scare campaign that fell flat, I might add, and no surprises why. And let's talk about how did you cost the free rapid antigen test? Because I saw you quoted it initially saying they cost $13 billion. Then I heard the Treasurer refer to them as costing $10 billion, and then in this dodgy document, they've costed it $5 billion.
So
there was some changing.
So as I said, quite a conservative approach that was undertaken.
Right. Not three different
A
costings.
conservative approach over a shorter period of time in
Right.
terms of what you might do, because I note, Senator, that even around that time, I think it was Mr. Butler who said that perhaps that policy won't be relevant by the time of the election. So perhaps it's a bit like the $300 payments that you announced, Mr. Albanese announced, and then he walked away
They're
from.
$12 billion.
Well, that was your grand idea.
Yeah,
$12 billion
So
you're
you
going
just
to pay
doubled-
people to do
you
something
doubled
they've done for
the
free.
original costing, I see.
$12 billion
This is how
you're
you
going to
spend
pay
your
people
days. This is seriously
to do
what
they've done for
instead
free.
of costing another party's policy, why didn't you get some free rats tests?
So, Senator,
Why didn't you spend your time actually procuring the tests that Australians needed, rather than sitting in your advisors in your office trying to dodgy up these numbers and run another scare campaign?
So, Senator, I know you're very sensitive about any scrutiny to
Not at
the
all.
ill-thought-out Labor policy
Not
thought
at all.
bubbles.
Not at
Well,
all.
it sounds like you're very sensitive.
What I'm sensitive
I know
to
as
is
the
the
Shadow
Finance
Finance
Minister of
Minister-
Australia putting rubbish in the Australian and then attributing it to the Finance Department.
Yes, well, I'm very clear that we did not. Very clear that we did not seek to attribute, and want to be very clear that obviously we would not ask the department to undertake that type of work because that is not their function. But certainly, Senator, your policies deserve scrutiny. You're the shadow finance minister, yet these policy announcements are made without any costs attached to them at the time, with very scant detail as to what they mean. And indeed, then you get backflip, and you backflip on them on the journey through.
This is the response.
This is about trying to provide some scrutiny to an opposition that won't provide any detail to its own policies. That's already announced ones like the $300 bonus and walked back from them.
So frustrating that you just have to make stuff up.
So,
was that a question, Senator
So,
Ayres?
Minister, when your office, so appeared online at about 10:30 on the 8th of the 2nd, at what point did the government, did one of your advisors contact the Australian? Because it was online, attributed to the Finance Department at 10:34. How long did it take for the costings unit, the labour costings unit you run out of your office, how long did it take for them to work out the Finance Department had been nominated as the source of the figures?
It was, well, I'm being advised within 20 minutes.
So it appeared for 20 minutes. It was in the paper copy for forever. The next day.
And Senator, at no time did my office represent it as modelling undertaken by the Finance Department.
So how did it get there? Did you get an explanation? Did the Australian say, we just put that on the bottom in case?
As I would note, the text of the story also never suggested that. In terms of the graphic designers or how that occurred within the Australian, we brought that to their attention promptly. So
they just dreamt that up, did they? That the Finance Department had been the source of these figures? Is that what really...
As I said, Senator, the story itself never suggested that it was the department modelling. So in acknowledgement of the journalist in that regard, I don't think they ever misinterpreted it either. But obviously what was printed that would have gone through sub-editing and other processes, that's a matter for the newspaper, but as soon as we identified it, we alerted them to the situation.
And was it on the material that left your office electronically? Presumably that costings...
The graphic was not something done in my office, Senator.
Okay, so no table... There was no table that left your office with that on it?
Nothing that we provided in any way presented the information as being prepared by the Department of Finance.
And to Ms Huxtable, this appeared in the paper version of the Australian and was online for a period of time, unclear. Did you take any action in terms of inquiring how this could be the case, and also whether you needed to make a statement about the fact that you hadn't been involved?
Yep. So I spoke to the Minister's office the next morning. I didn't actually see it that evening of the 8th. I saw it early the next morning to make clear that clearly that was wrongly attributed to the Finance Department. I think at that point there had already been action taken by the Minister's office to have the attribution corrected. Certainly, I was ready to respond to any media inquiries that we might get in respect of the data, given that there was a period where it was attributed to us. However, in light of the fact that the correction occurred quite early the next morning, I didn't consider it was necessary to put out a public statement.
But it was in the paper version that got circulated widely, presumably, that day, the 9th of the 2nd. How did you weigh that up? How did you decide that it didn't merit any further statement from you?
Certainly, Senator, if we'd got media inquiries in respect of the data, then we had a response in respect to that, but we didn't get any media inquiries.
Can I have that? Can I have the response that was prepared?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Why?
Because I don't have it here.
Well, I'm sure someone can get it. This is pretty serious as we enter into a hotly contested election campaign. The government has created its own internal costing unit with its own methodology, it seems. It's put it on the front page of The Australian in a massive attempt at a scare campaign about the alternate government's policies. On that article, on the front page, it has the Finance Department as the source of the costings, giving it authority. And I am wondering how on earth the Finance Department thinks it's appropriate that they say nothing about it.
Because the attribution was changed in the
But it
online
wasn't
version,
on
and
the
it was
paper.
changed very early.
The paper version went out with finance on the front page as the source. So are you saying that because no one reads the paper version that you've made a decision that it was less harmful? Or is that the decision you took?
Well, I think Ms Huxtable's outlined what decisions she took in terms of being prepared to correct the record under any queries that occurred, and of course she would have done that here as well, but for the fact that I answered the question first. She's been very clear in that regard. I don't think the attribution was on the front page, incidentally, Senator.
Well, the article was on the front page.
The lead ran off the front page, Senator.
Yeah. So COVID policies costed with the graphics to accompany it. Okay, so is it because it wasn't on the front page that you decided that it was fine to leave finances as a source?
Senator, I think...
And with respect, Ms Huxtable hasn't answered why she took that decision. So if you could.
No, I think I have, Senator. I mean, the judgment I made is that because the attribution had been changed, and it had been changed very expeditiously, we received no media inquiries in respect of the data. It was on that basis that I decided not to put out a public statement.
Well, I would like to know, and I can't see any reason why we cannot be provided with the media comments that you prepared to respond to that. Considering we now know that you had nothing to do with this, why...
I took it on notice.
Well, it's just avoiding scrutiny. It's avoiding a difficulty. Ms
Taking a
Huxtable,
question
you
on
don't
notice
normally
is not
play
avoiding
games.
scrutiny, Senator
But
Gallagher.
I'm not
That's not
sure-
a fair representation.
Well, it is important. You are down as the source of this. You took no action to correct it.
But
No public action to correct it. It was in the paper, and now you're saying to me I can't have access to whatever media response was prepared for it.
Senator, that's not fair. The Secretary did contact my office first thing that morning.
No
as it turns out, as you
response.
acknowledged, the story had gone online earlier, and my office had already taken the steps to contact the Australian and advised the Secretary of that at that time.
No public statement to correct the record. Ms Huxtable, do you think it is important that the Finance Department is seen as apolitical?
The Finance Department is apolitical, Senator.
Yes, and it's important that it is seen as apolitical?
Well, I believe I've been very clear on the record, including in this estimates, around what our role is in respect of the issues that you're raising.
Okay, so when we have a political hit in the government journals that attributes the information in a table graphic to the Finance Department, how can it be that there is no public response to that, particularly as we head into an election campaign?
Senator, I think I've already answered that. My judgment was that because the attribution was changed and changed very early that day, and there was no inquiries coming to the department, which I drew from that the media were very clear that the Department of Finance was not the source of the material as the attribution had been changed, that I didn't think a public statement was warranted. That was the judgment I made at the time.
And how do you know that the media all knew that it wasn't the Finance Department?
Well, they certainly weren't coming to us for comment or to us for information about the details in the material, and we would normally expect that that would occur.
So, at what point would it have crossed the line for you?
The attribution was changed, Senator. That was a very important
But
fact.
how can you say it was changed online after a period of time, but it remained in the paper version? So how can you say it wasn't changed in there and there was nothing for the ordinary person reading the paper? They wouldn't have had any idea that the Finance Department didn't cost those dodgy costings done in a back room of Minister Birmingham's office.
Well, Senator, I mean, I've given you my thinking at the time. I'll probably have nothing more to add to that.
Can I please have the media response that you had prepared? I don't want to wait 30 days for it, which is what happens when people take it on notice. And considering the seriousness of this, that certainly I hold it really seriously, and Ms Huxtable, I think it would do well for your defence if that was provided. I want to know what the Department of Finance was going to say, or perhaps you can tell me what they were going to say.
Well, Senator, Ms Huxtable's taken that on notice.
So we kicked it down the can for 30 days.
Senator,
that's what's happened.
Senator, she's taken it on notice because she doesn't have it here at present. I'm sure if further information can be provided quickly, she will do so.
Okay, well, were you provided with what Finance was going to say if they were approached by media? Did Finance provide that to your office?
I wasn't provided. No, apparently it wasn't shared with my office.
Okay.
And we were advised, though, that would be the case in terms of if there were queries that Finance would make that expressly clear.
And what was it essentially, Ms Huxtable? What were you going to say if the media approached the Department of Finance? What were you going to say? Was it a short, we didn't have anything to do with this?
I mean, I've been through that, I think, here already, Senator. I mean, the costing was not prepared in the Department of Finance, so that's what I would have said. Or, not exactly those words, but along those lines. So
you were going to say these costings were not costed by the Department of Finance?
Were not prepared by the Department of Finance, that's correct. But, the wordsmithing of that, as we didn't actually end up putting out a statement.
Nor did you have a query to respond to.
Nor did we have a query to respond to. But certainly we would have been putting out a statement along those lines. And no different to what I've said in this place previously in respect of costing of opposition policies.
Okay. And so you've taken it, sometime down the track, get it on notice, what was prepared. Is your dodgy costing unit going to be continuing to put out tables like this?
Senator, we will continue to scrutinise your announcements in the lead up to the election, just as I expect you will continue to scrutinise ours.
Okay, and how many people in this costing unit? How many are they and what are their skills other than being Liberal staffers?
Well, Senator, staff in my office, like staff in your office, will undertake roles to assist with the scrutiny of alternate policies, just as they assist with the development of our own policies.
Now, it sounds like everyone saw this for what it was, but...
Provide more detail around your policies and their costings at the time of release, and you can avoid these sorts of circumstances, Senator.
Thank you very much for the advice, and as I said, we will be providing costings as we have in previous elections, and every other party does as well. So you can probably disband your little costings unit if you'd like, Mr Birmingham, now that it's been completely discredited.
Senator, not as discredited, I think, as policies like your abandoned $300 payments.
It has.
I mean, that was so discredited that you walked away from the policy yourself.
Fell flat on its face has been run by a handful of Liberal staffers.
But what this exposed were the tens of billions of dollars extra that a Labor government would have spent over the last 2 years, including in policies that you yourselves have since walked away from because they were so bad. Your policies, and you've backflipped on them in the space of 12 months, Senator. I mean, I can't recall many occasions where an opposition has gone out and said, we're going to make a $300 payment, and then within 12 months said, actually, no, we're not going to.
Without credibility, like it has become a total joke that this...
That policy
this
is indeed
the
a total
standard.
joke,
When
Senator. Always was, actually.
When Australians needed their government to be going out and fixing aged care and actually buying rapid antigen tests, you established a little costings unit of Liberal staffers to cost Labor campaigns, commitments,
Which
to
you
then
won't cost
splash
yourself.
on the
You won't
front
cost your
page
own
of the
policies.
Australian, which you then had to correct after trying to pretend they were costed by the finance department. What an absolute shambles.
The cost of policies actually matters, Senator, and you should be upfront at the time you announce them.
Order.
Like completely
Order.
embarrassing.
I haven't heard a senator ask a question for about a minute.
Okay.
So if a senator would
I
like
have
to
more
ask
questions.
a question.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Senator Gallagher, thank you.
On the breakdown of the decisions taken but not yet announced, in the MyEFO we had $16 billion in decisions taken but not yet announced. That was an extraordinarily large amount and a huge increase on previous decisions taken not yet announced. What details can you provide me, in particular, what can you break it into proportions? I know there's an element of not for publication. Can you tell me how much of the $15,795 million, how much of that is not for publication costs?
Sorry, Senator, I just missed the last half of your question there. I know it was about
It's really
the
what
line.
Yeah. So of the decisions taken but not yet announced in the MyEFO, there was $16 billion that fell under that title, and not-for-profit measures. So not for publication, sorry. And so I'm asking, what proportion of that $16 billion is not for publication?
So Senator, we don't generally prescribe specific breakup there because obviously
Yeah, I don't
the
want the
elements
specifics.
that are not for publication.
Is it half?
The Treasurer has publicly acknowledged previously that it is around half.
So is there a reason why you can't give us the number, the specific number? I don't want it broken down, but if it's around half, then it's presumably in the order of $8 billion that are for not for publication. Do you have an exact figure for that?
Well, as I was saying before, we don't normally prescribe the breakdown of those two components of that line, in essence because of the commercial and other sensitivities around those that are in the not-for-publication category.
So are you saying that if you said it was 7.98 billion, that there would be some way of identifying how much you'd allocated to different programs?
At different times in different budget cycles, depending on what's there and what's not there, yes, it could be, Senator.
But when it's this big, and we know that there is a number of programs identified as not for publication, I think the government's already done that. What is the ration?
Yeah.
What's the reason?
So as the Treasurer has already indicated in that regard that it is around half.
So the best I'm going to get out of that is it's around $8 billion. Is that as specific?
That would be
right.
accurate with
Okay.
with what the Treasurer has said.
Okay. Now, from my estimation, there's been about $5 billion in new funding announcements made since MyEFO. Or you can correct me if I'm wrong, because there has been other payments like the advance to the Finance Minister and things like that. But if I go through it by program, whether you can tell me whether these are coming out of the decisions taken but not yet announced line, or whether it's actually additional money. It's the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program, $187.8 million. Does that come out of decisions taken but not yet announced?
Might need to just check the name of that program against.
It was announced on the 28th of December, and my notes say it's Tackling Indigenous Smoking Program, 187.8 million.
I think, unless anybody else can help us on that one.
It might be easier if you tell me what has been spent out of the decisions taken but not yet announced. If Ms Patterson has that in her brief, because I have a number of projects, but you know, if you can tell me between my EFO and now what has come out of that in terms of announcements.
Senator, there is quite a large number that are being published in portfolio additional estimates. It is a list that goes for several pages, so I'm not sure if you want us to go through that line by line or whether...
ones?
No, in everyone's additional
Across
estimates.
agencies.
Yeah. So as to the best...
Yeah, or just.
I mean, we can quickly run through them.
Yeah. Yep.
But it just might take a while.
Or just copy me the bit of the brief you can give me. That's fine. I don't mind.
I'll go.
Sorry. Why don't you try doing the headline points?
Kat Patterson, Deputy Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting. Okay, so decisions taken but not announced since the MyEFO, which have been published in the portfolio additional estimate statements. I'll go through by portfolios, probably the easiest way to do that. Agriculture, water and environment. We have supporting Australia's Antarctic research and resupply vessel. Great Barrier Reef package.
Yep.
Biodiversity recovery package, koala conservation and protection.
Yep.
National recycling campaign, additional funding. Plant a tree for the Jubilee program.
Yep.
Establish pest and weed management.
Yep.
Then moving to health portfolio. Cancer Genomics Laboratory establishment. Fighting Cancer McGrath Foundation breast care nurses.
Yep.
Approved medical deputising services. And organ match delivery of best practice in organ allocation.
Yep.
Then Department of Home Affairs, Commonwealth Countering Violent Extremism initiatives, and high-risk terrorist offenders regime implementation. And that one will appear in the portfolio additional estimate statements for a number of agencies, not just Home Affairs, that one.
Across government, yeah.
Yep. Industry, Science, Energy and Resources portfolio. Enhancing the digital capability of NOPTA and NOPSEMA. I've got those pronunciations right.
Yep.
Science Capability National Measurement Institute. Marinus Link, additional support. Moving to the infrastructure portfolio, extending the commercial broadcasting tax transitional support payments. Infrastructure investment. Media sector reforms. National commemorative statues, but that is from a previous round of debenture, not from the MyEFO one, but just for accuracy. National Australia Infrastructure Facility, increased appropriation. Then the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander statues in the Parliamentary Triangle, Australia's Future Leaders Program, and that was also from a prior round Debicina, 2020-21 MAEFO.
Yep.
Digital economy regulation, National Disaster Resilience and Support Emergency Response Fund, development of future support for improved outcomes of Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory, the Ngura Cultural Precinct. There's the Dawson and Oars versus Commonwealth Community Development Program class action. That was also a prior round Debicina, not from the most recent MAEFO. And then getting towards the end, social services portfolio, strong and resilient community grants expansion, building the long-term viability of the financial counselling sector, National Debt Helpline. Treasury portfolio is the Western Australia Children's Hospice. And finally, Department of Veterans Affairs, 50th anniversary of the end of Australian involvement in the Vietnam War, Tasmanian Veteran Wellbeing Centre, and the Veteran Wellbeing Grant Program.
Senator, there's a shorter list that summarises the measures that are published as NFP, if you want. They are obviously all already published as NFP in the budget papers, but if it's helpful for you to have that summarised, we can go through what is, say, a shorter list than the one Ms Patterson just read.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Find that list. Yes. Okay. So, MAEFO measures that are full or partial not for publication. So under cross-portfolio, Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces, independent review and ongoing support measures. Do you want me to give you the page numbers in MAEFO just for cross-checking?
I think I've got all the measures that were not for publication.
Okay,
yeah, so I'm just ticking them.
Ticking them off? Yeah. Okay, COVID-19 response package, additional aviation support continued.
Yep.
Under finance, COVID response package, Centres for National Resilience.
Yep.
Under foreign affairs and trade, Australian infrastructure financing facility for the Pacific projects and the export finance facility. Under health, there's the COVID-19 response package, vaccines and treatment purchases, guaranteeing Medicare and access to medicines, PBS new and amended listings, and improving access to medicines, new strategic agreements with Medicines Australia and the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association. Noting both of those are receipt-only NFPs.
Yep.
Home Affairs, permissions capability, digital passenger declaration, industry, science, energy and resources portfolio, former British nuclear testing site at Maralinga, maintenance, Northern Endeavour decommission, additional funding, satellite-based augmentation system, additional funding, which is a receipt, and Snowy Hydro Limited Hunter Power Project.
Okay.
Then infrastructure, transport, regional development and communications, infrastructure investment, national collecting institutions preserving Australia's cultural heritage, WSA Co Limited equity injection, social services portfolio, just one there, continuation of funding for the Fathering Project and the Home Interaction Program for parents and youngsters. And the final from Treasury is SME Recovery Loan Scheme extension.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Are you able to tell me, in that first lot of the decisions taken, what that long list you gave me?
Yeah.
How much that adds up to? Do you have that?
Yes, I do. So that long list of things that were then published in portfolio additional estimate statement is 926.7 million, noting that there are some NFPs in that list. So obviously,
In the decisions taken,
yes,
because there's a bit of a crossover.
Yep.
Yep.
So they-
Okay, so they've come out of
actually,
the... Yeah,
actually
they've come
not
out.
announced at all that are still NFP. That
Yep.
have
Yep.
essentially moved from what you might describe as one column to the other.
yes.
Okay. All right. So all of that was just 926 million.
0.7, yep.
0.7 million. Okay. So where there's a couple of those are crossed off. So where there's been other announcements from government. So the $800 payments to aged care workers. Well, that doesn't appear in these because decision was taken after my EFO on that, and so it will be reconciled in the budget.
Yeah.
That's right. And,
Okay, so that's new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's been a set of things announced which are essentially new funding, new measures like the 800 since MyEFO, and then there's also been obviously other things that have been announced following the closing of the books. So you end up sort of three categories of
So do you have a
announcements.
list of the new measures sort of that sit outside decisions taken and not for publication in MyEFO to where we are today?
Yes.
So we've got the $800.
Yep. So
it's 210 million.
So new measures since MyEFO that have a negative impact.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, this would be as of the pays cut-off.
Yes, as of the pays cut-off.
As of
yes,
the pays cut-off date.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been early February. We can give you an exact date. But
Yeah.
Okay.
Pays being the portfolio additional
estimates.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I got it. I'm with you.
It's a page and a half. Do you want me to read them?
Yes, or table it. But
I'll go first.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So new measures. Hold on. I'm just going to make sure I've got the right list. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so new measures since MyEFO as published in portfolio additional estimate statements. The Department of Defence, there is one for Defence Mental Health. Department of Education, Skills and Employment, increase the AgMove participant cap. Health portfolio, COVID response package, COVID vaccine program, COVID-19 response package, improving access to critical medical supplies, COVID response package, strengthening primary care, COVID response package, vaccines and treatment purchases, guaranteeing Medicare extension to MBS emergency bushfire item, and a mental health item. Department of Home Affairs, visa application charge for refunds for student and working holidaymaker visa holders.
Oh, yeah.
Backpacker and student campaign, visa application charge refund settings campaign. Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources has one, the diesel exhaust fluid security. Department of Infrastructure has CASA supplementation. Prime Minister and Cabinet has Indo-Pacific Clean Energy Supply Chain Forum. COVID-19 response package, pandemic leave, disaster payment extension, and Treasury small business debt helpline and new access for business owners program.
And do you have a total figure for that?
Yes, it's 2.3 billion over 4 years to 2024-25.
Thank you very much, Ms Patterson. The additional money for the ABC and SBS that was announced on the 7th of February, is that because it might fall out of this, or because it's a future payment, not a retrospective payment in terms of the cuts to indexation?
So the arrangements around the indexation freeze as it relates to the ABC were a freeze that applied for the previous triennial funding agreement.
Yeah.
The decision that had been taken was that that would be a freeze for the previous triennial funding agreement. The budget, as handed down last year, had reflected that previous decision,
Okay.
which was for that triennial funding agreement. The budget forward estimates had obviously reflected that as a time-limited decision. And the government, in considering then the negotiations with the ABC for the future triennial funding agreement, agreed that the indexation would continue as was reflected in the budget papers as handed down last year. So there's not a variation in that sense.
So the announcement on the 7th of February was really to announce the decision you took in the last budget, or confirm the decision you take.
Yeah, so the forward estimates are based upon assumptions that reflect decisions as they stand. And the decision that had been taken a number of years back around the ABC freeze was a decision for that triennial funding period. It's a slightly unique matter to the national broadcasters in terms of the way they are funded. So they operate on those triennial funding agreements, but for budgeting purposes, the government obviously keeps projecting out across the forward estimates. And so what Finance had presented in the budget papers for the forward estimates reflected for the period of that freeze the freeze, and given it was only a freeze decision that had been taken for that triennial funding, the budget papers reflected a resumption of their previous arrangements.
So that your decision to stop the indexation so it wasn't necessarily a conscious decision. The conscious decision was to cap or freeze the indexation for a 3-year period, and because there wasn't another decision or announcement from government to continue that freeze, it reverts back to being indexed.
That's accurate, Senator, yes.
Right, okay. And so that decision was made or just happened, I don't know if it was a conscious decision, probably was, in the budget but not announced. Nobody picked up on it,
So
did they?
the budget essentially reflects those forward estimates. The government, at the relevant time frame in considering the discussions with the ABC about their next triennial funding agreement, had to confront the decision that had been made. Would we make that decision again or not? Had we decided to freeze indexation for the next triennial funding period, then that actually would have been reflected in the budget papers as a savings measure at that point.
So it might be me, and this isn't my portfolio area. Did I just miss something, or nobody said anything at the time, including the ABC? Wouldn't they have known that the forward estimates were looking pretty good for them?
Well, and arguably in that context, Senator, for a number of years. That as we approach the last year of the triennial funding agreement, there are, by that point, several years of forward estimates that have been published continuously since then. So yes, I am confident, Senator, had the government made a decision to continue the indexation freeze, that there would have been plenty of powers of complaint from you and the ABC and others.
And a lot of Australians who rely on the ABC who are worried about the freeze and cuts to the ABC?
Look, it was a serious matter in terms of consideration, noting that the ABC has a more guaranteed revenue stream than other broadcasters or media organisations in Australia. But obviously the government made the decisions that the Communications Minister has announced and which were already fully provided for in the way in which the budget forward estimates are reflected and accounted for.
Okay, so when the government made the announcement, why wasn't the announcement made as part of the budget? Why did it wait till the 7th of February? Minister Fletcher went out and announced that the indexation freeze is over for the purposes of the triennial funding agreement.
So, Senator, that's reflective of that unique arrangement in terms of the national broadcasters operating under those triennial funding arrangements, that there are normal points, and it's more a matter that communications could speak on with expertise than me, but there are sort of normal points at which the Department of Communications, I expect on behalf of the government, sort of settles with the national broadcasters. These are the terms of the triennial funding arrangement going forward. So that's done to give the national broadcasters that sort of rolling 3-year certainty, noting that for other agencies, although the forward estimates provide a projection, decisions within that time frame can impact upon those projections.
All right. So essentially, the money was made available in the budget. The government didn't say anything, but was negotiating the triennial funding agreement with the ABC. Once that's concluded, you're in a position to confirm. Is that right?
I mean, essentially, the money was provided in each from whichever budget it was that the 22-23 year first came into the forward estimates. The funds would have been reflected from that inclusion of the 22-23 and then subsequent years into the forward estimates profile.
Okay. So in terms of any additional money, there is no additional money over what has been factored into the forwards for the ABC.
Around the indexation question, what's in the forwards is an accurate reflection of the indexation. And as I said before, had we taken another decision to freeze indexation, then it would have been reflected as a savings measure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm finishing up. I can see Senator Sullivan wants to call. On the, can I just ask a couple more on this and then I'll finish? On the infrastructure investment under the decisions that have now been announced, do you have any more detail on that, or do I have to go to infrastructure to ask, which I think, I'm not even sure they're on now, I think.
Yeah, I think they were on yesterday and that's still on today for comms. Just check, I might not have.
I don't think we have a lot more detail other than what Ms Patterson read out, so it might.
Do we have the money that's attached just under that the infrastructure investment? So you gave me the 926.7.
Yeah, so for infrastructure, the infrastructure investment decision that was published in PAYS is NFP. So it's not part of that 26.7. It's on that list, right. But yeah.
So at the end of all that, we've got 15.7 billion in decisions taken but not yet announced, which is a huge amount. With all of the decisions that have been taken, it's just under $1 billion. So is it correct to say there's still sort of 15 billion sitting there?
Well, noting, Senator, the NFP component which we've discussed, and then there are.
Okay, so there's 7 billion. If we take out the roughly 8 billion, we're down to 9 left. So it's 16. So we're down. Take out half of that. We're at 8. Take out the billion that you've announced through your decisions. So we're down to 7.
And so,
7 billion still sitting there.
So Senator, there are some subsequent announcements that have been made since that cut-off date for the portfolio additional estimate statements.
Okay, in the last fortnight.
Yes. That's right, which includes some significant programs. Just on the weekend, the announcement out of the infrastructure investment program for the north-south corridor, River Torrens to Anzac Highway project in South Australia.
Yeah, that was 2.26 billion. Is that right?
Of which over the forwards, that's a $754 million commitment.
Okay. Right. So it extends for a longer period of time.
The support for the new university research initiatives under the Australia's Economic Accelerator program, which is part of the $2.2 billion university research commercialisation package, which over the forwards for that component is a little over $500 million. The support for the workforce mobility component of that university research commercialisation package, which is a smidge under $300 million. Support announced as part of support for export markets around extension of the export market development grants at $80 million. They're probably the main elements of.
All right, so that's about
been
another 1.5 billion. So we're sort of sitting there at about 5.5 billion of decisions taken but not yet announced. Is it intended to announce that between now and the budget, or?
So Senator,
It's a lot of money.
Where the government determines to do so, but I think you can see from what we've both outlined in terms of those that are NFP and the various programs that have been announced to date, be they infrastructure commitments, which that dial can change very quickly and suddenly when you have a $700 to $800 million infrastructure commitment, or similarly in terms of the university research commercialisation package and so on, that these are policies that have been developed by government. Government, of course, is working through the process around finalising or announcing aspects of those policies, but we've made sure in terms of trying to ensure that MyEFO was as accurate a reflection of the budget position as possible, that those policy decisions being made were accounted for.
But there's only, 6 weeks till budget day, and there's still $5.5 billion of decisions that you've already taken, but you haven't yet announced, waiting to be announced at the right time. If I'm excluding the not for publication and the money that you've announced, that's what's left, and the expectation is you're going to announce that over the next 6 weeks.
Well, Senator, where decisions are finalised, an agreement made for the public announcement, and those public announcements occur just as we've outlined. If there are any areas where, of course, it becomes possible to not proceed with the decision because circumstances have changed, government considers that too.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the
very
time.
much, Senator Gallagher. Senator O'Sullivan, I believe you have some questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's for the same officials. Just wanting to ask about the estimated budget costs of COVID-19 measures. So, specifically, can you please outline to me the measures contained in the mid-year update, both in terms of the health and economic supports?
Okay, thank you, Senator. So in the 21-22 MyEFO, the government committed $25.3 billion in direct economic and health support. Of this, $22.3 million was for direct economic support and $2.9 billion was for COVID health response measures.
Thank you. And So does this include the estimated cost of COVID-19 measures in the 21-22 mid-year update that are not for publication?
No, it does not. So,
Okay, so those measures are on top?
Yep, and sorry, I just need to correct the record. The M's and the B's were round the wrong way. So the 22.3 billion for direct economic support and the 2 point...
That's right, that's 2.9 billion.
And 2.9.
It's 22.3.
Yep, and 22.9 billion, sorry.
That's the health?
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
So what was that figure, sorry?
22.3 and 2.9.
Okay.
And they don't add up to 25.3 due to rounding. So apologies on that. So on the NFP, so no, that funding does not include NFP.
Okay, so that's on top.
So that is on top, yes.
Okay. Are you able to just break that down, maybe with just some of the key headline type measures, programs?
Yes, so as set out in the MyEFO publication, obviously the two kind of largest economic response measures provided funding for the national COVID-19 disaster payments and the COVID-19 business supports. There was also funding provided to address workforce shortages, support for job seekers, including boosting apprenticeship outcomes. In addition, there was some funding to continued support for both the aviation and childcare sectors, which are captured in that funding in MyEFO. On the health side, in terms of measures in the MyEFO, the key ones were 1.1 billion for the distribution and uptake of COVID-19 vaccines. So that's for the kind of supporting delivery around the vaccines, not the vaccine purchases themselves, which are NFP.
Right.
And further $1 billion to support hospitals, including for the extension of the National Partnership Agreement with the states and territories for COVID-19. And obviously some additional supports around primary care, etc., as part of the broader health support.
So since the pandemic began, what's the total then that's been spent on both health and economic measures?
So the figures, as reported in the MyEFO publication, page 4, it's a total commitment of $337 billion in direct economic and health support.
Can you break that down? Have you got
So that's $314 billion for direct economic support and $23 billion for COVID response measures to support the health system.
And I assume that not-for-publication measures are excluded from those totals?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Yep.
Minister, what have been the key outcomes of the government's COVID-19 response in terms of Australia's relative performance internationally by comparison?
Well, Senator, a very strong economic performance on the budget side. Australia remains one of only 9 countries to have a AAA credit rating reinforced by each of the international ratings agencies, a couple of which have in fact taken Australia off of the negative watch list in the last 12 months, which seems counterintuitive to some at a time when we face such significant budget pressures and challenges, but it's a demonstration of the confidence that they have around the strength of the Australian economy and how that strength plays into the medium-term fiscal strategy around budget repair. The economic responses we've delivered have also put Australia's unemployment rate down to 4.2% at the last unemployment figures that were released. One of the strongest employment outcomes around the world, with a 1.1 million job bounce back from the COVID period, and unemployment, of course, forecast now by the Reserve Bank to push below the 4% level as part of that response. It's also seen very strong levels of participation, especially women's workforce participation, which the government strongly welcomes, and it really is in that jobs metric that in particular we assess the most important outcomes, because that's what impacts the abilities of Australian families in terms of meeting cost of living and other pressures, and it's also what delivers the most sustainable improvements to the budget bottom line by reducing anticipated social services expenditure and increasing the number of taxpayers contributing across the economy.
And in terms of the health outcomes, by comparison of other countries?
On the whole, Australia continues to have lower average levels of fatality, higher levels of vaccination than many comparable nations, and they have all contributed to stronger economic outcomes. And some of the most important policy measures during the time were, of course, date back to the closure of Australia's international borders, which provided time for Australia to be able to keep the worst effects of COVID at bay for a long period of time, notwithstanding challenges and outbreaks that occurred in some cities. We still avoided those worst effects from the early variants of COVID-19, even from the Delta variant, which provided time for the world to develop the different vaccines and for the rollout of those vaccines to occur. And whilst the last couple of months have been challenging with labour market disruptions and disruptions from many Australians having to isolate, and of course the tragic loss of life of those who have succumbed to COVID, we are now dealing with the Omicron variant, which is forecast to be, or shown to be, around 70% less likely to result in serious illness than earlier variants. And Australians have shown a strong willingness to embrace now the booster program with many millions of booster doses delivered too.
The economic measures and the health measures are intrinsically linked in terms of the outcomes that we've achieved, and you've outlined both the health and the economic outcomes that have been achieved. How important has that been? I mean, for example, if someone's required to stay at home because they've tested positive or maybe they've been a close contact, having that support for their family, how important has that been to actually achieving those health outcomes? There's quite a disparity between the amount that we've spent on economic measures versus health measures, but are they intrinsically linked together to get those outcomes?
They are linked together, Senator. One of the areas that we've seen spending pressure in recent months has been in relation to the COVID, with the name of the payment that I'm trying to recall, the pandemic disaster leave payment. Thank you. With the pandemic disaster leave payment, which is there to provide financial assistance to Australians who have to isolate as part of close contact arrangements, and that's been a very important measure to provide people with the financial ability where they need to not go to work, to follow those health orders for isolation, and is one example of how those economic measures can help to provide stronger economic outcomes by maintaining the capacity of households and businesses in terms of financial support, but also enable them to do the right thing in responding to public health advice.
And notwithstanding the quite large and significant budget costs of the COVID-19 health economic response that you've outlined, how important has budget restraint been, and how important is it going forward?
Senator, saying no is an important part of managing the budget as well. Even with the extraordinary measures we've undertaken through COVID-19, there have been many calls for additional spending. The exchange that Senator Gallagher and I had before really related to some of those sorts of calls, that when we established JobKeeper as a program, the opposition called for eligibility criteria that would have brought a further 2 million potential participants into the JobKeeper program and added substantially to its costs. When we sought to step down that program in terms of the amount that was being paid or the eligibility criteria around it, the opposition called for us to continue with elevated payments and with broader eligibility criteria. But ultimately, as was demonstrated from the strength of the Australian economy, the strength of the jobs market, it was the right call to step it down at the time that we did, and it would have been wasteful and reckless to continue the program in the ways that the opposition called for us to do so, just as, for example, the $300 cash payments for people to get vaccinated was proven to be a foolish and wasteful policy idea that would have seen billions of dollars wasted paying people to do something that they rolled out and turned out to do for free for the right reasons, recognising the public health benefits of vaccination.
You've just actually answered my next question. Thank you, Chair. That was my final question.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Senator Ayres?
Thanks very much. Just a couple of quick things before I move to one issue. Ms Huxtable, that discussion about ABC funding that we just had, I'm just curious, is the indexation rate the same for all of these organisations? I seem to remember that there was a different indexation rate applied to the ABC. Is it the same as, or is it the same indexation rate as was, or the same type of indexation rate as was applied before, or is there some difference?
The officer can answer the question, I believe.
Libor Peletsky, First Assistant Secretary, Budget and Financial Reporting.
Thanks, Mr. Peletsky.
So the short answer is yes, it's the same indexation. It is, I can give you the indexation rates. So that the ABC's operational funding is indexed by 1% in 22-23, 1.7 in 23-24, and 1.9 in 24-25. So this is consistent with the indexation as released by the Treasury.
So it's a consistent indexation rate across organisations. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So that's for the ABC. It's wage cost index 6.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Yep. I had an argument over the weekend about somebody who said it was the non-farm deflator or something.
Well, there are different indexation rates that apply across a range of programs. Many are based off the WSCI indices, so it is an area where it can become quite complex.
Yes.
I'm sure we could have a fascinating discussion about wage cost index 6 if.
I'm sure we could, but I hope this is the only time today that your answers caused me to lose an argument. Ms Huxtable, I just wanted to remind you as well that you can confirm that the usual staff tables will be available.
Oh yes, they will at the start of outcome 3. So.
Thank you. Yes. We had a discussion earlier today about with ANI and ASC about essentially about the impact of the government's decision in submarines in relation to those two organisations. And I just wanted, Secretary, to ask you some questions about what kind of oversight finance has of defence industry programs. If we could just, there'll presumably be some people come up to the front.
There's actually the work that we do in respect of defence crosses two areas of the department. So the Budget and Financial Reporting Group, which Ms Patterson is the deputy for, has a very important role in scrutinising the sort of the defence costing process, the defence investment program and the like. Ms Patterson sits on the Defence Investment Committee, so there's a lot of work that goes on that side of the department. And then Mr Williamson's side of the department manages the shareholder engagement with ANI and ASC, and then similarly works back into defence around particularly the shipbuilding programs. So depending on your questions...
Yeah, thank you. When these are very large and very complex undertakings, the illustrative, I suppose, is what's happened in the Hunter-class frigate program. So, as I recall it, initially $35 billion and turned out costs now $45 billion. What's Finance's understanding of the reason for that cost escalation?
So, Senator, I think it's worth just dwelling a little bit on these costs because there is a degree of complexity that sits behind them. As you say, there is the outturning process and then there is a parameter updating process that occurs at every budget, so the costs will vary. I'm just trying to find the right...
And I also accept that some of these programs, cost is not the only risk, of course, that is being managed.
And so, sorry, just on the costs question, the latest published cost in respect to the Future Frigate program was released in September. It's a budget 21-22 cost. It was actually released as part of the AUKUS announcement, and that figure is 44.1 billion. But that is effectively the outturned and parameter adjusted cost equivalent to, you know, numbers that previously have been published. For example, in the Force Structure Plan, in the 1920 MAEFO, it was $45.6 billion. That's the same number, which has now become 44.1 due to the effect of parameters and the like.
So in simple terms, as the timeline blows out, the turned out cost increases?
Well, not necessarily. So I think at the time that, and you know, Defence are best placed to answer a lot of these questions, but from our perspective and our observance of these costs, at this time that the Naval Shipbuilding Plan was announced, there was an announcement that the Future Frigate program was estimated to cost greater than $35 billion, so that was a greater than figure. The first time, I believe, that the actual published cost was released was in the 2024 structure plan, which is the 45.6 billion that I referenced earlier. But that same figure is now 44.1 billion. So that is the effect of parameters that has an impact on the outturning calculations effectively.
Yep, and refinement of understanding of what those costs are as you go through the development stage to second pass.
Yes, well, that's what I wanted to come to. So I think I understand the first point, but secondly, these are complex projects with many components and supply chain challenges and all sorts of things. How do you maintain control? I mean, these are eye-watering amounts of money. How do you maintain control over Defence's processes here?
So I think that, really Defence is best placed to talk about the details of their program. So, you know, I wouldn't want to step into their space in that regard. But, you know, certainly in terms of the work that we do with ANI and ASC and looking back into Defence, we do stay sort of well connected to the naval shipbuilding programs. We have Mr. Williamson, you know, has a close relationship with Defence in respect of how those programs are tracking. I mean, our role, I guess, is one of, you know, a kind of partner, I guess.
I'd just add, Senator, that I think Ms Patterson and I sort of attend many different forums that Defence are host. As the Secretary mentioned, the Defence Investment Committee, which Ms Patterson sits on, and I attend, you know, naval shipbuilding meetings as well. So the Secretary's point is we've got a number of interfaces with Defence around these matters, and that's how we sort of, I guess, work with them to understand the various projects that they're undertaking. You know,
Well, the Minister was talking about the importance of saying no before. It seems like this is a long way away from the kind of engagement that has an impact on controlling costs. Can you give me an example of where Finance's engagement with one of these programs has reduced cost?
So, Senator, the Defence Integrated Investment Program operates as a budget analogous to the way in which the Infrastructure Investment Program administered by the Department of Infrastructure operates, in the sense that there is a projected envelope established by government consistent with our commitment to the minimum 2% of GDP investment in defence, and that within that envelope defence operates its budget. Finance has a number of then engagement points as that occurs in terms of the prioritisation of that budget, decisions that are made within that Defence Integrated Investment Program budget line, and certainly the type of collaboration that you've heard from officials there to seek to engage with Defence around lessons that are learned from the various reviews that have been undertaken over the years to get the maximum efficiency there. But as I said yesterday, Senator Ayres, when we were having an exchange about these sorts of programs, nobody should pretend that any of them, regardless of who's in government, come without risk and uncertainty. That's been the experience dating back through the Collins class and of course in subsequent programs under all governments. I think it is important that we do highlight the successes that have been achieved by Australia's shipbuilding industries to drive confidence in them for the projects that are being undertaken and to attract the best talent and workforces in those sectors. That's not at the expense of honestly reflecting challenges that are faced, but the challenges are real and consistent, and of course it's a constant process of understanding lessons from past programs, such as some of the arrangements under the AWDs, for example, that have informed how future programs are structured.
Yeah, well, as I said at the outset, cost is one of the risks. Capability risks are inherent in these projects. Delivery risks are inherent. If the submarines that the government has promised to deliver on time don't get delivered on time, there are significant issues that go beyond cost considerations that are engaged there. But this program has had an almost 30% increase in turned out costs, and I'm trying to understand what is the downward pressure that, is it really just a matter of Defence coming up with the costs and engaging with finance? Where is the point where finance has a downward impact on costs, or are Defence essentially left to run these does the Department of Finance have any control over these cost blowouts?
So Senator, I don't accept the characterisation around the costs in the sense that's been such we'll took you through before the broad estimates around the Naval Shipbuilding Plan, then the precise figure that was attached in the 2024 Structure Plan, and the relationship of that with the most recent published update, which actually shows it to slightly lower, but I wouldn't go out and chestbeat about that by any means than what was in the 2024 Structure Plan. In terms of finance's engagement with Defence, I'm happy for officials to continue the discussion there. Defence is ultimately responsible for its budget and for the program delivery. As we went through with PM&C yesterday, there are a number of checkpoints in terms of Defence's reporting back, be it at cabinet level through the Naval Shipbuilding Enterprise Governance Committee, or be it at officials level through the different structures that exist underneath that. And I'm certainly happy for the Secretary and officials to talk to those different points of engagement where Defence will test both its status and some issues with agencies like Finance to help provide some external input into their work to minimise those risks.
So just on the Hunter class, the first was sort of turned out cost related. You know, what are the two drivers here that you said again? Ms Huxtable, you were the first, I think.
Yes. So I think I took you through the way that those numbers evolved, but the foundation number was a number greater than 35.
Yeah.
So the actual, the first number that was the published number was the 2024 structure plan, which announced an investment of 45.6 billion, which is an outturned price and exchange number, which is consistent with the acquisition cost estimate, which was established in 2018 as part of the second pass decision.
Yep. And
so from that point on, there hasn't been any change. I mean, there have been changes, as Ms Patterson said, related to the construction schedule being fine-tuned, the updating of inflation and foreign exchange rate assumptions. As you can see, that number's gone slightly down, but as the Minister said, that number will move around at every budget update and will be reflected in the estimates just because of the effect of the Forex assumptions and inflation. Can I just address the other question that I think you had around our level of engagement? And I would want to say that following the first principles review, the role of the Finance Department at the table with Defence, scrutinising Defence investment, is a very strong and real one. I sat on the Defence Investment Committee when I was the Deputy, the role that Ms Patterson is now in. She sits on it. What that means is that Finance is getting visibility of every capability proposal that comes through, and also the decisions that are being taken about sort of trade-offs, within the IIP envelope, because as the Minister said, we are dealing here with a sort of bound budget. So Defence is a little bit different to many other areas where they come forward for new money. That they have a bound budget that's factored into the forward estimates, and then there has to be assessments made around capability and trade-offs as part of that. So Ms Patterson and her supporting staff are very much engaged in the sort of capability assessment work and considering cost estimates at that point. I would say that the work that we're doing on the naval shipbuilding side especially is really around the kind of interface with our GBEs, the construction schedules, ensuring that there's no impediments to work progressing as planned. And as part of that, I also have a regular meeting with the Defence Secretary. We have a one-on-one just with our immediate officials on naval shipbuilding, which occurs very regularly. So I do feel like we are, very integrated. But at the end of the day, we are a relatively small department that have the resources available to us to support Defence. We seek to do that in a very collaborative, partnership-based way. That's reciprocated by them, and they manage their programs.
It's quite a different explanation to what the Defence Minister gave on Sky the other day when he was challenged about this particular project. He said, it's a contingency cost. The overruns are contingencies built into the original contract. He said, no, I think again, Tom, there are two things here. One is that there is a contingency, big contingencies built into these contracts. Is that right?
I mean, in terms of what comprises these numbers, you really need to go to Defence in that regard.
But as a general principle, I mean, I accept the explanation that you've given in terms of the way that Finance sees these overruns. What's Minister Dutton talking about?
Well, Senator, as Ms Huxtable said, I think that's more a question for Mr Dutton and or Defence in terms of the choice of language he's used. I mean, you even here have sought to draw comparison to current pricing with earlier broader, non-specific estimates that were,
Provisions in sense,
were made. Provisions
Yeah, that's not a
is probably the
contingency
right
though, is
term.
it? That's not the way
Well, obviously, later, more detailed estimates of the project cost that are set do encompass, at that stage, then the different provisions, design decisions, and
Yes.
of course contingencies as part of that.
I suspect he was just saying what he needed to say to get to the end of the interview. There are other stories about a budget blowout in the flying cost of the MRH 90 helicopters, which have been cancelled. Very significant expenditure items. What was Finance's role there with the expenditure and the budget and the cancellation decision for that program?
So we clearly support our minister in NSC and provide, briefings to him as matters come before the government. I think if you've got detailed questions on that particular proposal, Defence will be best placed to respond to those questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
thank
all
you.
right.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Secretary Minister.
Senator
And
Waters,
colleagues.
you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hello again, folks. Some questions, first of all, about the waiver of the overpayment to Mr Chris Jose. I understand that in December of last year, the Ombudsman finalised an investigation report that was critical of the department's decision in 2020 to waive the $41,000 debt owed by Mr Chris Jose after he was paid for both his role with ACMA and the National Competition Council simultaneously.
Sorry, Senator Mike, there's a lot of shuffling of seats and chairs and papers as people get into position for the change of witnesses. So now that it's quiet, it might be better to proceed from there where everybody will be able to hear. Apologies, Senator.
That's fine. I'll start again. So in December, the Ombudsman finalised an investigation report that was critical of the department's decision to waive the $41,000 debt owed by Mr Chris Jose after he was paid for both his ACMA and National Competition Council roles simultaneously, despite internal advice that the waiver would be unlawful and inconsistent with the way robo-debts were treated. So firstly, has the Department of Finance received the Ombudsman's report?
Senator, the department was provided with a copy of a report relating to a public interest disclosure investigation in December. The department received a copy that was redacted, though.
I see.
We did not receive the full report.
Okay. Will that report be published either in full form or redacted form at some point?
The investigation was undertaken by the Ombudsman, and it's the Ombudsman's report, so that's a matter for the Ombudsman.
Okay. Has the Department of Finance asked that it remain confidential?
No.
What justification was given for granting the waiver?
So you'll appreciate, Senator, I've got to be a little bit careful here because it's a public interest disclosure investigation undertaken by the Ombudsman. In providing that report to the Department of Finance, we get a redacted version that allows us to see any information that relates to the Department of Finance and recommendations. There's explicitly in the cover letter, it says, I ask this report not be disseminated to anyone who does not have a need to know. So I'm happy to talk about it in the broad rather than going to the specifics of it. The Ombudsman's report that had one recommendation for the Department of Finance, and that related to ensuring that the documentation of decisions, whether they be positive or negative, are appropriately recorded and easily accessible. The Ombudsman's report did not contain a finding around the administration of the debt waiver decision or any issues around that. It was a decision that was taken by an appropriate delegate within the department following the procedures that we have.
Okay, what was the level of that delegate?
The delegate was a senior executive.
Okay. Did that person act of their own accord or seek any further instruction from their seniors?
I mean, that person's, as a delegate, is there to make the decision, but they made the necessary inquiries with both internally and with external parties related to this particular matter.
Okay, so pardon my ignorance of internal ministerial processes, but would the delegate have checked with the minister?
No.
Okay.
So, in relating to debt waivers, just excuse me here. So, under Section 63 of the PGPA Act, the Minister may, on behalf of the Commonwealth, authorise the waiver of an amount owing to the Commonwealth. Under Section 107 of the PGP Act, the Finance Minister has delegated the power to decisions on waiver requests for amounts up to $100,000 to the Finance Secretary. And then under Section 109 of the PGPA Act, the Finance Secretary has delegated that power to making decisions on waiver requests to specified officers, subject to financial limits based on their position. So there's a delegation hierarchy that comes through the PGPA Act that the Minister has firstly delegated, then the Secretary, and the person who made this decision was an appropriate delegate under those terms.
Okay, so it wasn't the Secretary in this case?
No.
Okay. Did the delegate receive advice about the legality of the waiver?
So the waiving of debts is, as I said, comes from Section 63 of the PGPA Act, and the delegate, in exercising the delegation, undertook discussions, consultations, etc., with relevant parties on this particular matter, noting that the request for a debt waiver comes from an external party.
Yes, thank you. But did the delegate consider the legality of the waiver? Was advice sought as to the legality of the waiver?
So I wasn't the delegate, but on the information that I have, yes, they did, and they were entitled to make that decision.
Okay.
And I should stress that the Ombudsman report that we've seen does not suggest that they didn't have the authority to make that decision.
Is that because it doesn't go to that matter at all, or does it actively suggest there's not a problem?
I might have to check with Mr. Danks, but my recollection is that it broadly covers that matter, and if there had been an issue, the Ombudsman would have raised it, I would have thought.
Okay, so the Ombudsman's report is silent on that point, and you've therefore taken it as a green light.
I would have to take that on notice. I don't have the report with me.
Happy for you to do so.
I think it's not unreasonable to assume, though, that if the Ombudsman hasn't raised such a question, the Ombudsman therefore has not identified a...
So we would have assumed that that was the case. For example, there certainly would have been a strong finding recommendation, and as I said to you earlier, there was one recommendation in the report
about documenting your decisions properly.
Related to finance. And just for clarity, I'm happy to... The report recommended that finance review its processes for documentation of waiver decisions to ensure both positive and negative decisions are properly documented. That was the only recommendation in the report.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out now several times. So just on that point, does that imply that there have been many of these such decisions that in fact haven't been documented?
No. It wasn't that the decision wasn't documented. It was about the fullness of the documentation, if I can put it that way, like the completeness of it. But the decision was documented.
Okay, so they're all documented, but sometimes it's a bit shoddy, and the Ombudsman said, do better.
Well, I wouldn't accept that, Senator. I think, as far as I understand in terms of the processes there, there's been a historical approach in relation to the documentation of rejections versus the documentation of approvals. Unsurprisingly, people seeking a debt waiver are usually more aggrieved when they are rejected, and so being able to clearly provide in that regard, the rationale for rejections is an area more likely to be contested. It is, in the main, less likely that somebody who's applied for a debt waiver is going to be aggrieved if it has been approved.
Sure, but it's still expenditure of public funds, hence I think the Ombudsman's
is,
made the right call here, unsurprisingly.
It's not without
That's
the
their
full
job.
process in the decision, as Mr Williamson's gone through. However, how that is then documented in terms of statements of reasons and those sorts of elements, I think is
that's correct.
where I understand the Ombudsman recommendation is going to generate a greater equivalence between those two processes.
Thank you, that's nice and clear now. So just coming back to what was the justification given for the waiver in this instance, please?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because I would need to take advice on what I can, what information I can release around that. So I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Is there a policy around consistency of the approach to waivers? Why was the robo-debts treated so differently to this? It's obviously a different context, but it's the same concept.
So if it's okay, I'll take that in two parts. The Department of Finance has internal procedures that support the consideration of debt waiver requests, and so they are followed by the delegates. And that was one of the things we did in terms of responding to the Ombudsman's recommendations. We've updated those internal procedures to address the point the Minister made around ensuring both positive and negative decisions are fully documented. In terms of the other matter you raise, that's the income compliance program was dealt with under Social Security law. Social Security law has its own provisions and the ability for debts to be waived or set aside. So that's a different legislative base.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Is there any sort of attempt at well, there's clearly not an attempt at philosophical consistency. I'm interested in why there isn't.
Senator, I think that goes to the setting of the legislation across different areas. Mr Williamson, as with any official across the APS, his job
I don't hold Mr Williamson responsible for robo-debt. I do hold his government responsible.
Is to implement the law as it applies and to do so fairly under those terms, or if not Mr Williamson, then the officials in the case you've been asking about who were delegated to make those decisions.
Okay. Has any further actions other than the ones you've already outlined about changing your documentation processes, have any further actions been taken in response to the Ombudsman's report?
Yes, so we've done three things.
Yep.
There was an email communication to all delegates within the department, reminding them of their responsibilities in this area. It was also discussed at a relevant section meeting, so that's a team. So it's been done in writing and verbally. And then the third part was to update our internal procedures to better reflect the need to record the reasons for the decision.
Okay. And you've taken on notice what were the reasons for the decision in this particular instance? Yes. Thank you. And last question on this topic, has any audit been undertaken to ensure that no other government-appointed members have been overpaid?
I'm not aware of any audits on that particular topic.
Okay. Minister, have you done an audit considering this one was an overpayment? Have you checked to see whether there's any others?
Senator, agencies are responsible and do at times, of course, face audit arrangements in relation to their expenses, including payments. So I would expect that agencies where they've identified any systemic failures work to address those systemic failures.
Okay, but has your department done an audit to make sure that there's not been any other overpayments that your department has presided over?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, in terms of that.
No, I'm not aware of a specific audit. My understanding would be when we have people likely to fill positions of the kind that you're talking about, as part of that process, we would undertake due diligence to understand any other positions that they might hold at the time and take appropriate action.
Okay, so you'll do a case-by-case assessment going forwards, as opposed to an audit. Is that what you mean?
In relation to...
Yes, I mean, I think, as I said, with those positions that might be in our portfolio that we are responsible for, we would seek to understand a candidate's other positions that they hold. As I said, undertake appropriate due diligence.
Yes.
And if we believe there was an issue, we would follow that issue through.
Okay. And, Minister, are you suggesting that if other departments have presided over overpayments, that that's their problem and not a role for your department to audit?
Well, each agency is responsible for its own payment systems and the integrity and compliance of those payment systems. Each agency is also subject to audit processes. The Department of Finance is not an audit agency. That's what we have the processes of the ANAO for in terms of working with agencies on different aspects of compliance.
Okay. All right, can I move now to government advertising? The ANAO report into Australian government advertising since the last election is due to be tabled this week, I believe. Has the department seen a copy of that report?
So I think I'm being advised that I may have received an embargoed copy, but I haven't actually seen it. So it probably depends on how received is defined. I've received it today, but I haven't seen it because I've been here.
Okay. Is there any different approach exercised in the lead up to an election than in normal non-election periods to make sure that government advertising is properly limited to government campaigns and not proxy partisan promotions? Or is it the same process no matter what the election cycle is?
Sally Harris, Assistant Secretary Governance Division. It's the same process. All departments are to follow the Australian Government Guidelines on advertising.
Okay. How many government ad campaigns have been endorsed so far in this financial year?
So campaigns launched in the financial year 2021. There have been 15 campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to
list them?
list
The current financial year, yep.
Yep. In the current financial year?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes, sorry. 14 campaigns have launched in the 21-22 financial year.
Okay.
So 14, not 15, Senator.
Sorry, 15 was 2021 and 14 is the current.
Sorry,
Yep.
that's right.
So are you aware, or would you be aware of any future government ad campaigns that will come in this current financial year, or do you just find out when they happen?
So I guess the way we talk about campaigns is that there's often campaigns or communication ideas that are being thought of or considered by government, but until they launch, it's obviously a matter for government when and if.
So it looks like there'll be slightly more this year than last year. Okay, well, I'll ask questions of that in subsequent estimates. Can I come specifically to the Positive Energy campaign, which is a government campaign spruiking its alleged emissions reduction policies, which just had its funding boosted from an initial 10 million to 27.2 million. My figures are correct. Questions were asked of Desir yesterday about the ad itself, but I've got some questions regarding finance's role in coordinating and overseeing this campaign. Did the Communication Advice Branch provide any advice relating to the framework for information and advertising campaigns for this Positive Energy campaign?
So, Senator, we in the Department of Finance, we do provide advice to the SDCC, which is a subcommittee of Cabinet.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, what does that stand for?
The Service
Delivery and Communication Committee?
That's right.
Right.
Okay. And so did you provide advice to that SDCC on this particular Positive Energy campaign?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and when was that?
I don't have in front of me when that meeting was. I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Please do so. Was the ad campaign subject to certification and endorsement under the guidelines on information and advertising campaigns?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the public purpose benefit for the public energy ad campaign? Because to an outsider, it looks like Liberal polling said the public thinks that the government's climate policy is terrible, and so a PR campaign was hastily developed as opposed to a decent climate policy. That's my rhetoric.
Okay,
what was the public interest justification? What was the public purpose benefit for the campaign?
It's your commentary, Senator Waters, and I don't accept your commentary in regard to the significant investment in low emissions technologies, in emissions reduction, and of course the scale of emissions reduction being achieved to date. But you've focused your question a little more, so without the commentary we can attempt to address the question.
So Ms Harris, what was the public purpose benefit?
Look, I can give you a broad what the aim was. It was to increase awareness of the government's emission reduction policies and the action that has been taken to date. But any more than that, you'd need to direct to the industry department.
Okay, is that normally the level of detail of public purpose? Can you just assert that awareness of the government's policy is in fact public purpose? It's not really my area, but that doesn't seem...
This is just a broad
overwhelmingly public purpose to me, other than personal promotion.
The guidelines on information and advertising campaigns, which were introduced in 2008, reference that governments may legitimately use public funds to explain government policies, programs or services. So that is precisely what this campaign seeks to do in terms of the explanation of government policies and programs, and in raising awareness of those, and noting the significant role that many Australians are playing in terms of their contribution to the complementary reduction in emissions.
Okay, when did that particular campaign start?
So the phase 1 launched on the 19th of September 2021.
Okay, and when did the boost from 10 to 27.2 million occur? Is that a MyEFO decision?
I don't know when the decision was, but I know that the phase 2 campaign was in December 2021.
Okay, so it started just before Glasgow and then it ramped up post Glasgow. To what extent does the certification process assess the truthfulness of claims made in the campaign?
The role is for entities to comply with the 5 principles of the guidelines, and the secretary or the CEO of that organisation certifies through various documentation that the department prepares for that CEO that it has complied.
Sorry, I'm not quite following you. They just say it's true and you have to certify that it is. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so
I hope that's not it.
There's also an independent communications committee which assesses campaigns, and they do that early on in the process, and they look at principles 1 to 4 of the guidelines. I'm not sure if you want me to go through what the principles are.
No, I'm sure I can look them up, but I'm just after the process. So you said the CEO just asserts that it is true.
They don't just assert, there's documentation provided. Quite often statements made in advertisements are verified by policy experts or a legal team. So that documentation is provided to the CEO or the secretary before they sign that off.
Okay, is that what happened in this instance with the Positive Energy campaign?
In terms of the specific information that was provided, you would need to ask the department, but broadly I would think that is what would have happened.
Last question, Senator Waters.
Chair, I've got about 3 and then I'm done. Thank you very much. So the ad claims that the government's emissions reductions initiatives are, quote, world leading, and yet they were widely condemned in the lead up to Glasgow, and Australia ranked last out of 60 places in the 2021 Climate Change Performance Index. The ad also claims that the government's long-term emissions reductions plan is a plan to achieve net zero, but modelling shows that it won't actually achieve net zero. So again, I just come back to the question about the truthfulness of the claims and how the veracity or otherwise of claims made is assessed. So who has the final tick-off saying that this is true when many experts and government modelling itself shows that it's not?
Senator, I think you're starting to enter into wanting to debate policy issues with Ms Harris. The fact is, Senator, that for example, the Snowy 2.0 project, which I think is one highlighted in the campaign, is the largest energy story project of its type in the Southern Hemisphere. It is very clearly a world-leading project in that regard, Senator. I appreciate that, particularly around events such as the Glasgow conference, there are all sorts of overhyped statements, ratings, commentaries, analysis undertaken by organisations with their own different vested interests. But as the government's outlined, our plan for net zero, the scale of investment attached to that, more than $21 billion of Commonwealth investment in low emissions technologies over the decade to 2030, securing more than $84 billion of public and private sector investment together, is achieving a transformation across our energy and broader climate mix.
All right, well, Ms Harris, are you able to, on notice, provide me with that information that you mentioned before about the process for the veracity of claims made in government ads, and that you mentioned a two-stage process with the independent committee as well? Can you give me as much as you can on that, and in particular as it relates to this campaign, to the best of your ability, please?
So just to clarify, I can talk generally, but specifically it would be, if it's about the emissions campaign, that is best directed to the industry department.
Yes, which is, okay. So there's no sort of independence about the process, it's the department
So
that...
it is the responsibility of the accountable authority. So we provide the guidance, we manage the Independent Communications Committee process, but the agency themselves are responsible for ensuring their compliance with the guidance, and the accountable authority, i.e. the Secretary, signs that off.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll take it up with them, but I'm still interested in your procedural advice. Just coming to the evaluation of these ad campaigns, what's the time frame for the evaluation of this specific ad campaign?
I don't have the timelines, but generally campaigns are assessed at completion, and there is often tracking research through, but I don't know the timeline specifically for the emissions campaign.
Okay. Is there any sort of test of good value for public money?
In terms of research?
In the evaluation?
So we have a panel arrangement, and so we have 5 research suppliers that work on government advertising, and they've gone through a rigorous process, including assessment of value for money.
Do they do that after the campaign's concluded or before it begins?
So each department would negotiate an arrangement with them ahead of the campaign commencing, but they have been selected to be part of our panel based on a range of things, including value for money.
Okay, sorry, is the panel the evaluation panel or the panel that ticks off at the start?
So there is a research agency that is working on this campaign, and so the department would have negotiated up front the contractual arrangements and the costings. I don't know what that is. You would again need to check with the industry department.
Thank you. Yes, I will. And sorry, just one point of clarification. How does anybody evaluate whether it's a good spend of public money? What is that process, and when can we expect that to occur? Hopefully you don't outsource that to a separate agency.
Well, I suppose there's a range of things that they would assess, and it depends on what type of campaign it is. What the department would assess whether it has been effective or not.
Okay, and that's not you, that's the department
Correct.
that have done the ad themselves.
That's right.
They look at whether they've been a good spend of public money, and there's no role for DOF in that.
There's no role for DOF in that, no.
Okay, All right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. Senator Ayres to take us to afternoon tea.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions about government advertising too, so not so fast, I'm afraid. Could you list all of the current programs or the current government advertising campaigns that are in train at the moment? Ms Harris, thank you.
So, so there's 10 campaigns that are currently in market.
Yes.
The Australian Signals Directorate, Act Now, Stay Secure. Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, National Recycling Campaign. Department of Defence, Defence Force Recruiting. Department of Education, Skills and Employment, Job Trainer Phase 2. Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Smart Traveller. Department of Health, COVID-19 vaccines. Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, online safety. Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, emissions reduction. Department of Social Services, Care and Support, and also, Care and Support Workforce, and also they have Disability Gateway, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me what the current total value is of those campaigns?
So the figure that we, I know we've been through this before,
Yes.
but the figure that we have is the most recent reportable figure, so it's 45 days.
That's right.
Previous, because it takes time for all the invoices to come through and things to settle. So we will have figures for the financial year up to 45 days ago.
That's right.
And we can provide those figures, but we don't have a more recent figure than that.
Okay,
now, whether
so
we can provide that right now or whether we can provide it on notice, I'm not sure.
are you in a position to provide that 45-day figure? But as I understand it, the campaign advertising report for 2021 says there's $145 million spent on government advertising in that financial year. I think even my rough math says that the 45-day report would give us the 6 months effectively from July to the end of December. Is that right?
So we can give you campaign expenditure from July to November 2021,
Thank you.
and that is 99.1 million. It's worth just noting in there, because this only happens every 5 years, but the 2021 census is in that figure, and that is 23.5 million of that 99.1.
Thank you. Have all of the new campaigns been reviewed by the ICC?
There was one exemption provided.
Thank you.
And that was just for the month of January for this year for the COVID-19 campaign.
Yes. And what was the basis for that exemption?
It was granted by the Special Minister of State on the basis of urgency. It was to do with the emerging Omicron variant and changes
Yes.
to testing requirements.
And do you have expenditure figures for the Remade in Australia campaign?
I can no, actually I don't, sorry. They were in estimates yesterday. I know there was some questioning there around expenditure, but I don't have those figures.
Okay, and so those July, November figures, so 99.1 million, 23.5, you can sort of subtract from that because it's the census. Otherwise, you'd reach the conclusion that, you know, on that trajectory, government advertising was likely to be sitting at about $200 million for the full year.
I don't think we can draw that conclusion.
Absent, if the only thing that interferes with that is the there is a lump there of the ABS campaign of 23.5.
And different campaigns obviously do have different peaks in that regard, Senator, and particularly with some of the health campaigns, especially that government has been operating over the last couple of years, they have especially aligned with moments such as the need to drive vaccination uptake or provide awareness in that regard. So I can't speak offhand for those different peaks.
Yes, we've talked about that campaign, thank you, but July to November, $99.1 million. That's a significant uplift from the previous 12 months, $145 million, isn't it?
Well,
if it runs out at the same rate over the next 6 months,
but if we wanted to take,
it wouldn't be anything like the Morrison government to accelerate government advertising in the lead up to an election.
But if we wanted,
there'd be no evidence of that ever happening before.
If we wanted, Senator, to take your crude method of extrapolation and removed the census from that, then you'd be running pretty much on track with the previous 12 months. So it depends how you look at that. Obviously, there are also certain campaigns that would cease at some point during this financial year.
And so does finance have figures then to estimate on the basis of the programs that you understand are being undertaken? I think when you were talking to Senator Waters, we almost got to advertising campaigns decided but not yet announced as one of the things that you'd have to consider. But on the basis of the campaigns that you understand are running at the levels that you understand that they're running at, have you got a figure for what the next 6 months is going to look like, or the next few months?
No, Senator.
It's not something you would normally do?
We wouldn't have that, no. And the reason for that is that because we're responsible for supporting agencies through the process of developing their campaigns and getting them in market and supporting a value for money outcome through that process, but we're not responsible for the campaigns for their budget allocations in respect of those campaigns. What we can do is, after the campaign, we can report on the spending, and that's what we do. And we have sought to do that up to the nearest possible date we can. For this committee, I would say that we now report more than we have in the past in respect of that 45 days. There was a time when we only reported on a financial year or a calendar year. So we have sought to be as helpful as we can be, but that's the information that we have.
And preparations for the caretaker period, are any of those campaigns required to stop?
So, Senator, when the election is called, basically all campaign advertising ceases. And then there is a process of determining, in consultation with the opposition, which campaigns may be reinstated. So that's a process that we support, and PMC is also involved in that process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for sticking around. I know it was a long set of questions. I don't have any further questions on that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. Am I right in saying that neither senators have questions for outcomes 1 and 2 for Department of Finance?
Are we going to a break now?
Yes, at 3:45 we are due to go to a break, and the Future Fund is due to...
The Future Fund, are they patching in remotely, or are they here? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I have some more questions, but I am happy to keep the program moving, and I'll put someone notice, which I probably won't get back this time in the election, but anyway.
Appreciate that, Senator Gallagher. Very well. In that case, thank you very much to departmental officials who were here for outcomes 1 and 2 this morning and this afternoon. We will continue with the Future Fund Management Agency at 4 o'clock after our break, and the committee will now suspend for afternoon tea. Thank you. reconvene with our examination of the Future Fund. I welcome Dr. Raphael Arndt, Chief Executive Officer of the Future Fund Management Agency, and other officers of the agency. Dr. Arndt, in the interest of time, if you wish to make an opening statement, I might ask that be tabled. Sure. Thank you very much. And we have Senator McKim remotely, who has some questions.
Can I just check that you can hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly well, Senator McKim. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon to you, Dr. Arndt. Can I start by raising the issue that was revealed in a response that the fund made to an FOI request that was put in by the Australian Centre for International Justice and Justice for Myanmar in November last year? Your response to that request revealed that at that time you were invested in a Chinese state-owned company selling weapons to the junta in Myanmar. Were you aware at that time that you were invested in companies that were arming the Myanmar dictatorship?
So I assume, Senator, that you're referring to AVIC as the company?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think I've explained previously, we own, or our job is to set the exposure for the fund, and so we invest in the emerging market equities index. And there's approximately 1,400 stocks now in that index, and the AVIC position came about as a result of it being included in that equities index by the index provider MSCI.
Thanks, Dr. Arndt. I'm aware of that. Thank you. You had or have, I'm not sure which, about a $5 million stake in AVIC. I just want to ask you again, were you aware that AVIC has been arming the Myanmar military?
Well, as I've explained previously, we don't look at the individual companies that we hold, that we take through these type of index positions. We rely on our investment managers to do that. So we wouldn't have had that information at the time, no.
All right. Are you still invested in AVIC?
No, we're not. So just to explain, so governments around the world have sanctions on investing in various companies, and in August of 2021, the US Treasury announced that there would be investment sanctions for US persons investing in one AVIC subsidiary, being AVIC Shenyang Aviation Company Limited, which is one of the companies that we had an investment in. And the way that our process works is that our investment managers are required to comply with sanctions, including from the US government, and proceeded to divest that position. Under the sanction that was issued, they had until June of this year to do that, and I believe the response to the FOI request was October 2021. In November of 2021, that position was fully divested.
So actually, I'll come a minute. Let's just be clear about what you've divested from. You've divested from AVIC, is that correct?
Well, there were several AVIC entities in that list, in that FOI disclosure that you've referred to.
That's right.
And one of them was sanctioned by the US Treasury, but our process is to also look at other closely related companies. So yes, we have divested from all of those positions.
So you're divested from AVIC and all AVIC subsidiaries,
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you divested from other companies that have got links to the brutal junta in Myanmar?
So we've divested from companies that have been sanctioned by regulatory agencies. So in this particular case, the reason that AVIC was sanctioned, I believe, was to do with its Chinese military activities, not because of any activity it had in Myanmar. And so our process is to exclude. We've previously discussed companies that make tobacco, that create various types of controversial weapons that Australia's signed a treaty to ban, and obviously companies that are sanctioned. And so in this particular case, they're the top companies we've divested.
All right, so you've said your investment decision, or that investment decision, that is to divest from AVIC and all subsidiaries of AVIC was based on the decisions of... Is that right?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the last part of your question, Senator.
Was your decision to divest from AVIC and its subsidiaries, was that decision based on the decision of a foreign government?
Well, it was based on the sanction being applied by the US Treasury, which our investment managers are active and regulated in the US. So the sanction applies to US persons. The Future Fund, of course, is not a US person, but our investment managers are, so they are required by law to divest that position.
So that's so it's a policy of the Future Fund that's been enacted here, is that right?
Well, we do have a policy that our investment managers need to comply with all applicable laws.
All right, so your Australia's Sovereign Wealth Fund mean that Australians should be making decisions about how the money's invested, Australians' money is invested. Why are we leaving it to governments?
Well, our investment managers are US-based and regulated in this case, so they need to comply with the laws of the country in which they operate.
Are there any other countries' sanction decisions that you're abiding by in terms of your investment, or is it only the US?
Well, it depends where the investment managers are domiciled and operate. But in general, there are sanctions from around a dozen countries that we need to monitor and ensure that our managers are meeting their obligations. The obligation is actually on our manager, not us, because we invest through investment managers.
All right, could you, on notice, provide a list of those countries, please?
Sure.
Thanks. So you're saying it was a sanction issued by the US Treasury in August. Are you aware that, in fact, the United States sanctioned AVIC for the first time in November 2020?
As far as
investors had to get out, and the US investors had to get out by January of last year?
As far as I'm aware, the AVIC companies in which we had invested, so there's a large number of AVIC companies, a head company and a whole range of subsidiaries. We don't invest in all of them, nor have we ever. The AVIC entities that we invested in came as a result of them being included in the Emerging Market Equities Index, so that was only about half a dozen at the time. And as far as I'm aware, in our sanctions checking process would confirm, I think, only one of those entities was actually sanctioned, and it was sanctioned in August of 2021. There may be other entities that were sanctioned earlier, but we didn't own them.
Were you invested in the parent company of AVIC at any stage?
I'd have to take that on notice.
All right, well, as part of that taking on notice, can you please make a response to US Executive Order 13959 issued on the 12th of November 2020, which sanctioned AVIC, that is, investment in AVIC, as in the parent company AVIC, and whether any of your investment managers were in breach or your investments were in breach of that order, please.
Sure.
You take that on notice as well?
Sure.
All right, thanks. So, are you suggesting that you haven't divested from AVIC through any embarrassment at being caught out by Freedom of Information requests, or because of any conflict with Australia's strategic geopolitical aims?
Well, I've explained before, we held the position because we held an index investment. That was the decision that we made, and we divested because the US Treasury issued a sanction against the company. So in terms of our policy about what companies we will or won't hold, our exclusions policy, that has not changed for some time.
All right, but you've got Australian government ministers out beating the drums of war pretty loudly at the moment. No problem with investing in Chinese CCP state-owned companies? All fine, using Australia's money, there's no problem there. Dr Hunt, from your point of view?
Well, I've explained our process, Senator. I'm not sure what else I can add to
Yeah, but
that.
I'm talking about outcomes here, Dr Hunt, not processes.
And Senator, you're starting to try to draw Dr Hunt into the realm of providing opinions. The Future Fund operates within its Act and its legal arrangements there. It operates, of course, within the terms as specified under the directions provided to the Future Fund as well. And as Dr Hunt has advised, there are a range of other steps the Future Fund undertake to ensure that they are cognizant of and do not invest in areas that they set exclusion policies around, such as certain weapons-related activities, certain nuclear weapons-related activities, tobacco-related products, and of course also the further impacts of their adherence to requirements through the different investment vehicles they operate with adherence to the requirements of sanctions regimes in places where those investment vehicles are domiciled or have operations.
All right, thanks, Minister. But the point remains, doesn't it, that even though the Future Fund policies do relate to, some types of weapons, they don't extend far enough to cover weapons that are sold to a brutal military dictatorship in Myanmar that is massacring citizens and brutally repressing Rohingya people in Myanmar, including slaughtering women and children. I mean, it doesn't cover that, does it?
Senator, as Dr Hunt's made clear, and I've gone through this at multiple estimates, the Future Fund invests through listed indexes. Now, some of the protections that exist in relation to the operation of those listed indexes are by virtue of the fact that they then have to adhere to certain regimes, including sanctions regimes, for example, that exist through other countries. That's certainly ensured in this case in relation to the companies that were brought to question, AVIC and its subsidiaries, that the Future Fund has divested that. Whilst I know you've asked about potential earlier issues with that, the advice that I have is that the Future Fund divested from that company and all of its subsidiaries during November last year, which was undertaken well in advance of the June 2022 deadline.
Thanks, Minister. Dr Hunt, can you state unequivocally that Future Fund is not invested in any weapons manufacturers who are acting contrary to any US government sanctions?
Part of our process is to ensure that we're not investing in companies over which there are sanctions restricting investment. Obviously, there are other types of sanctions which don't restrict investment in a company but might restrict commercial dealings with that company or certain types of commercial dealings with that company. Those sanctions do not apply to investment decisions. And it's probably worth pointing out that investing in equity market indices such as the emerging market one is a very, very common standard practice in the investment management industry, and almost every super fund and any retail investor that was investing in an exchange-traded fund that tracked the index would have exactly the same exposures as the ones that I'm talking about.
Thanks. Can you state unequivocally that you're not invested in any weapon manufacturers who are acting contrary to Australia's national interests?
We don't look at that question. Our process, as I've explained many times, is to invest in the index and to exclude a limited number of companies from that portfolio for the reasons I've explained, and to ensure that our investment managers are applying applicable sanctions. In other words, sanctions that apply to restrict investment in those companies.
So you can't unequivocally guarantee that Australia's sovereign wealth fund money owned by Australians is not invested into weapons manufacturers who are acting against Australia's national interests. You can't make that guarantee.
Well, Senator, you're trying to...
I mean, we're through the looking glass here, aren't we, Minister?
No, Senator, I know you're trying
Alice in Wonderland stuff, isn't it?
Senator, I know you're trying to get some cheap headlines in certain publications, but you're also, in the framing of your question, you're trying to force Dr. Arndt to frame a response in ways according to the words that you want. Dr. Arndt has outlined in terms of the policy approaches of the Future Fund, those policy approaches in terms of how they manage risk and manage the different points of their exposure. They do that in accordance with the various types and frameworks that apply in Australian law, in the international markets in which they operate, in accordance with the additional policies that they have put in place. They also do that in a way that has delivered very strong returns for Australians and for Australian taxpayers that will yield benefits for a long time to come, thanks to the operations of Dr. Arndt and his team.
All right, thanks. So if the Future Fund's been invested in the Chinese military industrial complex for years and doesn't have any processes in place to find out about that until the US government lists certain companies in the Chinese military industrial complex, lists them for sanctions, how do we know that the Future Fund's not invested right now, for example, in the Russian military industrial complex and helping arm the Russian government as they make threats to Ukraine? How do we know that we're not invested there?
Senator, countries with sanctions regimes have various sanctions that have been in place against Russia for a considerable period of time. Australia has certain sanctions in place against Russia. I would imagine that, as Dr. Arndt has explained, the operations of the Future Fund, where they invest through certain listed indexes that throughout the time of ensuring compliance by those indexes with the policies of the Future Fund and with the requirements of the markets in which they operate, including the US, that they will have had to, at different junctures, potentially divest Russian interests in accordance with the type of sanctions in place.
Senator McKim, you've had the call for 20 minutes now, and I do have a couple of other senators here who would like to ask questions of the Future Fund. So could you please be as economical as possible in finishing up your questions?
Oh, well, thanks, Chair. Dr. Arndt, could I ask you to take on notice, please, whether you can provide any details or assurances around whether the Future Fund has invested Australians' hard-earned public money in any companies that are in the Russian military industrial complex, please?
Sure.
Thank you. The FOI that we were talking about earlier showed you've got or at least that you had at the time, an $18 million stake in the Indian defence firm Bharat Electronics, who sell surveillance equipment to the junta in Myanmar. Do you still hold that investment?
We haven't divested that particular company yet.
So it's okay to hold an investment in an Indian company facilitating brutal massacres of Rohingya people, but it's not okay to hold an investment in a Chinese company facilitating those massacres. Is that right?
Well, I think I've explained our process. There are no sanctions applied to that particular company by any developed market regulator that we're aware of.
Okay, the Minister just mentioned Australian government processes. So since 1990, the Australian government has had in place an arms embargo under which it is prohibited to, and I'll quote, directly or indirectly, and I'll just draw your attention to the indirectly part of that, it is prohibited to directly or indirectly supply, sell or transfer arms or related material to Myanmar. How is the Future Fund's investment in any weapons manufacturing companies that are selling arms to the junta in Myanmar consistent with that arms embargo from the Australian government?
Senator, I really do think Dr. Arndt has traversed this ground quite extensively.
Well, Minister, I'll put the question to you.
In terms
How's
of
that consistent?
In terms, Senator, of the investment profile in indexes from which then exclusion policies apply where relevant and where determined. You continually come at the questions from a attitude and perspective
from an outcomes perspective
of looking at the equation of if the future fund were determining each of the individual entities itself that it is investing in and undertaking all of the elements of due diligence across each of those individual entities each and every time that it places an investment. Now, for the future fund to be able to maintain the breadth of investment portfolio that it does, with the exposure to developing markets and other parts of the world that it does, it would not be practical for it to operate its investment portfolio in a cost-effective way in the manner in which the presumption underpinning your question applies.
Thanks.
The cost-effective way for the future fund to get the best possible returns for Australian taxpayers, which it does very, very successfully, is for it to invest in listed indexes as part of its suite of different investments. And of course, then within those listed indexes, as Dr. Arndt has explained, there are the exclusion policies that apply, built off of a range of different policy settings that the fund implements.
The best way that the future fund, and in fact you, Minister, could serve the Australian taxpayers is to ensure that the future fund doesn't invest in weapons manufacturers and fossil fuel companies. That would be the best way that you could serve. Let's go to the last bracket of questions here.
As quickly as possible, please, Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. Doesn't this whole scandal demonstrate that, in fact, the Australian public has a right to know exactly where the future fund has invested their money? Wouldn't you agree, Minister?
And the future fund makes public its investment activities, Senator.
The future fund does not make public all the companies that it is invested into, does it, Minister?
Senator, to go back to the basics of seeking to explain aspects of this, the investment across different listed indexes and the like are dynamic investments, Senator. So the funds managers who operate those investment vehicles would have dynamic changes to those investments that are occurring. The future fund makes public where its direct investment undertakings occur, and of course it's from that the type of scrutiny that we are discussing right here is undertaken.
All right, Minister, well, Schedule 2 of the Investment Funds legislation bill that you've got currently before the Parliament, if that was enacted, how would anyone have ever found out that the Future Fund was invested in a Chinese state-owned company that was selling arms to the Myanmar junta? How would we have ever found that out if the legislation you've got in the Parliament, which exempts the core activity of the Future Fund, that is their investments, from the FOI Act?
Senator, the Future Fund...
Could we ever find out where the money was invested if that went through?
Senator, the Future Fund is accountable to the Parliament and through the Parliament, the public, in a range of different ways in terms of the release of information, and would still be so under those legislative changes if enacted.
No, they wouldn't. But just to summarise, Minister, if this bill goes through...
I think you're debating, Senator, not questioning.
No, I'm putting this to you, Minister. I'm putting this to you and asking you to respond to this. If your bill goes through unamended, there's no way that the public could find out that the Future Fund is invested in a Chinese state-owned company selling arms to a brutal military dictatorship in Myanmar, arms that are being used in my view, an attempted genocide against the Rohingya people. And even though the Future Fund's divestment from that company coincided with the release of an FOI, it allegedly or purportedly wasn't done because of the FOI. But actually, if that bill went through, we wouldn't know about it anyway. And somehow this is all in accordance with international best governance practice. Have I got that right? Because I reckon we're well through the looking glass here, Minister.
Senator, the short answer to what your eventual question was is no. But as Dr. Arndt has made clear, the Future Fund's divestment of those holdings was undertaken consistent with the policy settings they have, working through their fund managers and the legal requirements that are there around such divestments. In terms of the public disclosure by the Future Fund of its activities, the Future Fund, under those legislative changes, which have been mooted all the way back to when Lindsay Tanner was the Finance Minister, under those legislative changes, the Future Fund would still be fronting up here to answer questions from you and others, Senator, would still be expected to disclose through these proceedings as well as through the other public processes that are there in relation to the fund's activities. It is a narrow scope that legislation seeks to undertake, but I don't want to debate the legislation here, and that's what the chamber is for, Senator.
Thank you. And this is my last two questions, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. Minister, firstly to you, why don't you require the fund to regularly publish in exactly where it has invested the $250 billion worth of Australians' money that it has invested? Why don't you think that it would be a good thing for Australians to understand how $250 billion of their money was invested by the fund, and why won't you simply require the fund, as the Greens have got an amendment to the legislation proposed, to publish their investments in full every 6 months? Why not?
Senator, the fund does make public the nature of its portfolio and investments, and I answered, of course, some of the challenges when you want to seek a certain granularity of detail, given the dynamic nature of some of those vehicles that the fund invests in. But the fund does make public the nature of its investment profiles.
My last question is to Dr. Arndt. Dr. Arndt, do you believe that the disclosure regime that the currently operates under is in line with international best practice? And if you do, would you please provide on notice which other sovereign wealth funds around the world have governance regimes and transparency regimes like the Future Fund, and who basically are not required to publish the details of their investments, and who are exempt in terms of their investments from provisions of Freedom of Information Acts or similar around?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McKim. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. On a similar topic, just let me begin by thanking you, Dr. Arndt, for giving me some time in December last year to canvass some of these issues with you, so I'm appreciative of that. Since the publication of the story in The Guardian and the ABC and other news outlets, what governance changes have you embarked upon in the Future Fund to avoid a scenario like this happening again?
So maybe you can explain what you mean by a scenario like this, Senator?
So I think it's fair to say that over the last 12 months, matters concerning the military coup in Myanmar have received very, very wide coverage in the Australian media. I would have thought that your risk management approach would have sought to protect the Australian Government and the Future Fund from any adverse publicity around any possible investments in Myanmar by the military regime or others. So I was curious to know, was your radar on or off?
No, thank you, Senator. So I think I've explained here before that the board's view is in general exclusion. So we've been talking about companies where either will own or won't own is not is not the preferred practice because companies themselves change their activities and their plans. And we think it wouldn't be consistent with our long-term investment mandate to have wholesale exclusion policies. So we haven't changed our policy. Obviously, if governments around the world that we need to comply with their rules change their sanctions regime, then we would respond as we had with AVIC. However, we do have a very active engagement program with our investment managers and asking them to speak to companies we invest in, and indeed in Australia we engage with companies directly, or at least larger companies where we have holdings. And so on a number of occasions we've raised the issues in Myanmar with either our investment managers or companies that we invest in and asked them what their view is or to justify their approach. And while I can't say any one conversation we've had or whether or not the Future Fund has been important in those conversations, certainly there's quite a few companies now around the world that have announced that they're going to withdraw from their commercial activities in Myanmar.
So I'm right to assume that the Future Fund, in regards to Myanmar, is engaging a higher level of inquiry, both with companies that you might invest with in Australia, but also with those people that might manage the investment indexes.
Yes, that's correct.
Great. If we sort of take a broader look, this wouldn't be a problem unique to Australia's sovereign wealth fund. Are you able to share with us any approaches that other sovereign wealth funds might have been utilising in regards to not just the Myanmar matter, but similar matters?
Well, in general, at the general level, we talk about having an ESG policy, and this would fall into that. And we do have pretty active dialogue with sovereign funds and pension funds around the world in terms of how they apply their ESG policies. And I would say that our approach is pretty similar to that adopted by most other similar funds in the world, more active in some cases. It's a moving feast. Like, the world is complex and the type of issues we deal with vary over time. So I haven't personally had discussions with other sovereign funds about the Myanmar issue specifically, but I'm sure our ESG team will have done that.
So from your evidence to Senator McKim, am I right to take out of that the Future Fund only divests on sanction decisions taken by the United States government?
No, that's not correct. So as I was explaining to Senator McKim, we look at sanctions which apply broadly around the world. Obviously our investment managers operate in certain jurisdictions and they're regulated, so they have to comply with sanctions. They're the one that own and buy and sell positions on our behalf. And so they will have a range of different regimes that they have to follow. Our job is to monitor their compliance with those sanctions, and I took on notice, I believe, from Senator McKim a question about coming back with exactly which jurisdictions that we do that for.
So in regards to Myanmar, is there a active reporting mechanism between the fund and its board about any matters that you might discover in regards to Future Fund investments that are related to Myanmar and the military regime?
We've discussed with the board the particular issue, and the board's been interested to understand how we integrate this particular ESG issue into our investment approach.
The particular issue being Myanmar, or the particular issue being sort of geopolitical considerations?
Well, in general, our approach to ESG issues is that when companies engage in activities that are likely to be controversial or in the long term risky, and risky could mean a change in future regulation or societal support, then our approach is we should take that into account in making investment decisions, or we should ask our investment managers to do that. And so we've had the conversation in that context.
So was the Myanmar matter on the Future Fund radar before the FOI request?
Well, there's a large number of ESG issues going on in the world. We have detailed discussions with our ESG team, including at the board level several times a year, in terms of tracking current issues but I can't. I'm not sure exactly when you mean.
Well, the military coup happened on the February 1st last year. I'm keen to know at what point did the Future Fund put the Myanmar matter on its radar?
Well, I'm sure our investment managers would have started to track that issue immediately. So I've explained the governance arrangement that we have with our investment managers. Our investment managers are required to understand these things and track them. Our job's to supervise the managers and make sure that they're applying the policies and processes that they have and that we've hired them for.
I'd add to that I would have expected investment managers to report back to you matters of sensitivity to your ESG group.
And they do, but I couldn't tell you exactly when that conversation started.
Perhaps you could take that on notice
Sure.
and let me know. At page 16 of your annual report of 2021, the second paragraph, under the Joint Up Investment Approach subheading, the second paragraph starts, our top-down people look at the global economy, financial markets and political risk and think about how this will impact the portfolio. Do you think that the government might have suffered any embarrassment as a result of the revelations that were revealed in these newspaper reports as a result of the FOI?
I think that's a matter for the government.
I think that's asking for an opinion there, Senator Smith. Look, Senator Smith, we would wish that all of these matters were always easily foreseeable and able to be managed simply, but the reality is that the investment framework that the Future Fund operates in does entail complex investment in a diverse range of listed trusts, as Dr. Arndt has outlined. There's a dynamic nature, as I said before, in response to Senator McKim, to those listed trusts. The Future Fund seeks to identify where exclusions are necessary to those trusts, does so against a range of criteria. I have no doubt that that issues such as this one provide for the continued work of their ESG team in terms of identifying how they can best respond to these circumstances and, where possible, prevent them in the future. And of course that the fund managers they work with would face pressure from all of their different investors who would variously wish to be in a position to maximise their exposure to growing companies in developing world environments, but to minimise their exposure to areas of potential reputational damage or companies that are at odds with their ESG policies.
Based on the Minister's evidence, how do you measure reputational damage?
That's obviously a non-quantitative area. So we do, as you say, have an obligation to protect the government's reputation in financial markets in the mandate. We take that seriously. The board has policies around how we think about those things, and we have active debates at the board, and we do track media mentions and other reporting on us and debate with the board that. But these things are a delicate balance because in order to generate the investment returns that we're required to get in terms of the investment mandate, we need to take risk, we need to take investment risk, but sometimes you need to take reputational risk too, in the sense that there's a very wide range of views in Australian society, and so it's very common that some people will have strong views on decisions we make, and we just need to make the best decisions we can within our framework. In this particular case, I would just emphasise again that the positions were held through an index position. That's a commonly held, very wide-ranging strategy, which I think most super funds and most retail investors that invest in exchange-traded funds would have, and I dare say the vast majority of them would have had the very same positions that we had.
I think Australian citizens would regard the Future Fund as more of a public entity than as a private entity. Superannuation fund I would categorise as a private entity. But I think that's exactly the point. You know, the Future Fund has done remarkably well, enjoyed such high levels of confidence from Australian governments and from Australian citizens, and a situation like this, unfortunately, does damage the reputation of the Future Fund and, by extension, the government. And these decisions have upset large numbers of Australian citizens who are concerned about what has happened in Myanmar, and it'll be interesting to see where we get to in the next 12 months. But thank you very much, and thank you again for your time in December. Thank you, Dr. Arndt. Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Gallagher, I understand you have just a couple of questions, and we'll then go to Senator Rennick.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. My questions are to the Minister for Finance. Minister, there's been another cabinet leak, it appears, to Channel 10. They're reporting that the Prime Minister is getting ready to sack one of his ministers, but the Member of Parliament doesn't even know they're about to be dumped.
Sorry.
Is the Prime Minister going to sack Mr Tudge?
Yeah, Senator Patterson, I'll let you give your point of order, but I'm anticipating that it might be about the fact that this doesn't really have anything to do with the Future Fund.
You must be clairvoyant, Chair. That's where I was going.
But it has something to do with the government, and we have the Leader of the Government in the Senate sitting here, and there are media outlets reporting that a minister is about to be sacked and he doesn't know about it. And I'm asking if the Prime Minister is about to sack Mr Tudge.
Senator, we have an agency sitting at the table here administering $204 billion of funds on behalf of Australian taxpayers. And your priority as the Shadow Finance Minister is to come in here and want to pursue political or partisan questions about a media story that hasn't even aired yet. I'm not going to comment on those. If you have questions on the Future Fund, that's what Dr Arndt and I are here to respond to.
So you're not aware? You've not been in part of any discussions about the sacking of Mr Tudge?
I think Australian taxpayers deserve an opposition.
Have a dysfunctional
and an alternate government.
Senator Gallagher, I'm going to...
It's dysfunctional and you're having leak after leak.
Senator Gallagher, we are here to be talking about the Future Fund at the moment.
So you won't
ask
confirm?
that if you focus those questions that you might have to the Future Fund. Otherwise, I am going to give the call to Senator Rennick because he does have questions for the Future Fund.
So you do know and you won't say?
It does have some relevance to the future.
It's a fair effort, Senator Farrell, but...
That was a very creative point of order, Senator Farrell.
Look, if the minister's too frightened to answer...
Senator Ayres,
Senator
Ayres, that is incredibly rhetorical.
No further questions for the Future Fund and the Department of Finance, and then we can either happily go home, or I understand Senator Rennick has questions.
But this has just arisen, Mr Birmingham.
But Senator Gallagher,
so
your
you do
contempt
know,
and
but
disinterest
you won't say.
for the finances of the country and for the operations of an agency investing more than $200 billion on behalf of Australians is clear. If political games are your priorities, that's your business. But right now, you're wasting the time of everybody.
Senators, order for the third time today. Can we not speak all over the top of each other? I'm going to give the call to Senator Rennick to ask some questions about the Future Fund. Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question is for the Minister. Do you think the Future Fund is an appropriate name for the fund, given that its purpose is to fund the gold-plated pension schemes of about 130,000 white-collar bureaucrats, excluding the other 25 million Australians from it?
Senator, the Future Fund is not responsible for any of the policy settings around the pension schemes that exist, the various old defined benefit schemes, which in most places have been closed to new entrants that exist. It's not the Future Fund's job in terms of the management of any of those schemes. The Future Fund's earnings in future are yes, earmarked by governments to help with meeting some of the liabilities from those schemes, but the Future Fund's job, as set, is the administration and investment of the funds under their guardianship.
Okay, no worries. In terms of ethics, should the Future Fund invest in companies that have a significant criminal record, such as Pfizer?
Well, I'll let Dr. Arndt address that so far as he can. He's already put quite a lot on the public record this afternoon in relation to the governance practices of the Future Fund around their investments and how those investment streams operate. I would note that Pfizer is a very large global company. I'm not going to run commentary around the different aspects of Pfizer's operations, but clearly there are significant parts of their operations that have provided major breakthroughs in medical science to the benefit of not just those in receipt of those medical breakthroughs and scientific breakthroughs, but also to the benefit of investors in that company.
Yep, happy with that. Okay. Do you think that it's appropriate that the chair of the Future Fund also is the chair of Nine Fairfax Media, a company that receives significant advertising dollars from the government to promote the vaccines sold by a company of which the Future Fund is invested in?
Well, I certainly don't, Senator, think that there is any relationship between the chair's role and his duties as chair of the Future Fund and government procurement decisions in relation to the vaccines that have been made available to deal with COVID-19. I reject any linkage in that whatsoever. Reject the idea there's any linkage between advertising campaigns that might be run in relation to vaccines and the chair of the Future Fund's role. There is no basis upon which to suggest any of that. The Future Fund Board of Guardians do, of course, have policies in place for managing potential conflicts of interest to secure a Board of Guardians with appropriate business investment skills. Those skills also mean those individuals do have a number of potential areas for conflict that each of them would manage and manage to the utmost of probity and standards. And I'll let Dr. Arndt speak to those conflict of interest management practices.
No, that's okay. I'll take that as the answer. Thanks, Minister. And last question: when will the government start drawing down on the Future Fund to pay for defined benefit liabilities? Defined benefits of public servants, rather than let it accumulate.
We made the decision to defer that drawdown period until 2026, Senator Rennick. So I was just double checking. I had 27 in mind, but it's 2026. So we made that decision to provide for a longer period of time for the Future Fund to build its capital base during that time. I would note that there have been some changes to the budget reporting arrangements in relation to the Future Fund that kicked in at this time when the Future Fund was, when it was originally envisaged that Future Fund earnings would be used for those defined liability schemes, defined benefit schemes, I should say. But the decision has been made to extend that period of time, allowing the Future Fund to grow further.
What was the reason for that?
Senator, I think the rationale was on the basis that the investment market and environment at present, the opportunities that exist there for the Future Fund to better meet the long-term needs of meeting those defined benefit schemes would be better realised through that extra period of time. We may be able to go through some of the analysis, although I don't know that we have the relevant officials with us anymore.
We probably do.
Look, that's okay. You don't need to go for the analysis. I'll just put in a quick. So when do you think that the actual liability itself will peak? Because I know when it was started originally in 2004, it was meant to peak in 2020, and the forward estimates have it still blowing out enormously.
So I think there was, is there an update table or graph in my EFO to...
So I think Ms Carroll's come to the table and she can advise on the target asset level.
Tracy Carroll, Acting Deputy Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. So in the long-term cost reports, there's information that was released through those. They were released last year that gives information in relation to the peak of the superannuation liabilities, and I'll just find my brief in relation to that.
can take it on notice if you want.
Okay, so the...
Senator, Secretary, Department of Finance, and apologies to the committee that I can't be there just while...
Sorry, for
That's
the...
one of our officers who has just been on the phone because he couldn't attend today, but he possibly knows the answer to the question, which may be his intervention.
Sorry, for the civilian schemes, the unfunded liability grows to a peak of an estimated peak of 182.9 billion in 2034, before declining to 60.8 billion by 2060, which is the life of the long-term cost report. And then for the military schemes, the liability for the military schemes is projected to grow to 477.3 billion by 2060.
So that again, 477 billion?
Yes.
By 2060?
Yep. And so that's primarily a result of the ADF cover component of the military schemes remaining open to new members, but information questions in relation to the long-term cost of the military schemes would be best directed to Defence.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rennick, and thank you to the Future Fund for appearing today and for answering questions relevant to the Future Fund. If no other Labor senators have questions for the Future Fund, we might move swiftly on to outcome 3, which I'm guessing is what you are.
I am, yes, this is... Yeah. Of course.
Not quite. Almost. Yep. I've got like a 2-minute question.
No.
There's just one line of questions I want to do first.
They actually...
Very much in order.
Thank you very much to the officials at the table for outcome 3. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ms Huxtable, do you wish to make any sort of statement at this point in time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the call to Senator Ayres.
If I can just check firstly that...
That's just what I was gesturing to.
Thank
Senator
you.
Ayres.
I have one job,
sorry,
and that's
the
to
table.
organise the...
Apologies,
Okay.
we'll
Duly
wait for that.
Tabled, I think we were...
Thank you, Ms Huxtable. I think... thank you. Can I just ask, as people are poring over those, on the 31st of January, Ms Rochelle Miller appeared on 7:30. The interview did canvass her allegations against Minister Tudge, or former Minister Tudge, but it was also revealed that Ms Miller had made a new complaint, or submitted a new complaint to Finance. And I think the report said in which she made a number of allegations about her treatment, from bullying to sexual assault by others in Parliament House over the course of her 10-year career. Ms Huxtable, can you confirm that there is a new complaint that's been submitted to Finance? Was anybody here in a position to confirm that that's the case?
Senator, I think I said my name previously, Claire Walsh. I think Ms Miller has made a confirmation that she has engaged again with the department, but I'm not in a position to speak to any detail, obviously, in relation to that, because for the reasons we've canvassed many times before, I'm not going to to speak to individual matters, particularly where there's potential privacy issues involved.
You can't tell me how many members of parliament or senators this applies, that this complaint relates to,
No, I can't, Senator.
or staff?
No, Senator.
It's unknown at the moment.
No, well, Senator, as Ms Walsh just explained, obviously individuals may choose to make certain information public, but the Department of Finance, in accordance with very long-standing practice, respects the confidentiality of those individuals and doesn't make details of their engagement with the department public.
So it could be one or none or many parliamentarians or staffers. You're not in a position to say at this stage. I'll come to the process. Can you tell me how many separate allegations there are?
Senator, I can't speak to the material that the department has in relation to any case.
So just, could you explain to me as well how is finance handling these allegations?
So in the broad,
Yes.
I'm not going to speak specifically to an individual matter, but in the broad, if it was it depends on what it was, depends on what the complaint was, but if it was in relation to a bullying harassment type matter, then there's obviously a policy framework that we operate within. And we work with the person who has, engaged with us to determine the approach that they wish to take. It's not something that we would do without engaging closely with anyone that comes to us with a concern. But we have, particular procedures and policies in place that we follow. Similarly, if it was not related to bullying harassment and was related to expenses or some other matter that's within the purview of finance, we have policies and procedures that we would follow.
It's really satisfactory that you can't tell me whether this has been referred to an external investigator? Has there been a direction to interview witnesses?
Senator,
Sorry, Minister, I should say, I respect there are issues of confidentiality and process here. I accept that. But these are very serious allegations on the face of it. And I'd like to know what is, to have some assurance for this committee that there is a proper process being undertaken and what the scale of that undertaking is.
So Senator, I provide the assurance that in terms of the work Ms Walsh and her team do, that where issues are raised by MOPS Act staff, they do respond thoroughly, comprehensively and also independently. I stress, as I've done multiple times, that neither I nor the Special Minister of State, Mr Morton, get any more details about these individual cases than you do, Senator Ayres, or anybody else. That the department holds that information in confidence, respecting the privacy of individuals who make a complaint, those who participate in the complaints process, and of course those against whom allegations are made. As is well known and again has been well traversed in terms of procedural elements, the Jenkins review and prior to that the Foster review last year have established some significant changes that are occurring, and so were these practices or complaints to occur in the workplace now in a contemporary way between current staff, the new Parliamentary Workplace Support Service would handle those and the procedures there. There would still be an element of confidentiality of respect as to how that is handled, but there are also new practices applied to that in terms of accountability for members of Parliament and their officers, and in terms of the way reports are there. Now, Senator, just the Jenkins report will extend the scope of the PWSS further, and the work is being undertaken to implement that. Finally, outside of those broad issues in relation to the matters of Minister Tudge, and what has been alleged. Ms Walsh has addressed what she can on the public record there in relation to where Ms Miller has made information public. As we traversed yesterday at some length, a separate independent process involving Dr Vivienne Thom was established by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and obviously that was traversed extensively yesterday too.
Yes, well, I was asking about the subsequent allegations that Ms Miller made, but you were reluctant to answer questions that Senator Gallagher put to you before about the result of Ms Thom's investigation. Senator Gallagher's right, isn't it? The Prime Minister's going to remove Mr Tudge permanently. Is that the case?
Well, Senator, ministerial appointments and indeed ministerial terminations are matters for the Prime Minister, who advises, as I discussed with Senator Gallagher yesterday, who advises the Governor-General in relation to those he wishes to appoint to the ministry.
So even if Ms Miller has said publicly that she has made a complaint, you're not in a position, you tell me, to confirm that a complaint has been investigated?
That's right, Senator. That's correct. And often, I mean, in every case when someone comes to us with a concern, a complaint, whatever the nature is, that they do that on the understanding that we will deal with it in a confidential way.
Minister, I was provided with a photograph of some social media posted by your colleague Senator Hughes yesterday in an engagement with Ms Miller, I think on Twitter, but I'm not sure. Senator Hughes says, "Wow, you have some serious issues!" ! Honey, lots of therapy, full stop. Stop making unfounded accusations, then hiding behind false legal premises. But insulting women who you don't agree with, you will fit right in with your new Green mates. I note silence about Chairman Dan as well. Do you agree that's an acceptable way for someone in the Parliament to engage with somebody who's made a complaint?
Senator Ayres, I don't know what that was commenting on precisely.
It doesn't matter though, does it?
But let me just...
Sorry, I'll let you go. Sorry.
I don't know what that was commenting on precisely, but that is not the way that I would encourage colleagues to handle engagement with people outside of this building who may have made complaints about activities inside of this building. It's certainly not the tone or approach that I've sought to apply throughout a period of time in this job where there have been quite a lot of sensitive issues to handle, and I would encourage people to handle them with sensitivity even when they feel there may be provocation in relation to those matters.
Apparently she also posted after that, "I also stand with Tudgie." What's going on in the culture of this show?
Senator Ayres, as I just said, I would encourage individuals across the Parliament to handle engagement on these sensitive matters with respect, even when they may feel that there is provocation or otherwise in relation to the matters that are there. In terms of the other observations, they're matters for Senator Hughes.
I think Senator Farrell has some questions for the Department and the Minister, Chair.
Senator Ayres. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask some questions. I refer to a response to questions on notice that as of the 31st of October 2021, there were 2,131 individuals on the Members of Parliament staff payroll system, which was slightly down from the previous figure of 2,161 on the 25th of June 2021. Can you tell us? Disappeared.
I was deducing that question might be able to be answered by a bit. Would you want Senator Farrell?
No, look, you go and have your cup of coffee look, I'm happy for anybody who knows the answer to this. If it's you, Minister, how many individuals are currently on the MOPS payroll system?
I'll look to my right.
So David Silver, FAS of MAPS. It will actually depend on a point in time, so we can run a report any day to say...
When was the last time you ran a report?
We probably ran a report last week.
Yep.
But I can find out the...
What was the figure?
I can find out the number
Yep.
As it was. It'll change every payroll based on the number of new employees who start, non-ongoings, casuals, etc. So it generally goes up and down, but I would say it would generally go between probably 2,100 and 2,200 over a 12-month period, roughly.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you want, I can find out the last time a report was run and give you the figure as at that date.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's a bit like a news poll that's only accurate at that point in time, isn't it? Doesn't say
Payroll
anything.
numbers are hopefully even more accurate than news polls, Senator Farrell.
We don't do a sample, it's actually every employee.
I know why you'd be hoping for that, Senator Birmingham, Minister, I should say. But in a footnote on pages 12 and 51 of Set the Standard, Commissioner Jenkins' review into the parliamentary workplaces, it says, based on information provided by the Department of Finance, there were 2,222 MOPS Act employees working in CPWs, either as electorate staff or as personal staff to ministers and office holders as of the 1st of June 2021. That figure on 25 June, according to our question on notice, there was 2,161. Now, you've said the figures roughly go from
21 to 2,200. It's not uncommon towards the end of a financial year for a number of casual staff to be engaged for periods of time, particularly where there is budget available to do that. And so there's generally sort of ups and downs, but as I said, in any given payroll, it averages between 2,100 to 2,200.
Yes, but this has gone the other way. So 1st of June, the figures were 2,222, but the Quan on 25 June was 2,161. That's actually gone the other way. So increasing the number of casuals as you get towards the end of the financial year can't be the explanation.
I was just making a general comment that there will be ups and downs based on what parliamentarians choose to do in terms of engaging staff. There'll be staff who are non-ongoing contracts for periods of time. Those will end, and so the numbers of MOP staff on any given week or any given payroll will oscillate up and down.
No, I understand that. But your explanation that the numbers get ramped up the closer to the end of the financial year.
Sometimes that happens. It just depends on. It really just does depend on each individual parliamentarian making decisions about the employment of MOPS Act staff.
Yeah. Now, the footnote to the Jenkins review goes on to say that additionally, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet informed the review of 34 personal staff employed in official establishments at the Lodge or Kirribilli House as at the 30 July 2021. For the reason this report uses a total figure of 2,256 MOPS Act employees, which again is higher than that figure that you described at the ceiling, who are the 34 personal staff that I've just referred to there employed by?
That would actually be a matter for the Department of PM&C to comment on, but my understanding is it would largely be staff who are either working in the lodge or Kirribilli House. But it would really be a matter.
But who's their employer?
I couldn't comment. In terms of it would be the Commonwealth, but they would.
They're not employed as MOPS. They are employed as MOPS Act's employees.
They are still engaged under the MOPS Act.
Yeah.
But I would need to confirm under what provision they are engaged.
How quickly could you do that for us? Anybody listening who might know the answer to that question?
We'll see if we can get
We'll see if we can do
as
that.
quickly as we can.
All right, thank you. Are these included in the total figures of government staff on the staffing table?
I don't believe so, because that's so those staff that you've referred to are paid through a separate HR process. The HR process that we sort of manage will be under Part 3 and 4 of the MOPS Act. So no, they wouldn't be reflected in that, is my understanding, but I will confirm that. But I don't think so.
So the figures, let's have a look at there. Have you seen this document that we were presented with today, Mr. De Silva? That show...
Yes.
Yeah, you got it there? So page... doesn't have a page number, but it's the page after page 9. So that figure of 1st of Feb 2022, in fact, if the numbers are still the same and haven't changed since 31 July, would be roughly 504. Is that correct?
I don't quite understand what you're asking.
Well,
so the table that you've just referred to is the number of personal employees.
Yeah. So these are not personal employees?
No, the table, if you're looking at that table,
yes.
That's the number of personal employees that are engaged.
Yeah, and these are not personal employees?
Who are not personal employees?
The 30, we've just been
the
talking...
34, I'll need to confirm the status of what they are.
Right,
As
so
I said, those staff are a matter for the Department of PM&C, not Finance.
Right.
So I'll most likely have to refer that question off to that department.
Yeah. But you were going to see if you could find
I'll see if I can
somebody
find a general comment based on what's previously been said, but if we can't, we'll have to refer it off to PM&C.
But you're saying they are not personal staff?
I'm saying I don't have the answer to that, given that those employees are a matter for PM&C.
Yeah, all right.
So not in the manner in which personal staff have historically been counted, assessed and reported, Senator Farrell. I've certainly been present for some questioning of PM&C in relation to staff who help with the management of Kirribilli and the Lodge. Not a level of detail that I can necessarily jump in and attempt to answer questions on behalf of PM&C there, but PM&C certainly administer the arrangements in relation to those residences and the staff who are employed around them.
Look, I suppose the key word here in the Jenkins review, and perhaps Commissioner Jenkins didn't quite capture, the correct description of these people, but she describes them as personal staff, which leads me to why I asked those questions. Now, perhaps they're not personal staff. I noticed you're looking over this way, Mr. De Silva. Do you think somebody else?
I was just reading
I
was just reading the actual text of what she wrote, and she did say personal staff. As it said, those staff are engaged under the MOPS Act for official, for Kirribilli House and for the Lodge.
Yeah, look, I suppose my question fundamentally is, why, if they are indeed personal staff, and it's possible that that's not the correct description of them, I accept that, but if they are indeed personal staff, why don't they appear on that chart, I suppose?
As I said, happy to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, and to confirm the exact status of...
But I think the other point to make, Senator, is that in the time that I've been in this role, this table has not materially changed, apart from, I think we might have added a page to pull out variances. I mean, the risk is if we reflect other staff, then there will obviously be a point of a sort of apples to oranges type comparison when we've, basically been providing it in this way. But we will confirm that they're definitely not included here.
No. And they're not paid under the finance HR.
Look, I'm not asserting that they should be, don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to find out, given the description of that Commissioner Jenkins has used, personal staff of the government, employed under the MOPS Act, my query is, and this is further to Ms Huxtable's point, is if they're not included in that table, why not? Why? It may be that in the past they haven't been included. I suppose my question is, if not, why not? And should they have always been included in that calculation? That's fundamentally my question, and there may be a very simple answer.
What we might be able to do quickly is answer the first question you have as to whether they're personal staff or not.
Yeah.
If that characterisation is correct.
Yeah.
I suspect the if not, why not question, we may need to come back on notice because we will have to consult with Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, but we will do that, of course.
Yes.
So this report's on staff that we are responsible for from an HR point of view.
Yeah.
Those staff are the responsibility of PMC.
No, look, you've made that very clear, Mr De Silva. I haven't misunderstood anything that you've said so far, but I also hope you haven't misunderstood anything.
No.
I have said, but you get the drift of my questions, and it stems from the information that's come out of the Jenkins report that has raised questions about, who is appropriately classified as personal staff. Yeah. Yes, sure. Senator Smith has some very good questions that she'd like to ask.
Ms Walsh, just noticing on the document that you've provided for us, these indicate there's an additional 10 staff have been added to the government ranks since October across the offices of Cabinet Ministers. Is there a reason for this increase?
So, Senator, the reason for any increase would be a question for the Prime Minister. As you know, it's the Prime Minister's decision on terms of allocation of staff. What we're doing is just reporting the numbers that are then passed through to us to do the relevant, responsibilities that we have. But I can't answer the question as to why allocations of staff happen.
Okay, perhaps that's something Minister Birmingham can make a contribution on.
Senator, the allocation of staff is made by the Prime Minister. It occurs in response to the different portfolio pressures that different ministers may have at points in time. You can see that there's certain variances to different categories that have occurred during that window. I note that under the arrangements we have in place, the staff entitlement for the opposition is tied to being a proportion of the number of staff that the government has to keep a sense of equity in those arrangements, Senator.
Minister Taylor has an additional 3 staff added to his office, all of them at senior ranks. Was there a particular reason for that, Minister Birmingham?
Yes, as you would recall, Senator Smith, Minister Taylor acquired significant additional portfolio responsibilities during this reporting period. Minister Taylor was already the, I'm just trying to find the right line there. Minister Taylor was already the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, but in between times, Minister Taylor has also picked up responsibility in relation to the industry portfolio.
And Minister Birmingham, were you given additional staff as well?
No, I think my numbers are static from previous time, if I recall.
In fact, you lost a staff member.
Oh, there we
Your
go.
total allocations, Minister.
There we go. I think it was an allocate. Oh, yes, okay. Anyway.
Thank you. They were just my questions to clarify.
Thanks, Senator Smith.
Senator Farrell, I got the team to just check.
Very good.
As of today...
I should say I lost an allocation,
Yes,
not an individual, lest anybody think I'd forgotten that somebody who was actually in the team had left.
I should have been clear.
as of today, there's 2,021 MOP staff currently on payroll.
2,021. Right, okay.
Senator Farrell,
Yep.
Labor has had the call for about half an hour, and I just have a very quick couple of questions that I would like to ask.
Please ask your
Thank
questions.
you very much,
Yep.
Senator Farrell. I thought, given that you just sat down with a cup of tea and a biscuit, might be an opportune time.
Just following the Minister's lead. Oh, no, actually, it's just got water.
I did sneak a chocolate biscuit, though, Don, so a bit of sustenance.
I would like to table a copy of the constitution of the company Warringah Independent Limited, which is the campaign vehicle for the member for Warringah. And if that could be provided, a copy of that be provided to the officials, that would be appreciated, because in the company's objects within that constitution, on the last page, or the page that I had tagged, in particular clause B, it states that one of the objectives of the company is to manage the electoral office and support for elected representatives at a local, state and federal government. Could you give me your view on how an outside organisation might be purporting to exert control over the functions of a federal MP and whether or not that's appropriate?
I'm sorry, Senator, I might need you to ask the question again. There's a...
Mystifying question.
The campaign vehicle for the member for Warringah has within its constitution objectives that include managing the electoral office. How does that... Is that really consistent with the MAPS Act to have some sort of outside entity, particularly a campaign entity, managing staff within an electorate office?
I don't think we can really comment on that. I can comment on what are the requirements under the PBR framework for electorate officers, but I can't really comment on that.
What are the requirements, Mr De Silva?
In terms of an electoral office, it would be a resource that's determined by the minister for each parliamentarian. It would set out where that electorate office is, what resources would be provided within that electorate office. The MOPS Act would then, through a sort of determination, would set out the number of staff that would go to an electoral office, say 4. That's in a very broad sense. So I can't really comment on the question that you've posed.
Relevant to whether or not it's appropriate that some sort of external entity is asserting to manage electorate office staff?
Under the MOPS Act, a parliamentarian is responsible for the employment
Indeed.
of electorate office staff. Beyond that, I can't really comment on something that I haven't seen.
Okay. I might leave that with you, and I have tabled the document, so if I have any questions on notice to put, I certainly will.
Sure.
But thank you very much for your insights. That was all I had.
I think, obviously,
Oh, Minister.
Response on notice, and I've just received what you've circulated. At an overarching level, Senator, I'd stress that whilst members and senators are entitled to use their electoral offices and efforts to support their own re-election as part of their engagement with the community. It would seem unusual to me to have a separate entity that had any role in the management of those electoral offices.
Indeed, it was the word manage I was interested in specifically.
Yeah, I think the obligations in relation to the management of electoral offices fall squarely on the shoulders of members of Parliament to be responsible for that management. We all have to sign off on the expenditure arrangements within those offices. We all have certain responsibilities in relation to the appointment and management of staff in those offices, and obviously officials can provide any further advice as they've indicated insofar as the operation of the framework applies relative to such a suggestion.
It wouldn't be appropriate for me, for example, to have the State Director of the Tasmanian Division of the Liberal Party set up a desk in my office and manage my staff without me being there or in any form of consultation with me, I would have thought.
I think people would see that as inappropriate, and I think that would be inappropriate relative to how the expectations are set.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, officials. Senator Gallagher.
Yes.
Okay.
I have some questions, Minister Birmingham, about the story that just went to air on Channel 10 about Minister Tudge and Ms Miller.
Yes, Senator.
Yep. Well,
I've been sitting here the whole time, but away you go.
Okay. Well, perhaps if we start where I last asked you, is the Prime Minister going to sack Mr Tudge, as has just been reported on Channel 10?
Senator, ministerial appointments in all of their forms are matters for the Prime Minister. I don't pretend to speak on his behalf in relation to such decisions.
Well, there's been a leak from the Cabinet which has provided this information to Channel 10. So are you aware of it in your role as a senior minister? Are you aware that Minister Tudge is reportedly about to be sacked?
Well, I don't comment on Cabinet deliberations, Senator, but I am not aware of any intended ministerial changes that the Prime Minister may be going to make. They are matters for the Prime Minister.
Okay, so is the story that's reported in Channel 10 that Minister Tudge is going to be sacked because of a technical breach of the ministerial standards? Is that story correct?
Senator, I understand that the Prime Minister's office has provided a response to the Network 10 story.
Okay.
That response says that the matter is still in process and is being undertaken without prejudice to ensure it is dealt with fairly. In relation to the release of the report, I direct you to the evidence given by PM&C Deputy Secretary Stephanie Foster on Monday in estimates, where she said it was her intention to release the report. The Prime Minister supports her view and approach. Senator, you were here, and indeed the inquisitor for much of Ms Foster's evidence yesterday. Based on that statement from the Prime Minister's office, I would expect that all aspects of what Ms Foster said yesterday still stand.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm coming to follow up, because we did have quite a long session on this yesterday, and I was given information around the process, and then this appears in the media with quite a bit of detail attached to it that contradicts evidence given yesterday about the process that was being followed. So is this an unauthorised leak from someone within the government? That's essentially what I can take from the Prime Minister's response and your response. Nobody knows where this came from.
Well, Senator, I can't speak for the journalist in question's sources or the accuracy of the story. I'm advised that the story did not say that it came from Cabinet, contrary to the way you framed the initial question, Senator. But as per the response that the Prime Minister's office has issued, the status of those inquiries as provided to this committee by Ms Foster yesterday remains.
Well, if it didn't come from Cabinet and the Prime Minister's office is ruled out being involved, how could Channel 10 have information that goes to the heart of what Ms Thom's investigation found, and also that the investigation finds that there was a technical breach of the ministerial standards? It is quite detailed. How many people in the government know what's going on?
Senator, I don't know the accuracy of the Channel 10 report. I can't speak for the journalist in question's sources. As was canvassed yesterday, I have not seen Dr Thom's report. And Dr Thom's report is subject to the processes that Ms Foster outlined yesterday.
So it must be a leak that's designed to, again, attack the Prime Minister's credibility at the moment. This is another serious leak.
Well, Senator, you're making assumptions about the accuracy, sources or otherwise of such information. I'm not going to draw any such assumptions. As I've indicated, the Prime Minister's office has issued a statement standing by the information provided yesterday, and that remains the current state of that matter in terms of the finalisation and provision of the Thom report to Ms Miller and Mr Tudge.
Does the Prime Minister have full confidence in Mr Tudge?
Senator, Mr Tudge has been stood aside as a minister and stood aside pending conclusion of the Thom review.
Have you been involved in any discussions where the Prime Minister has canvassed sacking Mr Tudge?
Senator, I'm not going to go into any of my conversations with the Prime Minister.
Has the Prime Minister told you he's going to sack Mr Tudge?
Senator, I'm not going to go into any of my conversations with the Prime Minister. I refer you to my earlier answer in which I said that I am not aware of any intended changes to the ministry that the Prime Minister may or may not make. They are matters for the Prime Minister.
So you have no discussion with the Prime Minister about the future of Mr Tudge?
No, I think I've addressed that, Senator.
Well, in
the status of
the way you address issues, which is a lot of words, but can you tell me directly, have you had a discussion with the Prime Minister about the future of Mr Tudge?
Senator, as I said before, I'm not going to go to my discussions with the Prime Minister, but as I said earlier, I am not aware of any intended changes to the ministry. They are matters for the Prime Minister that would be announced by the Prime Minister if he was intending to do so, but his office has clarified these matters in response to the Network 10 story, and what they have done is point very clearly to the accuracy of the evidence provided to this committee yesterday around the status of the Thom report.
Well, someone has leaked to Channel 10. So who is it? Is it you? Which minister has leaked this information? Because it has a detailed outline of the findings of the Thom investigation. And the evidence we heard yesterday was that it was hand-delivered to the Prime Minister's office because of the sensitivity, and now we have details of its findings appearing on the news. Like, who has had access to it and who has leaked it?
Senator, you're drawing assumptions and conclusions about the accuracy of what's being reported. I'm not going to draw those assumptions or conclusions. As was made very clear yesterday, the report itself has been finalised. There is a process being undertaken at present to engage with the participants in that review to ensure that they are comfortable with the basis upon which their views have been reflected and those views being provided to Ms Miller and Mr Tudge in the final report. If they come back with the need for variations in terms of the evidence or information they've provided, Ms Foster indicated that she would work through that. It is the intention to provide a copy of the final report to Ms Miller and Mr Tudge that, of course, the report is concluded, the findings and conclusions within it will be provided to the participants. We hope to provide as comprehensive a document as possible, but are mindful of the privacy and interests of those who have voluntarily chosen to participate in that process.
The findings and conclusions of this report have been broadcast to a national TV audience this afternoon.
That's you are in here having...
Well, is the story wrong?
Senator, neither of us have seen the report, unless you're going to volunteer information to me
No,
about
I
whether
haven't
you
seen it.
have.
Of course I haven't seen
So
the
neither of
report.
us have seen the report. You're the one who's drawing
Well, tell me the story is
conclusions.
wrong then. It is very detailed.
Senator, as I said, neither of us have seen the report. The Prime Minister's office have issued a statement making clear the status of that report, which is entirely consistent with the information Ms Foster provided yesterday.
So the dysfunction of this government now means, based on the evidence we got yesterday, that neither Mr Tudge nor Ms Miller have seen this report as yet, because it's going through another process, and yet somebody has gone out of their way to leak the story ahead of time and say that Mr Tudge is going to be sacked by the Prime Minister for promoting Ms Miller to senior advisor whilst in a relationship, which is a breach of the ministerial standards. That's what's happened now. Like, somebody has leaked this so that Ms Miller hasn't had the opportunity to see anything that's come back. That's the state of the government now. I can't work out if it's someone trying to damage the Prime Minister or damage Mr Tudge or damage Ms Miller or just damage the lot of you.
Well, Senator, you can spend your time trying to run political hypothesis or commentary if you want. I've clarified the facts in terms of the status of the review and the status in relation to the ministry. Now, ultimately, Senator, these matters will be finalised as quickly as possible, as Ms Foster indicated yesterday. The government is working through proper process there with those who have participated in that review.
So I ask you again, is the story true?
Senator, I've been
you are getting updates from the Prime Minister's office
Sure.
because you're
Sure.
reading them to me. Is the story true?
And Senator, I understand that, you characterise the story as coming from within Cabinet. I understand that is not what the story said.
Well, who knows? Who has access to it?
Sorry. You apparently watched it. I've been sitting here the whole time.
No, I'm asking you. So, and presumably you got a hotline to the Prime Minister's office right at this point in time. If it's not a Cabinet Minister, then it's someone in the Prime Minister's office, because we were told that that document that you haven't seen, and presumably not any other minister has seen, was hand-delivered to a senior advisor in the Prime Minister's office. So it didn't come on email, it was a hand delivery. So if it's not a Cabinet leak, it's a leak from the Prime Minister's office, a leak from a Prime Minister who we know leaks, as we found out yesterday.
Senator, I appreciate that you want to try to inflame this in all manner of different ways through a whole lot of different conjecture on your part. The facts of the matter are this report
Senator Ayres, order. The Minister's responding to Senator Gallagher's question.
This report, independently commissioned from Dr Tom, has been undertaken, seeking to engage those willing to participate in the review. It's reached its conclusion, been presented.
And now it's been leaked.
Ms Foster, well, Senator,
You
again...
just diminish yourself by answering these questions.
Senator Ayres, I think you might want to take a look, from what I understand, quite carefully about what was or wasn't reported as to whether it actually does contain any quotes, any direct attribution, any direct information from the report. I understand there are a lot of assertions that are being made. I would caution against reliance upon assertions or assumptions. The government is going to continue to follow fair process in this regard. It is in the midst of that with the participants in that inquiry. We, as Ms Foster indicated, they have until tomorrow under the timeline that she outlined to provide comment back about what they are happy to have shared with Ms Miller and Mr Tudge. And if there is then a period of work that is required, Ms Foster will go through that before sharing the report with Ms Miller and Mr Tudge, which is the Prime Minister's statement from his office makes clear he supports as an approach.
You talk about a fair process, that the government's going through a fair process, but do you accept that it's only the government that could have leaked this information?
Senator, again, I have been sitting here...
Is that a fair process?
I have been sitting here
Well,
whilst
where
the
else would it
story
have
has
come from?
aired.
Where else would it have
Senator
come
Gallagher,
from?
if you listen very carefully, the Minister might answer your question.
Senator, I've been sitting here whilst the story aired. I am not aware in detail of exactly what was said in that story as to whether indeed it contains any direct quotes, any direct information about the review. As we've already canvassed, I also am not aware of the findings of that review. So in terms of whether this story is accurate or not, let alone where it has come from, they really are matters that you can pursue if you want with the journalist and the media, but I'm not in a position to be able to comment on the accuracy of a story that I haven't even seen.
So Channel 10 just dreamed this story up, did they? It seems to have a lot of detail relating to those
representing
matters.
Channel 10.
Well, no, he's saying that I am putting to you that the only place this story could have come from was within government, based on the evidence we got yesterday. Do you accept that?
No, Senator, no, I'm not going to accept any conclusions you want to draw from a story that I haven't seen, from unknown sources, about content that I cannot verify its accuracy or not.
So when yesterday in evidence we found out that it's about $80,000 that has been spent on 2 reports into Mr Tudge's conduct. The first of those being a investigation run by the Finance Department through Spark Helmore. Why weren't the matters that Ms Thom has uncovered, according to these news reports, uncovered by the original finance-funded investigation?
Senator, the finance investigation was obviously undertaken by Finance in accordance with the terms for which they investigate complaints. Finance is not responsible for investigation of or upholding of the ministerial standards. So
they didn't look at the ministerial standards as part of that?
That's that in terms of the work of Finance in handling MOPS Act matters. That has not been a responsibility of Finance in relation to the ministerial standards, not ever, not under any government.
And I'm interested in your answer there, because the report on the TV says that there was a technical breach of the ministerial standards. So you've made that...
Well, Senator, I'm simply, in terms of ground, there's obviously both the scope of complaint that was made by Ms Miller and the issues raised publicly by her, of which, whilst not privy to what she had discussed with Finance previously, my understanding from what has been asserted and reported publicly is that the scope of complaint changed, but also the review commissioned by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet had the authority to assess that varied scope of complaint against wider implications, including the ministerial standards.
Minister, will Mr Tudge have his job next week?
Senator, as I've said multiple times, the decisions around ministerial appointments are matters for the Prime Minister. Mr Tudge stood down for the duration of this inquiry, which has not yet finalised in terms of the Prime Minister's ability to see that Ms Miller and Mr Tudge have the report provided to them, and his ability obviously then to discuss that appropriately with Mr Tudge.
Considering the sensitivities of the matters that have been dealt with under the Dr Thom report and the seeming leaking of that information on Channel 10, which you can't tell me that story is incorrect, will there be an investigation into how this matter has reached 10 News at 5 and broadcast across the country without Ms Miller in particular being given access to the report, or Mr Tudge?
Senator, as Ms Foster indicated, they her team has been in regular contact with Ms Miller's representatives and team throughout the different junctures of this investigation. I don't think the type of leaping to conclusions or speculation that you're engaging in at present off the back of a media report is helpful. The government wants to make sure that the process, according to the fair arrangements that Dr Thom has sought to oversee and that Ms Foster is seeking to conclude, are concluded, and that report is provided to both Ms Miller and Mr Tudge.
But the fair process has not been observed, has it? Like, I understand the goodwill that was, the evidence from yesterday about fair process and natural justice and time for people to raise concerns, but that's not what has happened, is it? Like, details of that report have been released to the media and it's been reported. So the fair process time has disappeared because of the dysfunction of this government.
Senator, I don't accept that. I don't think that simply
so Channel 10 just dreamed it up?
Around the accuracy or otherwise of what is reported is useful or helpful in these matters. What I would urge people to do is to respect that process that is in place.
Senator Gallagher.
Respect the process.
Senator Gallagher, we have 12 minutes left before dinner.
Yep. And I will finish.
Okay, and then I do want to finish up with maps before we get to dinner.
Good questions.
You want people to respect the process. I think someone needs to speak to the staff of the Prime Minister's office because that's clearly where it has come from.
Senator, I don't think
softening the ground, perhaps.
I don't think seeking to slur in particular.
Not caring who gets damaged in the process. I mean, this is a pattern with this government and with that office in particular, and particularly around
Senator
women.
Gallagher?
No, it is. There was backgrounding and undermining of Ms Higgins, of Ms Tame, and now it's being backgrounded and put out about Miss Miller. There is a history of this pathological backgrounding against women who make complaints about men in this building. That is what's happening. It was softening up the ground and it has backfired.
Well, Senator, I can't speak, as I've said before, for the accuracy of the reporting. You've ascribed multiple different motivations for it during the commentary that you've run in here, with those motivations and observations changing. I don't see or believe that there would be any rationale for the point that you've just made. But Senator...
Well, it's come from somewhere, hasn't it?
Well, I cannot speak to the accuracy of the report, particularly a report that I haven't even had the opportunity to see myself, Senator.
Well, I'm happy to resume after dinner once you've had the opportunity to have a look at the report, if that's convenient, if that allows you time to get further information.
Senator, I would expect, as per the statement issued by the Prime Minister's office, that we will want to still conclude the process around the Thom report and making sure that that can be properly shared with both Ms Miller and Mr Tudge.
Well, it's been shared nationally, on TV, at prime time. That's the problem. So, Minister, you've refused to tell us the report's wrong. You've refused to say the Prime Minister has confidence in Mr Tudge. And you've refused to say whether Mr Tudge will have his job next week. Like, what is going on?
Senator,
and wouldn't it have been easier if the Prime Minister had just listened to Ms Miller when she first approached him around issues with Minister Tudge, instead of this year and a half, 2 reports, almost $100,000, and now leaking to the media against Ms Miller by the looks of it? Wouldn't it have been easier if he'd just responded when he was first approached?
Senator, on the same day that further new allegations were made last year, the Prime Minister put in place arrangements for the independent inquiry conducted by Dr Vivian Thom. Mr Tudge stood aside at that point in time on that day and has been stood aside ever since, whilst the process reaches its conclusion. We want to ensure that is concluded and that Ms Miller and Mr Tudge receive the findings of Dr Thom, which I'm sure, regardless of whatever it is Network 10 has reported, will be more substantive than is in those reports if they are even accurate, Senator.
Okay. And has the Prime Minister's office advised you whether they are taking any steps now to, one, find out where this story came from, but two, for Ms Miller and Mr Tudge to be provided a copy of the report?
Well, Senator...
now that it has been leaked.
Senator, the process for providing that copy of the report is underway. There is that point of fairness to other participants in that review process that Ms Foster went through extensively yesterday, that before providing to either Ms Miller or to Mr Tudge the reports of others who have participated in that inquiry, it is only fair that they have an opportunity to see how their comments have been reflected and how their privacy will be handled in relation to the provision of that report. As Ms Foster made very clear yesterday, the findings, the substance of the report will not change from that process. It is only about respect for the individuals who participated in it.
And I support that approach, except the landscape has changed, hasn't it? Because today this has happened.
Well,
so there's no changes to that plan either.
Well,
so people just have to wait.
Well, Senator, it would clearly not be fair on those individuals to now, because of whatever it is Network 10 has reported, simply say we're going to provide the full report, knowing that, of course, once provided, it may become a public document or it may have other implications, including potential legal implications. So we're not going to respond to a news report in a way that undermines any further the rights of those who've participated in such a review process.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gallagher. We have 5 more minutes before dinner break. Labor senators have 5 minutes worth of questions for MAPS, and then we'll finish up.
I've got some quick questions.
They'd better be quick.
Minister, Mr Joyce has been approved to build a new ministerial office in Armidale 3 months prior to the election. What's the budget? Can anybody tell me how much is going to be spent on this ministerial office? The last one that he built, renovated in Armidale, cost $670,000. What's the budget for this exercise?
Senator, I'm not sure. I'll ask my colleague, Mr De Silva, if he has those to hand. If not, we'll
Thanks,
take that on notice and provide it to you.
So I don't have that information on hand. I would go back to the standard kind of principle. We don't comment on individual parliamentarian expenses, but happy to take it.
Yeah, this is an electoral office. It's not. But this is a decision to
part of the convention
at 2 minutes to midnight build a new ministerial office for Mr Joyce in Armidale. The last one cost $670,000. No light to shed on this. Did you sign off on this, Minister? You approved this new office?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator, as to at what point the request there came through. But Senator,
it's pretty unusual. Pretty unusual to do it.
Senator,
so adjacent to a federal election, isn't
it?
But Senator, you would be aware that in terms of capital works expenditure on the offices of members of Parliament, including office holders, are handled in a consistent way across all parties, and that the reporting of those is equally handled consistently.
What on earth does that mean? Why, just before a federal election, is the Commonwealth spending, let's assume it's the same amount of money as last time. Last time it was $670,000 on this vanity project for Mr Joyce.
Well, Senator, officials have agreed to take on notice what information can be provided in relation to that. I don't automatically accept the assertions you're making in terms of approvals processes around it. As I said, I'll have to take that on notice. I can't remember if it crossed my desk or Mr Morton's desk in relation to anything. Taking it face value that the statement you're making in relation to any accommodation arrangements for ministerial staff in the Deputy Prime Minister's office is taking place. But if there's further information, we'll provide that.
Well, while we're on ministerial offices, can you tell me
One more
why
question, Senator Ayres.
Mr Morton, I've got two questions actually,
Okay.
why Mr Morton has now apparently established a ministerial office in Sydney. I was only faintly aware of Mr Morton before. He's a Western Australian, isn't he?
That's correct, Senator.
Well, what's he doing with a ministerial office in Sydney? What's that all about?
Well, it's not uncommon, and don't, if you want me to blow up convention in terms of discussing, but it's not uncommon for ministers and shadow ministers around the country to have staff who may be based in alternate locations, Senator.
Particularly during COVID-19, I would have thought, Minister.
Well, even there's certainly been an increase in such requests for alternate work bases during COVID-19, Senator Chandler, you're right. But in terms of Mr Morton and having staff based in Sydney, that would not be unusual in terms of any number of ministers over a period of time. Senator Ayres, I have a staff member based in Melbourne.
You can't throw the questions from
I
did say I had two more. but
Okay, one more, Senator Ayres. Make it quick.
Minister, you'll have had an opportunity since you've been asked in the Senate about these issues a number of times to review Mr Christensen's expenditure of public money on far-right, anti-vax conspiracy theory material that directs people to his Nation First website. Why is Mr Christensen still in the Liberal National Party, and have you spoken to him about this, and what are you doing about public money being spent on this far-right propaganda?
Senator, to unpack those, the Leader of the National Party has spoken to Mr Christensen about the government's disagreement with some of the views he has expressed and materials he has distributed. I disagree wholeheartedly with much of that, Senator Ayres, and condemn the use of such means of, or condemn the distribution of such opinions and using such a means to do so. That said, Senator Ayres, it is not for me or the Special Minister of State to seek to police what individual members of Parliament disseminate by way of political or public information, no matter how much I might disagree with much of it from the far left or the far right, or indeed how much I might disagree with some of the assertions made by even many of those on your side who might occupy slightly more centrist positions than those on the far left or the far right. There is
Nobody's
freedom.
asking to police it, asking for leadership.
Senator Ayres, I thought that was your last question.
Senator, I just condemned much of the content of the views, as I have done previously. Mr Joyce has raised those matters with Mr Christensen, but he is a duly elected Member of Parliament who is able to utilise those entitlements.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ms Huxtable, I understand you have some information to provide to the committee before we break for dinner?
Yes, that's correct. So earlier today, Senator Gallagher asked questions around an article in The Australian on the 9th of February, and I said that I would undertake to find the draft response that was prepared in the event of media, which I now have, so if I could just read that into the record.
Thank you.
The table and graph attributed to the Department of Finance in the article Labor, COVID Policies and Extra 81 Billion Hit, Finance Minister, published in The Australian on 9 February 2022, were not prepared or supplied by the Department of Finance. The Australian has corrected the attribution.
Thank you for that, Ms Huxtable. Labor Senators, I'm just quickly looking for guidance from you as to whether you wish to continue, or you need to continue with MAPS after dinner, or we're happy to... Thank you very much, Senator Farrell. So we will finish with outcome 3 now. Thank you very much to the officials for coming along. We will break for dinner, and when we reconvene at 7:30 p.m, it will be with IPIA. Committee will now suspend.
Thank you.
Senator Farrell.
Oh, Don, yes. You're going to raise.
And I welcome Ms Anwen Godwin, Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, and other officers. Ms Godwin, I understand you wish to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair. Anwen Godwin, Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority. So thank you, Chair and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the committee with my annual statement as CEO of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority and to reflect on the work of the last year. 2021 had 2 important governance milestones for IPIA. They started with the tabling of the ANAO's performance audit on IPIA's administration of parliamentary expenses, and they ended with IPIA's submission to the independent legislative reviews of the 2017 IPIA and Parliamentary Business Resources Acts, plural. We welcome both as important opportunities. The performance audit to reflect on how we undertake our legislative responsibilities, and the legislative review on what we do. While we await the government's response to the legislative review recommendations, IPIA has well progressed the ANAO recommendations. In IPIA's view, the principles-based approach of parliamentary work expenses has proven to be flexible and adaptable. It has catered for bushfires, the pandemic, an election and floods. We base this assessment on results from IPIA's annual independent client survey and our own monitoring of media and press coverage of travel-related issues. I want to thank parliamentarians and their staff for participating in our annual client survey and letting us know where we can improve. For example, as a result of the client feedback, one of our projects this financial year is the upgrade of our website facilities. The survey shows that client satisfaction with the advice line service is above 90%. I believe IPIA's strong culture of assistance and the regular use of the advice line by parliamentarians and their staff to seek and receive travel-related advice are important factors in the acceptance of the framework. From the start, IPIA adopted an education-first approach for travel-related expenses. This included developing IPIA Ed, an online training tool capturing the processes and decision-making for claiming travel expenses, and aligning it to the principles-based framework, and also providing education material to the public. Building on this education focus with new parliamentarians and staff as they commence their parliamentary careers has led to increased understanding and capability in the administration and management of travel-related expenses. IPIA believes that this is critical to the ongoing success of its administration of the PBR framework and will continue to do this and be a focus during an election year. At previous estimates, I have spoken of some of the areas of particular focus for our assurance function. These include travel associated with sporting and cultural events and travel to what might be called desirable destinations. Much of our assurance activity takes place unnoticed and in the background. We engage regularly with parliamentarians when conducting assurance reviews, and I also want to acknowledge the overwhelming majority of that engagement is characterised by cooperation and a sense of mutual purpose. We have been encouraged by the preparedness of parliamentarians to assist us in our examination of their use of work resources. In turn, this has enhanced IPIA's capacity to help parliamentarians meet their obligations required of them by the PBR legislation. There is one highlight event during the year that I particularly want to mention. That is IPIA hosting an international forum for parliamentary colleagues in partnership with the UK and New Zealand. The forum was an opportunity to explore how different countries approached integrity, trust and transparency while maintaining business as usual client service. This foray into a virtual community of international best practice was a new and challenging experience for many IPIANs, and I wish to publicly acknowledge their commitment and their success. Thank you, IPIANs, and it remains an honour to be your CEO. Thank you, Chair. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Godwin. Tonight is the first time I think I've heard you refer to employees as IPIANs. But I quite like that.
They are IPIANs and they're actually very proud of it. So it's a lovely, lovely turn of phrase.
That is good to hear.
Thank you.
Senator Farrell, you have the call.
Ms Huxtable did warn me off from asking any questions in relation to PEMS that are more in her bailiwick than yours. So if you think I'm straying into questions that are more appropriately in her bailiwick, then don't hesitate to pull me up. But in the absence of that, I'd like to say that in the IPEA annual report of last year, page 7, the chair, Ms Gillian Segal, said the implementation of the PEMS modules relevant to IPEA is still some time away and is dependent on the Department of Finance ensuring that the build and post-implementation work successfully incorporates IPEA's needs. Now, the last time we were here, you were also expressing some concern. First question is, are you confident that IPEA's needs will be met by 30 June when the project is due to be complete?
Thank you, Senator, and I would keep in mind your comments regarding where this sits with regard to the Department of Finance. As we've reiterated at every estimate, the Department of Finance is the project leader for this particular project, and IPEA is just one of a number of clients involved in that project. I also, I brought the annual report with me because I can reiterate that the Chair has, since our very beginning in our very first annual report, has stressed the importance of the PEMS project and how it is a foundation for IPEA as we go forward, not only in terms of our efficiency and effectiveness, but in our ability to add value-added services to parliamentarians. And as my opening statement just said, that's been an important part of IPEA's culture and the way we approach things. In response to your specific question, I think at the last estimates I noted that I was positive that we would be able to deliver a product by the 30th of June 2022 or the 1st of July 2022, which is the go-live date. And I still remain positive that there will be a product that will be delivered. How that, whether it fulfils all of our requirements at the first phase is something that we're continuing to work with the Department of Finance with. And I do note that it is an IT project, and IT projects are rarely able to deliver everything on the first go. So I think we need to look at this project in that light. It is a massive project, and as we've spoken before, it's a very complex project as well.
Yes, but it's also way over budget and way behind, isn't it?
That's probably a question that you would then need to talk to the Department of Finance about.
So you've said there'll be a product there by the 30th of June. I'm just a bit unclear as to whether or not you think that product will ultimately meet your needs, or will there still be things that you know of now which you're just not going to get come 30 June?
So I think we need to look at that project for the IPEA side of that project, Senator, in two parts. There are a number of phases that have been included as milestones in this project, and certainly there are the travel modules that we currently have been working on, and those upfront modules about how you put in claims. There is certainly that product, I think, is well advanced and will be delivered. I'm not saying that there won't be further enhancements down the track, but that's, as I said before, is all IT projects will have further enhancements down the track. So I don't have any qualms about that component of it. I'm not sure that all the back-end arrangements will be in place. However, that was already been anticipated, and as you will recall, there was some funding that was extended to IPEA, and that will cover us as we go through that sort of ongoing back-end approaches to things, and I think that will come in.
Contribution to PEMS?
So we had made a $5 million contribution last time around. We continued to make contributions in terms of in-kind, our staffing.
But there's been no further financial contribution?
We have made no further financial contributions.
All right. Now, last time you mentioned that PEMS had an impact on staff turnover, something that's also mentioned in the annual report. and you say strategic workforce planning, job redesign, capability and capacity recruitment is delayed while immediate and operational needs are met. In turn, this hampers our ability to recruit to ongoing positions. Are you still having issues with staff turnover that you refer to there in the report?
I think that they are ongoing issues, Senator. And as I mentioned last year and in the annual report, one of the issues has been that we have only recruited, the majority of staff that we've been recruiting in those particular areas has been on non-ongoing contracts or non-ongoing arrangements.
So just stopping you there, is that because that's what you've chosen to select, or that's all you can get people to apply for?
That's an interesting question. It's probably a mix of both. The reason that we've gone for non-ongoing positions is that we aren't necessarily sure about what capabilities we're going to need as we go forward. Plus, we are aware that we are expected, benefits expected to be realised that will mean that there will be a reduction in staff for IPIA, and so we need to have some contingencies about how we move staff at the end, hence us employing people on short-term or relatively short-term non-ongoing contracts. That means, and I think I've said this before as well, IPIA really does invest in our staff, and we do some excellent training, if I might say so, in terms of what it means to be a public servant. Those staff do get snaffled by other agencies, and we bring on quite a lot of APS 2s and APS 3 staff, so a good training ground. Those staff move on to permanent positions, to ongoing positions within the APS. So we're just in a bit of a flux state with regard to a constant or a more consistent staffing profile, which will work its way through, and it's just something that we've had to manage. I have to say that recruitment of particular skill sets is an issue across the public service, particularly in Canberra at the moment, and you'll see regular articles in the newspapers about those skill sets. Data skills and HR skills in particular have been difficult for agencies to maintain.
All right. Thank you for answering those questions. Now, I have a couple of questions about the new travel service provider, CTM, that commenced on the 1st of January. Staff have reported that there have been some teething problems. Can you please give us an update on what issues have arisen with the new provider?
Certainly, Senator. I'll give you a little bit of an overview, and then I'm going to actually hand to Ms Grant, who is the branch manager for that area. She's much more across the day-to-day operational detail for there. But you are correct that we have a new travel provider that came on board. They started their transition at the end of December, and they came fully on board as of 1 January. And again, it's a big project, and I am not surprised that there are a few teething issues with that handover. The previous provider had been in that role since 1st of January 2013. So that
just stopping you there, did any of the staff who worked for FCM come over?
Look, Senator, I don't personally know about that. Right. The contractual arrangements that are put in place by those particular organisations. But as I said, FCM, who was the previous provider, had been in place since 1 January 2013. So they've been on board for a long time. We are required to go out to market and test the market on a regular basis, and all the extensions for the first contract had been exhausted, hence us going out to market.
Yeah, I think you explained that to us last time.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
So look, I'll hand over with particular details to Ms Grant.
Christina Grant, Branch Manager, Travel, Education and Advice. Thank you for your questions, Senator. There have been a couple of bumps in the process, mainly around travel provider numbers and the transition of travel provider numbers. So every parliamentarian and staff member is allocated a travel provider number, and that's how we allocate flights against the individual. The previous provider had been in place for a really long time and knew a lot of people by name and voice. And as the new providers come in, those arrangements are still being implemented. So they're relying on people to give a travel provider number when they ring up and book their flight. But we have worked with the new travel provider, CTM, and they've put in place some new arrangements so that they can identify people by name and other means rather than just the travel provider number. So we're hoping that that issue would now be addressed, Senator.
So how's that, those teething problems, how has that evidenced itself? What sort of problems have people been having that you're aware of?
So we haven't had a lot of issues raised with us, but a couple of calls have come through to our inquiries line, concerned that the travel provider was asking them for a travel profile number and they weren't sure what that was. And so we can provide the travel profile number at any time to parliamentarians and staff, and we can provide the travel profile numbers for the whole office, and we've done that for many offices now so that they have them on hand. I think it was just a bit of initial confusion. I don't have the exact number of calls that we received about it. It wasn't a huge number, but that's why I'm aware that that's the issue that I am aware of.
Right, okay. Has all the data been transferred over to CTM?
So all of the travel profile numbers were transferred from... So FCM and CTM under the contract are required to go through a transition period. And that's covered by the contractual arrangements. IPIA doesn't hold the data, FCM holds the data, and now CTM holds the data. So yes, a lot of that data has been transitioned across. We're still in the transition phase, so there's probably still some more data to move across, but that should be completed by the end of this month or next month. You know, we're very close to having that process completed.
Yeah. Are you satisfied that CTM are familiar with all of the rules regarding parliamentary travel and the requirements associated with it?
So CTM is not able to provide advice under the PBR on travel. If a parliamentarian or staff member would like advice on whether a piece of travel meets the legislative requirements, then that advice must come from IPIA. It can't come from CTM. CTM is just a travel booking service, so it's really only there for you to book the travel. There are requirements, of course, under the contract, but they don't. That's a little bit different to whether you could or couldn't travel, for example. Yeah.
Okay, I get you. So travel's been fairly limited because of COVID. The expectation, I think, is that it'll start to sort of increase, particularly, I suppose, around election time. Are you confident that CTM are capable of ramping up for an increased volume?
I have no reason to think that they wouldn't be. All of the processes, so for this sitting period, flights are flowing through to IPIA and everything is looking fine. I think Anwen mentioned she wasn't sure whether any staff had moved across from FCM to CTM, but I'm aware of at least one staff member that has moved across. So I'm confident that the corporate knowledge is there, and I know that that we are working, my teams are working very closely with CTM, that they have weekly meetings and close contact points, so whenever an issue or confusion or questions arise, they're addressed very quickly. So I think the information sharing is working well. FCM has been fantastic in their handover and transition out arrangements, and CTM are extremely excited to have the contract and really looking forward to working with parliamentarians and their staff. So
how long is that contract for?
That contract is for 3, so it is, the contract has 3 one-year extensions, and it is for, now I can't see it on the... 1st of January 2022 to 31st 3 years. 2 years with 3 1-year.
2 years and then 3 one-year
extensions.
Extensions, if you're happy with them. Yeah, okay, I get you. All right, thank you for that. Now, I want to ask a couple of questions about election preparation. What sort of preparations are you putting in place for the election?
Again, I'll start us off and then I'll hand over to Ms Grant, head of the branch that looks after those sorts of things. We did a review of internal review. Sorry, review sounds much bigger than it was. We did a lessons learnt assessment of the previous election, what things worked and what things didn't work as well. And we've embedded that into the processes we've got set up. Clearly, we could anticipate that there would be an election. We just didn't know exactly when it would be. Part of the things that we're replicating for this election are we've got a dedicated processing team for the major and the minor parties. We are engaging with the key stakeholders such as travel providers and partner agents early to discuss travel requirements. and we're also issuing guidance to parliamentarians and their staff. So they're the three things that we took out as bigger learnings for us, and we've already put those issues in place. We are also aware that we need to have some surge capacity, so we have been actively recruiting and training people as early as possible, and we are confident that we have the number of staff that we need to have on board to be able to take us through an election, and also that they are already very well progressed with their training and their understanding, so we should have some good capability and capacity there. So they're the big picture issues, and I'm happy to hand over.
Just before we hand over, how many extra people have you employed for that surge capacity?
Well, I'd have to look at Mr Frost for that one, for the exact number.
Pretty best Christina
Okay.
answers about every inch.
Yeah, so I guess we've engaged staff not for one particular activity. We'll put our most experienced staff on election travel and running those teams. But we have engaged an additional, I think, 4 junior staff, but they're doing a range of activities. So, you know, they'll process travel and they will maybe do PEMS testing and a range of other things as well. So there aren't staff that I've engaged specifically just for the election, but we have certainly made sure that we have enough staff overall to cover all of the work that we have coming up, including the election. Does that?
All right, thank you. And do you have any expectation as to what you might expect by way of extra travel and so forth during the election? Have you done some, what do they call it, you know, pre-planning
yes
around
and no.
that? Yes and no, yeah.
It's a little bit difficult to plan at the stage because of COVID, and we're just not quite sure how that's all going to pan out and how that will work. But I think the most important thing to understand is that election travel is not something that is specifically identified under the PBR Act. It is just under the general framework, so the dominant purpose, etc., all the principles still apply.
Yep.
So, yeah, but I think the COVID aspects are making it a little bit more difficult to be specific in our planning. But again, Christina, if you've something further that you can assist Senator Farrell with.
Yeah, so I guess when we look at travel during previous election periods, the amount of travel isn't necessarily vastly bigger, but the specific nature of the travel and the way that the travel takes place is a little bit different. Yeah. And that's why we've set up teams a little bit differently, so that we have specific teams dedicated to the major parties. Yeah. And in that way we can support the way that party is travelling during the election period, which might be a little bit different to normal.
Yeah. Have there been any issues, obviously with COVID? State governments have made decisions to, you know, close borders sort of unexpectedly. Has that created some problems with how you've been processing claims, or have you...
So overall, the amount of travel being undertaken is, you know, much lower than normal.
Yep.
But it has meant that our focus has been diverted onto, you know, providing advice on travel during, claiming travel during quarantine periods, or having to travel earlier so that people are quarantined in time for sittings.
Yep.
But what we have found is that particularly the Parliamentary Business Resources Framework has been flexible enough, because it operates on a principles-based framework rather than a set of rules, and has supported those arrangements really well. So that has not been...
You haven't had any problems in that regard?
A major challenge, not insofar as that framework. In regards to staff, it is a little bit different, because obviously they're working under the MOPS Act and the MOPS EA, and those arrangements are a bit more specific and a bit more rules-based, so maybe there has been a few more challenges in that space, but none that we haven't been able to work through with our colleagues in finance.
And not that many staff have been travelling in any event?
A lot of staff have not, that's true. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. That completes my questions.
Farrell, Senator Smith, did you have any questions for IPIA? No other senators have questions for IPIA? Very good. Well, thank you so much, Ms Godwin, and other officers for coming along this evening, and we will call on the Australian Electoral Commission.
Thank you.
Yes, I believe so. I think they're just wandering in now. I did briefly see the Commissioner when I walked past down the corridor. Yeah, these were our last witnesses for tonight, so. Yes, well, I think there's an argument that this close to an election, we should be able to. No. I now welcome the Electoral Commissioner, Mr Tom Rogers, and officers from the Australian Electoral Commission. Mr Rogers, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, thank you, Senator.
Okay, very good. I'm looking at Labor Senator. Senator Farrell, you have some questions for the Electoral Commission?
I do, thank you,
Very
Chair.
good. I will give the call to you.
And welcome. The election is almost upon us.
Apparently so, Senator.
Last time we met, there were still a few potential options for the election, but it now does appear as if May is shaping up as the month of the election. Does that assist you in booking polling places and securing staff?
Thanks, Senator. Look, effectively every week that we get is useful for us, but we're ready, to go whenever that election is called. But there's always last-minute things to do. We've been involved in checking polling places and, booking polling places, looking after staff, making sure we've got the other logistics in train. So we're ready to go, but obviously every day that we get is useful for us, particularly as we build up to delivering what will be the most complex election in our history.
Well, that's probably an understatement. At this stage, have you looked at securing larger venues than you might normally so that you can still get the volume of electors through while maintaining social distancing?
We are very, very conscious of that, Senator. Not only in terms of the size of the venues and the number of the venues, but also how we're conducting the polling to make sure that we're doing it in a safe and secure way. So we've been working with health officials from around Australia, with the Chief Health Officer from the Commonwealth, the Deputy and the National Election Manager have also addressed the AHPPC at least once. We're working with all of the health officers from every state and territory. We will be also implementing whatever state health order is in place in the individual state in those polling places to make sure that voting can continue in a safe and secure way. We're very conscious this will be the largest workforce we've ever had. I think something like 105,000 people. Many of them, not many, but a large number of those will also be devoted to keeping polling places clean, sanitising in between voters. We've been using a simple figure, Senator, to demonstrate this. I think in 2019 we used 100,000 pencils. At this election, we're estimating about 4.5 million pencils. So that we can keep things clean. Some pencils walk out the door. We'll be sanitising the ones we can.
So what does that mean, that every voter will get a new pencil? Is that
every voter will receive a...
No, it can't be right.
No, every voter will receive a clean pencil.
Yeah.
But we've got to make sure that there's a system in place to sanitize. We'll be collecting them as people leave. We'll be sanitising those, recycling them. But because that's a process, we have to have enough pencils for people to use. I also happen to know that we're using something like 34,000 bottles of surface cleaner, 63,000 litres of hand sanitizer, and a huge number of other bits of equipment that you'd expect to see in an event like that. Now, in some ways, those figures sound fairly small, but actually it's a significant event just to get that equipment, the largest workforce we've ever had, and then to make sure that we can offer polling in a safe and secure way. We are confident we can do that in-person voting will be a safe and secure event, and we're confident with what we've done.
Yeah. I think there's roughly 17 million voters, and let's say there's 5 million pens. That's about 3.5 times that each pencil is going to be used. Is that about the figure?
Just if you remember, Senator, that every polling place will have to collect, sanitise, circulate, make sure they're there. Many pencils walk out the door. I don't want to be flippant about this, but we would prefer people didn't take our pencils and souvenir them, and a whole range of other things. But we are. People are able to bring their own writing implement.
I'll remember that.
Yes. That, Senator, if you don't mind, also enables me to deal with a conspiracy theory that's been running that, that the AEC erases ballots and a range of other things, which of course we don't. But if people wish to bring a pen, they're welcome to. People frequently ask why we use pencils rather than pens, and there's a whole range of reasons, probably not relevant for this evening, but people will find that there are sufficient pencils for them to cast a vote in a safe and secure way, and that they'll be clean and sanitised accordingly.
If you bring your own product, it doesn't have to be a pencil, does it?
It can be a pen as well.
Can be a pen, yeah. Yeah, all right. You mentioned, sorry.
I'm
yes,
sorry, Senator.
Mr. Pope?
Jeff Pope, Deputy Electoral Commissioner. Senator, I was just going to remind the committee that the Act was actually changed last year for the first time in over 100 years to allow electors to bring their own pen or pencil or whatever they prefer. So this will be the first election where that's occurred.
Really? When you can't, when you are allowed to bring your own pencil?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought it had always been something that was permitted.
Will you publicise that more broadly than just?
We are doing so, Senator, and in fact, we have put on a YouTube channel called AEC TV, which I encourage people to look at, a series of something like 40 short-form videos, 2 or 3 minutes, where we're dealing with a range of issues, either providing information about commonly misunderstood processes or dealing with conspiracy theories, like the AEC is going to erase the votes or things like that. And we're putting those bits of information out there as much as we can. We will also be writing to every household in Australia explaining the voting process when the writ's issued. So there'll be a very, very large public awareness campaign about the event. We're also in as many forums as we can talk about the processes that we have in place to make sure people understand that the Australian vote is one of the most secure and transparent in the world. We should be very proud of it, and that we are confident of being able to conduct a good election.
All right. Now I want to talk about queuing because that issue got a bit of a run when the government's crazy voter ID laws were being discussed.
Very rhetorical, Senator Farrell.
I beg your pardon?
Very rhetorical of you, Senator Farrell.
I'm full of rhetoric. Yeah,
I've
full
noticed.
of rhetoric. How long should people expect to queue at this election? I noticed in the past you've said about 15 minutes is the extent of people's patience.
Several answers to that question, Senator. One of those is, sadly, for some Australians, 15 minutes is at the outer level of their tolerance. And I understand that. Australians don't have a love affair with queuing, and our aim is to make that as smooth as possible. I would point out that unlike a lot of other electoral systems, we don't know where people are going to turn up to vote. We have to predict where citizens vote. Many other overseas voting systems, your name is on the door at one spot. You must vote in that booth. So for us, it's very different. So we predict. We do pretty well. I think our assessment was in the 2019 election, and I'll correct my evidence if I'm wrong, but we got 75% of people through in 15 minutes or under, which is an amazing result. And if you look at what occurs overseas, and again, I don't want to criticise any jurisdiction, but a couple of the elections we saw over the last couple of years, some people were waiting allegedly for up to 10 hours to vote. It's an extraordinary figure, and we do very well internationally.
Is that, are you talking a COVID election or
in fact, Senator, there are overseas jurisdictions even without COVID that hit that mark. So with COVID, it becomes even more complex, of course, because if people are wearing masks, even if you go to the coffee shop and put an order in for a coffee when you're wearing a mask, it can be misunderstood. We're doing a very detailed piece of work of marking somebody off the roll. One of the things that we are doing when we speak publicly about this is reminding people that we do very well internationally, that the people in the polling place are not permanent AEC employees. They're effectively members of the community. Your mother, father, brother, sister, and in many cases, your grandmother and your grandfather. And we're asking for people to be patient and treat those individuals with respect. We think queuing will be managed well. I think I've mentioned here previously, Senator, that since the 2016 election, we've been working with a Victorian university, Deakin University, to assist us manage queues, to understand queue behaviour, how we can ensure that people have a pleasant experience in the polling place, a positive experience at least, and that's something we continue to do. We're working with Deakin University right now, and again, I will tell people that I think that the process will be smooth, safe, and relatively swift.
Yep. Now, will there be any police presence organised by you at polling booths?
Senator, I'm conscious I'm giving you very lengthy answers to these very simple questions.
But I think the electorate want to hear it.
We're really conscious of the environment in which this election's being delivered and the international environment, and we want to make sure that, as I said before, the election is a positive experience. We're very conscious of the security of the vote and the security of voters. So over the last 2 weeks, the Deputy and I have met with the Federal Police Commissioner twice. Last week we addressed all the police commissioners online, and we are coordinating our efforts with them. And I have also mentioned previously that this will be the first election at which we have a proper command and control centre. It will also be the first election where we have an AFP officer permanently located in that command and control centre during the election, and that will assist us respond very swiftly to any incidents that might occur. We're very conscious of that, and we think we're doing about as much as we can do to make sure that we are responsive to that. Now, were we to have a police presence at the polls, that would be a fundamentally different election from the one that Australians are used to, and we're taking risk advice from security agencies, and we're implementing that advice. And again, we're confident with the measures that we've got in place, it will be a safe and secure event.
Not sure if that was a yes or a no answer. It was more no than yes, I take it.
It's a no with a context, Senator, about why that might be.
Yeah, okay. Now, you sort of touched on this in your explanation as to discussions with the states, but you've previously said you were hoping for a uniform approach across the country, if that's possible. And, you know, you were talking with the states about that, particularly to reduce training costs. How far have you got with that uniformity?
Well, there's two issues there, Senator. One is the uniformity of the federal election and the way that we're conducting that, you know, within the states. There will be differences potentially at this election, given each state has its own COVID health orders, and we are complying with those COVID measures. The bigger picture that you are talking about there is uniformity of approach with the state electoral commissions, in particular with training and a range of other issues. I sit as part of a body called the Electoral Council of Australia and New Zealand, which is all the commissioners of the states in New Zealand. We work on a range of projects, and we do try and standardise where we can. There's always a project on foot where we're trying to look at something like that, either common equipment or more common training. It's in our great federation, Senator, sometimes not as easy as it sounds, and we're working as much as we can towards that. In the long term, I would think it would be far more efficient if we had a common curriculum with all the state electoral commissions, or at least partially common. I think that is on the long-term work priority for the Electoral Council. We'll get there at a point in time.
Yeah, but I suppose really what I'm saying in the more immediate, 3 months basically, are you going to get the states to adopt?
Right. Yeah, we have a uniform training approach, Senator. Sorry, internally, absolutely. We've done more work, I think, on training over the last 5 years than pretty much any other area of our development. We have better training, better procedures, and common training and procedures around Australia. You will find little difference if you were being trained as a temporary member of staff in Queensland from if you were in Adelaide. And that's something we're very proud of. And in fact, the Deputy might just care to enlighten us a bit more on that.
Senator, in addition to the national training we've been undertaking, which has continued virtually during COVID, we have national standard operating procedures, national policies, and we undertake rehearsals nationally to practice and rehearse the implementation of the training and the standard operating procedures. So absolutely, we're driving a centrally led, nationally consistent election across all of the states. As the Commissioner said, the only thing that may impact on some elements of our operational delivery is compliance with each state and territory health order.
That's really the nub of what I'm trying to get to there. Have you managed to achieve that, or will we find on election day that there'll be differences from state to state depending on what?
Senator, look, from our staff perspective, I'm absolutely confident through the training, the procedures, the rehearsals, there'll be national consistency.
Right.
However, we're going to have nearly 8,000 polling places, so we've got 8,000 officers in charge. They have nationally consistent training. There is only one source of training for those staff, and they will all go through that training process. Different modules depend on what their role will be within polling places. However, how some people interpret that training
I'm not really getting to that point. I'm really getting to will the states impose on this election different rules depending on which state you're in, and if you have trained your staff in a nationally consistent way, but South Australia says, well, look, we don't, you're not going to be able to do it that way.
Senator, I understand the question. So that's why one of the reasons we're working so closely with health and security officials in each of those states. I think it will be, my statement at the moment would be broadly consistent. When you turn up to a polling place at the moment, you're going to see the sorts of things that you would see if you went to a venue in one of the states. There'll be masks, social distancing, QR codes, a range of other measures. So that bit will be broadly consistent. Of course, what I can't predict is if something occurs and one of the states decides to implement something that we've then got to adapt as part of our model. At this stage, I'm expecting it will be broadly consistent around Australia, and we're confident of that.
Okay. You mentioned masks, so voters will have to wear a mask?
Yes.
Yep. And what about your staff?
Yes.
They'll also be, yeah. Will you be supplying those masks?
Yes, we will. And we believe we've secured adequate stocks of PPE to be able to do that. But just to be clear, we're not going to be providing voters with masks. That's a slightly different thing. Our expectation is that people would turn up with masks for that.
And if you turn up without a mask, what's going to happen to you?
We will have a supply, but we are also telling people before they come in one of Australia's largest public awareness campaigns of what the requirements are. And given we've been living with the virus for 2 years and people need a mask for a whole range of things, we think that's not an unreasonable approach.
Senator Farrell, Senator O'Sullivan just has a follow-up question on this matter.
Would he like to ask it?
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence, Senator. So what about, so in Western Australia right now, you can't even go to a drive-through bottle shop without having a vaccination certificate. What if a state wants to require people to have a vaccination to be able to go into a polling booth?
Yep. Good question. Thanks, Senator. So what we have said is there is no requirement for you to be vaccinated to attend a polling place. So we have mandated that our staff, the temporary staff, if you wish to work for us, you'll need to be vaccinated. So that's something we've mandated for our staff, but we're not doing that for citizens. I know that the health orders are varying and we'll have to take account of that, but we are working our way through talking to each of the state health authorities. We're confident we'll have a solution in place. If there is some sort of blanket order, and please let me not pick on Western Australia, let us say a state did a particular thing, we'll work around that at that point in time. We're looking at a range of different scenarios. But to be very clear, because this is also a bit of misinformation that's been popping on our Twitter feed over the last few days, we will not be mandating vaccination status for anyone voting. That
Can a state jurisdiction impose that?
I'd have to weigh that, Senator.
I hope they wouldn't.
Well, I would dearly hope they wouldn't as well, because that would be interfering with the voting process. And again, that's one of the reasons why we're spending so much time working with state and Commonwealth health officials and security officials, and we've got a good relationship with them. So I'm hoping that wouldn't be the case. If it is, we'll have advance notice in any case because of our relationships, and we'll be working through a solution for that.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator O'Farrell, Senator Farrell, I've called you Senator O'Farrell more than just tonight, my apologies. Senator Farrell, I do want to pass the call around because I recognise that, particularly given our proximity to an election, there's a lot of interest in the AEC this evening. Would you like to take the call back for a couple of minutes, or are you happy for me to move it on to other senators?
I just
and
had
come
a
back?
few more questions on this topic, and if I can
Go for
complete
Let's do that
those,
then.
because
Great. Thank you.
The Commissioner has been giving a very thorough explanation, and I think the electorate would appreciate that. Just a quick question on contingency plans. If an early voting centre or a counting centre is declared a COVID hotspot, will you still be able to retrieve the ballots and count them?
Yes, we're very confident with that, Senator, and I will just ask the National Election Manager to opine very briefly on that.
Kath Gleeson, Acting National Election Manager. Senator, the question was if an early voting centre was to close, could we...
No, the question was if, potentially close, if an early voting centre or a counting centre is declared a COVID hotspot, will you still be able to retrieve the ballots and count them?
Of course. So the short answer to that, Senator, is yes. So as the Commissioner has indicated, we're working extremely closely with the various jurisdictions. Hotspot constructs differ in the various jurisdictions, but some of the engagement we've had goes to the nub of those very issues, and there's contingency plans in place should we need to suspend polling, for instance, that we would retrieve votes, take them to the count centres in the division and arrange for counting of those votes. So absolutely.
I might also point out, Senator, that very helpfully we've been allocated a pandemic advisor. You might just talk about that briefly.
Yes, so we've been supported by a pandemic advisor, Dr. Kath Kelleher at the Department of Health. Dr. Catherine Kelleher at the Department of Health. She's been extremely helpful giving us advice on implementation of various measures, and her advice has been extremely useful in also engaging with the Chief Health Officers and their officials in the various jurisdictions.
All right, thank you. Anything else you want to tell us on that?
No, Senator.
No?
We could be here all night.
Other than
on that
she's
topic,
very confident that we are going to be delivering a very safe and secure election, and that people should feel safe to walk into polling places and vote.
Absolutely.
That's what you meant to say.
There was something else that had to be said. Now, Commissioner, when we last met, you mentioned that you'd had a couple of 100,000 expressions of interest of staff. This follows the last estimate session where you estimated there'd be around 100,000 polling staff engaged. How does the level of interest compare with previous elections?
Good question, Senator.
Yes, Senator, I'd be happy to take that. We've been really impressed. Our polling staff are a dedicated bunch. We have a pretty healthy register of interest, and we've been engaging with them throughout the electoral cycle. We have more expressions of interest than positions, which is a good place to be, and we are certainly working on the assumption that there may be furloughing of staff required, so we've built in a buffer of positions so we know that we'll have enough on the day. We are still actively advertising through our social media channels for people to register their interest to work with us. So we're always working to build those expressions of interest so we have a really healthy pool to draw from. But I'm confident we'll have all the people we need.
I know you know this, Senator, but the management of that, the recruitment, the training, the selection and the character clearing of a proportion of those is a hugely complex process. and it's not necessarily stable. People pop on and then they fall off for various reasons, and then, you know, even close to the day something happens, they can't come, and we're expecting with COVID that will be more the case. So the more people we can get, the easier it will be for us to manage that quite lumpy process as we work towards the polling day.
Has the Omicron outbreak changed the number of staff you think that you'll need on the polling booth?
Senator, we have a dedicated unit, our COVID variants response unit, who have been doing progressive modelling based on the variant that we're dealing with at the time. Omicron has certainly shifted the landscape slightly, and we're building in higher rates of furloughing into our staffing models. So the short answer is yes, we're making sure we have a greater buffer of staff for polling locations and counting as well.
All right. And my last question on this topic is, I think in the past, Commissioner, you've indicated this is going to be Australia's most expensive election, and you're talking a figure of around $400 million to conduct the election. The government actually doesn't have to hold an election for the House of Representatives until much later in the year. I won't go through the formula that you go through, but it could be as late as September, October. But of course, there has to be a Senate election, and the writ's returned by the 30th of June. If the government was to split the election, which is an option that the Prime Minister does have, how much extra would that add to the cost of elections this year? Would that simply double the cost, or would there be some other calculation?
I'm very nervous about even talking about that. Senator, lest I contribute to the debate on that issue, but there would be, if that were the case, it wouldn't just be a doubling or a halving. There are a number of things we'd have to look at about how we did that. But, you know, I'm presuming that some of the elements of that would be exactly the same. We'd still need to write to every household. We still need to contract those polling places. We still have the supply chain issues that we've got. So it wouldn't be half the cost, you know, spread over that period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Senator Mirabella, you have the call.
G'day.
Excuse me, may I compliment you on your tie?
Thank you, Senator.
I've been mulling what to call it, and I think I'll call it AEC Imperial.
Thank you, Senator.
I'd like to speak to you and ask you a few questions relating to reports arising from the member for Warringah's donation disclosures, including the member's appearance on a Radio National breakfast show this morning. Are you aware of these reports?
I'm broadly aware, but for the record, I didn't listen to the Radio National report this morning. I'm aware of the sort of broad reporting that's occurred.
And to provide context for the committee, the interview concerned the compliance review of a company called Warringah Independent Limited, which I believe is a company limited by guarantee, which is an entity to be donated to for the purpose of spending money by the member for Warringah, and specifically relating to a $100,000 donation to it by one John Kinghorn, apparently ostensibly split to reduce the possibility of scrutiny. While, of course, every member of Parliament is responsible for the donations they receive, would it also be correct to say that a disclosure entity's financial controller, this is a company, an officer of the company, and in this case one Damien Hodgkinson, would also have some distinct responsibility for disclosures of that entity?
Senator, just given this was raised, you know, today, and I think it was today, not yesterday, that it emerged.
Well, it's been going for a couple of days.
Yep. I'm not aware of that level of detail. I'm aware in the broad. In terms of the question you're asking about the duties of the registered officer, I might just ask Ms Reid to step forward for a moment. And I might just preface the remarks. just might talk in the broad rather than the specific for a moment.
That's fine.
Joanne Reid, Assistant Commissioner, Disclosure Assurance and Engagement Branch. So the Financial Controller does have liability under the Electoral Act for lodging the return and making accurate disclosures in the return.
Okay, well, it's very clear then. Now, I see that Mr Hodgkinson, who the member for Warringah asserted today no longer works with her from an accounting point of view, was the listed financial controller for the 2018-19 return. Under the Act as it was then, was this individual therefore responsible for the failure to disclose the donation in question? And I think you've already answered that question, so I'll just keep moving. I also note that subsequent to recent reforms by the government, we've seen Mr Holmes at Court's Climate 200 entity now register as a significant third party, and a number of the Voices campaigns now registered with the AEC as associated entities. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's been a fair bit of reporting on this, Senator, over the last few months. So I might just start off. I'm broadly aware of the Voices of, Voices for and a range of other movements. We have, our team have contacted pretty much all of those entities and we're observing exactly what they're doing. We've reached out and told them what their obligations may be, and they're assessing those obligations. In some cases, they've then registered as either associated entities or significant third parties. I think we're in contact with others at the moment that are going down that path. And then some other entities have, of those entities have said that they are not, their own self-assessment is that they do not fall into that category, and that may well be the case. And we are continuing to observe their activities. At this stage, we haven't seen, or I haven't seen, any breach of the Electoral Act, unless Ms Reid has a different view.
That's correct, Commissioner.
From the AEC's Transparency Register, I can see that Mr Hodgkinson remains the listed financial controller for a number of Voices candidates, donor companies, including Allegra Spenders, Wentworth Independents Limited, Monique Ryan's Kooyong Independent Limited, and Kim Rubenstein's Kim for Canberra Limited. Mr Hodgkinson is a busy man. From the same AEC register, he's also listed as the financial controller for Climate 200. And he's also a director of Climate 200, according to their website. Commissioner, other than those entities that I've just mentioned, and other than Australia's existing political parties, are you aware of any other existing entities that share a financial controller, either Mr Hodgkinson or anybody else?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, just given the large number of entities. I think there's over 200 entities at the moment registered, something like 64 political parties in addition. So I'm not quite sure, but I can take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay. So, given all these connections that we can now see, sharing the same financial controller, so that's one individual, across multiple candidates, multiple fundraising vehicles and associated third parties, entities, it looks and sounds a bit like a political party, or to put it another way, an elaborate attempt to not look like a political party. Would you agree that collectively that would be the appearance?
I'd really have to think my way through that, Senator, with the information you've given me this evening. I mean, there is no law, let me reframe that. I don't think there's an identified breach of the Electoral Act from someone being a financial controller of multiple parties. It's not part of the scheme of the Act. Whether or not, as you're indicating, in that specific case, it would indicate that it looks and feels like a political party, I'd have to think about that and come back to you.
I wasn't going to go there. All right, I'd like to move on to some questions about the recent reforms that I referred to earlier, resulting from the government's electoral legislation amendment 2021. There was a Sydney Morning Herald article on the 3rd of February, a couple of weeks ago, not even, which revealed that Climate 200, which, as I've already pointed out, is now registered as a third-party entity, received $304,000 in anonymous donations from an entity called Climate Outcomes Foundation. At the time of receiving these funds, Climate 200 was a donor, as distinct from a significant third party, so prior to the amendments. Is that correct?
That's probably correct, Senator. Again, I don't have the information in front of me. What I would point out, as you are indicating in the broad, there's been a significant number of changes to that part of the Electoral Act. It's been a very fertile area for Parliament over the last couple of years, and it is complex. So it always worries me talking ex tempore about this issue, lest I say something that may reflect the previous Act rather than the current. But we're very aware of those changes, and I'm broadly aware of the Climate Outcome Foundation. I think, from memory, as you pointed out, they're on record as donating to Climate 200. I think also they sought deregistration from ASIC or something.
I'll come to that, yes.
Okay.
You're stealing my thunder. All right, so as I said, prior to the recent amendments, is it correct that the Climate Outcomes Foundation entity had no obligations to disclose its sources of income or funds, so long as it did not specify how it intended Climate 200 to use those funds, or alternatively, the intended ultimate recipient of those funds? So at that time?
At that time, I think you're correct, Senator. Yeah.
Does this also mean Climate Outcomes Foundation would not have had to comply with foreign donation laws for funds given to Climate 200 at that time?
To be accurate, I would phrase it as they had no obligation at that point.
Okay.
Again, if I'm wrong with that, Ms Reid or even my Chief Legal Officer might correct me, but I think I'm accurate with that.
All right. Is it possible that any of the Voices candidates backed by Climate 200 could have received foreign donations in this way at that time and we wouldn't know about it? I'm not saying it happened, I'm saying, is it possible?
Senator, we're in the realms of the hypothetical here with that one, and I think I would prefer not to comment because I don't have the information in front of me. Again, I try not to talk in hypotheticals here because it also means that we enter into the realm of commenting on a current political issue. And so what I'd say is that I'm broadly aware of the issue. They did not, Climate Outcomes Foundation, I think that's the name of did not have an obligation at that point.
All right. Well, Climate 200 is now registered as a significant third party, and the government's recent reforms mean that the Climate Outcomes Foundation entity could now be deemed as an associated entity of a significant third party. Would you agree?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. So, considering this Climate Outcomes Foundation entity appears to have the sole purpose of providing funds to Climate 200, can you confirm that they would now be required to register with the AEC, as well as to adhere to foreign donation and laws and transparency standards if their dominant purpose is to funnel money? Yes or no?
Well, we're now heading into territory that I'm not quite aware of what their dominant purpose is.
But if it were?
Right. Again, it's a hypothetical, Senator. I'm sorry it's not helpful for you, but because I don't know what their dominant purpose is, I do know that they are likely to have an obligation under the Act. Ms Reid, I don't know whether you can...
Yes, that's correct, as the Act stands for the definition of an associated entity.
Okay.
If that was their dominant purpose.
If that were the dominant purpose.
All right. Do you think it's completely coincidental then, Commissioner, that the Climate Outcomes Foundation cancelled their ABN at the start of this month? It's on the 4th of February, shortly after the government's reforms passed in December last year.
I have drawn no inference from that.
So. All right. Well, considering everything I've just related, you've got one or two people, registered entities under ASIC, with company officers controlling various entities, channeling money ultimately to political candidates. Would you agree that these entities and these arrangements were in all likelihood a deliberate mechanism, and I'm not saying illegal, but a deliberate mechanism to obscure the source of political donations?
No, I wouldn't say that, Senator, but I'm not saying yes or no. It's just because you're presenting a piece of information this evening that I'm not going to opine on without looking at the detail of that in far more detail before making some sort of public comment on it.
All right, thank you. I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mirabella. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, I'm going to ask my questions in two chunks because I've got to run to another committee before 9, so forgive me. I'll start off, we've previously, on a similar theme, we've previously spoken about oversight of associated entities like Kooyong 200, and you've advised that there are no options to interrogate data outside the audit process. In 2020-21, the Kooyong 200 Club associated entity return, which I've got a copy of here if you need, declares income of $1,095,387, but provides literally no detail at all about the source of that income, none whatsoever. Is that consistent with the disclosure rules?
So, Senator, let me start out by saying, again, this is going to sound remarkably unhelpful, but there are 200 associated entities. There are over 60 political parties. So the detail of that particular one, I don't have to hand.
Would it assist if I tabled?
You could give it to me, which would be great, but it is such a, as in you don't need to, Senator, but it's such a complex area that I worry about talking about these things ex tempore without actually having some time to examine the issue. I might ask perhaps our Chief Legal Officer to step forward for a moment as we talk in the broad about those obligations.
Thank you. So my first question was, is that consistent with disclosure? And, you know, potentially all donations could be below the disclosure threshold, but how would you know without the detail? So,
yeah, Andrew Johnson, Chief Legal Officer. That's exactly right, Senator.
Yeah.
In knowing that detail.
Okay, so it's not knowable. Okay. Is the total absence of information enough to trigger a compliance investigation?
I think we've said to this committee previously, Senator, that we have a range of criteria that we use to select entities for those compliance reviews. I think at the moment we've got about 30 on foot, and we've deliberately, for obvious reasons, not published the selection criteria for those, the entities. But, Senator, we could have a discussion and sort of work it out, but one of the issues, one of the factors, and I've said this previously, it's the one I'm happy to talk about, is materiality. So the size of the transactions is something that we're attracted to as we try and use our scarce resources to do those compliance reviews.
Yes, and would you consider the just shy of 1.1 million to be a material amount?
Well, that depends on one's interpretation, Senator. And again, because I'm deliberately avoiding talking about the exact criteria for those compliance reviews, materiality is a factor, and we examine materiality.
Okay. How can the public find out where the money to Kooyong 200 has come from?
If you're talking about donations below the threshold, and as you've said, these are anonymous donations, then it's not possible unless the Chief Legal Officer is going to correct me on that.
No, to add to the Electoral Commissioner, this is level. I think we've talked about this in previous estimates. This is the level of how far the Electoral Act goes back through the process, and then what resources we have to follow through gifts to donors, to associated entities, to candidates or parties. So the Electoral Act doesn't go beyond that associated entity.
Okay, so is there any way for the public to find out where that money to Kooyong 200 came from?
Not through the Electoral Act.
And Senator, to declare, I've never looked at the Kooyong, whether they've got a website, whether they talk about the purposes of their foundation or the sources of their money. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a website where they do that, but not through the Electoral Act. It's not possible.
Except if you did a compliance investigation and looked at the website.
Which may well occur, as you know.
Okay. All right, thank you. The National Party return doesn't include a donation from Philip Morris, the tobacco company, but the Philip Morris donor return states that the company donated $55,000 to the National Party. And in fact, the donation was to Laneway Assets Proprietary Limited, who then passed the money on to the National Party. So donors themselves clearly consider that the donation to the fundraising body is a donation to the party. Given that discrepancy, is the AEC exploring ways to make the disclosure data more transparent regarding the relationship between fundraising bodies and political parties?
I might ask Ms Reid to come up, but I might just perhaps talk generally about that for a minute. It's not completely unusual for there to be a discrepancy between a donor return and the body to which that donor return applies can just be a misunderstanding in some cases, and all parties have had this, and I mean all parties across the board. It can be that because of the party structure where some parties have state branches and other entities, that there's a confusion about which entity received the donation. Sometimes there can be a thing called donation splitting, which can cause some confusion. And when we do the initial checks, when people submit returns, we quite often pick those things up, we clear and we clarify those matters. Sometimes it can be difficult to track back. Having said that, and I'll ask Ms Reid to talk on that in a moment, I did want to point out that at the start of 2019, we put the Transparency Register online, and that is the most searchable database of information regarding all sorts of returns that we've ever had. Now, of course, Senator, what people would say is, well, I don't like the Act and what the Act stands for. But what I'm saying is the way that we are within that Act, the way that we're providing that information is already searchable and transparent within the bounds of the Electoral Act.
Yes.
So having said that, I might just ask Ms Reid to talk about very quickly
Commissioner.
about
You stole
donors.
most of my thunder, I think. As the Commissioner said, when the returns come in, we do a discrepancy analysis between all the returns. So our system will match donors named and donors from donor and political party returns. So there's a big process our team undergoes where we correspond with both sides if there's a discrepancy to try and work out who has it right or wrong, and amendments are lodged if necessary. As the Commissioner said, sometimes there can be differing views where under the Electoral Act it may not be a gift, but for whatever reason the donor wants to declare it as a gift if it's attending one of those fundraising events where they paid a ticket for something. So that can occur and be a reason why there remains discrepancies on the record.
Okay, so my question was, are you looking at ways to make it more transparent? And you're saying you've got internal processes where you do a comparison and then, seek to correct any inaccuracies.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any thought being given to more guidance being provided to parties and entities about how to record donations?
We have a very active education campaign with parties and candidates. We continue to do that. We reach out. We particularly reach out at election time. As you know, Senator, quite often some of the issues with compliance with the Act are caused by new candidates who, they don't have some of the resources that some of the major parties have, and so we try and spend as much time as we possibly can to make sure that people understand their obligations. We've got a lot of material online about exactly that. We have a number of handbooks. We provide briefings to parties and candidates, and we continue to do that, and we're happy to enhance that at any time. It's in our interest as well to make sure that people understand what their obligations are. So we're already doing a lot and always happy to review that as we do on a regular basis and provide more information.
Thank you. I've got lots more questions, but I'm going to ask to get the call a bit later whilst I go to the other committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. Looking in the direction of Labor Senator
Ayres
Ayres.
has some questions, and then
Thanks very much.
Just
Just struggling to find my glasses because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see you, Mr. Rogers. Good evening. Thank you. I think at the last estimates did follow the Eden, Monero and Groom by-elections, and I think there was a discussion, I think with Senator Farrell, about you anticipating a higher number of postal votes in future elections. Is that, do you think that the current COVID case numbers are going to make that presumably going to strengthen that trend?
Senator, we do. I think the discussion we had was about the flip in the numbers that we saw with Groom and Eden Monaro, that previously there'd been this big increase in pre-poll. Postals had been largely static. And then at Groom and Eden Monaro, we saw that reverse. Pre-poll went up a little bit and postal went up quite significantly. We're also seeing that in other electoral jurisdictions, not just in Australia but globally, and we're looking at that and we're doing some modelling. So we think that there will be an increase in postal votes at this election as a result of the COVID pandemic. If you would indulge me, Senator, I would like to just say slightly more on that.
Yes.
Which is that we'll have extended polling hours at pre-poll centres for the full period of pre-poll. There'll be more availability of pre-poll within that period than there's ever been previously. We're working with health authorities around Australia to make sure that's a safe and secure environment. What I would say to people is that postal voting is not the prime means of voting at the election.
Yeah.
And I'd urge people, if they can, to vote either on the day as they're supposed to, or if they can't, there are other options. Option 1, pre-poll. Option 2, postal. There are a whole range of reasons for that. The Australian election is supposed to be an in-person voting experience, so it's a community event, it's transparent. We're running it in accordance with health orders, so it'll be safe and secure, and people should feel safe to do that. So within the limits of those health orders, we're urging people to make sure they're adhering to their obligations by turning out to vote, and it's only those exceptions then where postal voting occurs. The other fact is that the more votes there are in envelopes, Senator, at the other end, it's going to make it difficult to achieve a result clearly on the night, particularly, and potentially for some time afterwards. And everyone understands the reason for that. The community is sometimes confused by that. Why would that take so long? And it leads to some of the conspiracy theories that we've seen overseas. So we have designed a polling process in line with health authorities around Australia to be as safe as it can, and we're urging people to think about those options.
No, thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you. There's something democratic about people doing something together. Notwithstanding that, I think you said at the last estimates that you hoped that in this election that you'd be able to get a better data feed from Australia Post to sort of manage. Has there been success in discussions with Australia Post about that, and and the other aspects of, ensuring that there's a reliable postal service for the election, but might be easier to answer these all at once. Have there been any discussions about prioritising postal votes above other posts to make sure that votes get in on time?
It's a great question, Senator, and the short answer is yes. And I might ask for your indulgence because I think it's important to the community to understand that. I've met with the head of Australia Post twice over the last few months, and we've, at a lower level, our teams are working very closely together. At this stage, it looks like we will be getting that data feed from Australia Post, as I understand it, into our command and control centre. That will really help us. Australia Post have been very responsive to talking to us. As you know, it's not just us who wants to use Australia Post at election time, but political parties, and there's a range of other entities that want to do that. They have assured us that they will be affording a priority to electoral mail. And this is the bit, I might be putting words in their mouth, but I think they even restrict the number of commercial contracts they take during that period so they can focus on the postal vote process. So all of that's a positive, Senator, that we're very confident we'll have a better data feed. We've got a better relationship with Australia Post than we've ever had before, which is great. And so it will sound odd when I say the next thing, which is, again, I'm conscious of the voting process. We've got pre-poll voting, we've got voting on the day, and I'd urge people to consider those options as part of their voting plan. But I'm very confident with the work that we're doing with Australia Post. And the other thing, Senator, that you know is the vast majority of postal votes are returned to the AEC after polling day, which creates, some issues with how quickly those results can be determined, particularly if there's a large number of close seats.
So, information campaign in the lead up to the ballot to encourage people to vote on the day.
Or pre-poll, if that's what...
Or pre-poll. But I take it from your comments so far that you are concerned about, the count taking longer than the community would expect the count to take.
That's correct. So I'm concerned about that bit, Senator. I'm also concerned about the nature of the Australian vote. As you've said, it's supposed to be a community event. It's also supposed to be transparent. And we saw some of the conspiracy theories overseas, what happens when there was a large number of postal votes. And we're seeing some echoes of that already on our social media feed with people worried about the postal vote. Now, it's a good process, it's solid. But again, I'm conscious of the nature of the Australian vote, and that's why I'm making these slightly quirky comments about how we would see that play out.
No, I don't think it's quirky at all. Is there any doubt in your mind that you'll have a Senate vote counted by the time the new Senate takes effect? I'm not up this time round. I'm concerned about my colleagues, Commissioner.
It's very nice of you to do that, Senator.
That's what people say. Yeah.
Look, Senator, we are very... Sorry, Minister. We are very, very confident that we have everything in place to be able to deal with that. I'm not sure, Senator, that the community understands just how enormous that project is to ensure that we've accurately captured all the preferences. And just on that, at the last event, and again, I'll clean this evidence up in a minute, but I think we had to process 15 million or so Senate ballot papers, but within that, in all of those counting centres, we had to capture 105 million preferences. It's in a very short period. It's under intense pressure and scrutiny. And the scrutiny is good, by the way. Again, having scrutineers there makes that a public place. It is a mammoth project. It's why we say that the election really is one of Australia's largest peacetime logistic events, as ballot papers return from everywhere, all over the world, back to those count centres to be processed, captured, for us to be able to return the writs in time.
Oh, just back on postal voting, I didn't follow this perhaps as closely as I should have. I saw there was some real controversy about what the New South Wales Electoral Commission did in terms of issuing postal votes, automatically, only in English, into at least one of the electorates where there's a very high proportion of non-English speaking background voters. You got any reflections on the lessons that have been learnt by the AEC from observing that process?
Again, Senator, I'm sorry, it's going to be slightly...
It does. Sorry, I might just supplement it. I mean, it is an encouragement to people, isn't it, to not turn up on the day?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, as I understand it, I'll deal with a couple of those issues because, again, these are important messages. But as I understand it, their legislation was changed at not the last minute, but late change to enable them to force issue ballot papers. And again, for the record, may I put on the record that our colleagues in the State and Territory Electoral Commissions do an excellent job, and we work very closely with them. And the New South Wales Electoral Commissioner in particular does a great job as well. So let me put that on the record. We don't have that ability, even if we wanted to, legislatively to do that. There is no ability for us under the legislation to force issue ballot papers as part of that. We can issue ballot papers to issue postal votes.
To universally issue them, yes. Yeah.
The second issue, though, you've raised is an interesting one, and I did see some coverage about the issue of support for culturally and linguistically diverse communities and ballot papers. So, to be very clear, we only print in Australia the ballot paper in English, and it would be impossible for us not to print the ballot papers in English. But we do provide a lot of support in language around that. So, for example, we translate much of our material into something like 33 different non-Indigenous languages, something like 18 Indigenous languages. We have separate Indigenous YouTube videos and Facebook pages. We work with called media, and also on that material that we're sending out to citizens, the householder guide, which we send to every house in Australia, there'll be QR codes that take you directly to a series of images that tell you how to fill out a ballot paper, and also where translation services are available for you as well. So there's a huge push for us to make sure we reach into that group. Now, having said that, out of interest, over the last few elections, there's a top 10 list, Senator, of where most informality occurs. And up until 2019, that top 10 list was mostly in Western Sydney. That's the way it was. At the last election, I think the first time we've had 2 Victorian seats that entered into that top 10 list. And we look at that as part of what we're doing, and we try and provide additional support into those areas to make sure that people are supported by those in-language resources. So that's a long answer, but it's important, I think, for people to know that we really we go the extra mile to make sure people are supported and can access the vote in a way that suits them.
Yeah, it seems to me those issues are different if you do a universal posting out of postal votes. That does create an onus, I think, to grapple with those language issues. Any prospect of the pre-poll period being extended? What would it take?
Yep. So as you're aware, there's a contingency bill that gives me, the Commissioner, some powers to extend that post-vote period. It does require a Commonwealth Health Order to be in place for that to be activated. If that's not in place, it can't be activated. And from memory, I think I also have to liaise with the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister. It's a fairly high bar. We are doing modelling about that, but what we are doing, Senator, for the first time in our history is for the 2-week period that is allowed, we'll be having extended hours with many of those centres to enable people to get out at times that suit them. And again, that's part of that bit about telling people there are a number of options for them at election time.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. I think Senator Smith had some questions, Chair.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, only one or two just following on from Senator Ayres. I think you've pretty much covered it. But just in terms of the early voting question, I mean, I appreciate that there's certain thresholds you'd have to meet for that to be changed. But what sort of circumstances would lead you to consider an extension of the 12 days, or which would require it?
Conscious I'm going to give another long answer here, Senator, but in essence, we are monitoring the situation nationally. We're looking at COVID data nationally. I think, as the National Election Manager mentioned before, we have established a COVID variance response unit, which is the internal team that are helping us put together our response to all of these issues. So we're looking at the data nationally to see caseload, vaccination rates and a whole range of other things. So I don't want to talk about a particular state because then that becomes a headline, and I'm not referring to any state in particular, but were something to occur in a particular state where there was a much higher caseload or some sort of issue like that, and there was a Commonwealth Health Order in place, we would look at those options at that point. Now, of course, if there is no Commonwealth Health Order, that power is moot because I just don't have it. There's nothing I could do. But within that 2-week period that is there, we will. That's why we're offering those extended hours, including weekends, so that people can pop in and vote in a safe way.
Can I just add, Senator, in addition to the Commissioner's evidence, my understanding is that the Contingency Measures Bill that was passed was not intended to give a blanket authority to extend all pre-poll all around Australia. There is a geographical element to that where the Commissioner's got to believe on reasonable grounds that it is a requirement. So it could be a requirement for a particular division or multiple divisions or a particular state. But I think unless there is a widespread new variant affecting all of Australia, it's sort of unlikely that it's going to meet the threshold.
Right, so we could have a situation where a certain state had a longer pre-poll period where the rest had 12 days.
Potentially. But we will be, as I said, working with the Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister, will be taking advice from health authorities, both Commonwealth and state, before we make that quite significant decision.
Okay, so at this stage you're not anticipating that pre-poll period would need to be extended, or...?
That's correct.
You've said previously that while you saw an increase in postal voting at the Eden Monaro and Groom by-elections, you didn't see an equivalent increase in pre-poll voting?
A little increase. So, and I was reflecting back to the quite significant increases that had occurred in 2013, 16 and 19 federal elections where pre-poll voting had gone, through the roof. Now, I think from memory, the combined pre-poll and postal vote at the 2019 election was almost 40% of the electorate. And I think of that 40%, someone might correct me here, we're about 30% pre-poll. In some, I forget the highest seat, Senator, where pre-poll was, we probably got that. 50%. It was almost 50% pre-poll. So it's a huge increase. Then when Groom and Eden Monaro occurred, there was a little increase in pre-poll, but a rapid increase in postal. Now, obviously Groom and Eden Monaro occurred in the middle of the sort of early part of the pandemic, and I think that might have influenced voter behaviour there as well.
Right. So what are you expecting in the upcoming election then? Are you expecting trends more similar to 2019 or more similar to what we saw in the by-elections?
Senator, we are modelling a range of different options. It's so difficult to predict that at the moment. Given where we are, given where we could be, and when the election is, we're still potentially a couple of months away. Obviously, just for the record, we have no insight as to when that election might be. So there could be a vastly different set of circumstances in place then from now. We are preparing for a range of different scenarios to ensure that we're able to cope with whatever occurs.
Would you suspect the by-elections, though, would be a better indication, or because they were during a peak?
I think they were during the peak, and also Australians are now much more used to the sort of situation that existed at that point. And it was a very novel situation at that point.
I've got some data here, Senator, if you'd like it.
Absolutely, thank you.
So the Ian Monero by-election saw an increase in pre-poll from 36%, which was the rate for the 2019 election, to 43% in the by-election. And then Groom saw an increase from 25%, which was a pre-poll rate in 2019, to 29% in the by-election.
So not particularly consistent between those two seats, is it?
No,
Yeah.
no. And there are different voting habits and behaviours in different geographical areas.
Okay, thank you. I think Senator Farrell has a few more questions.
I was going to take a chunk here, if that's all right, and then I'll come back to Senator Farrell.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I'll take the call, and then I'll give it back to you, if that's all right, Senator Farrell. I'm just trying to share it around a little more, given the interest in this topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. I have a couple of questions about the compliance review that the AEC conducted on Warringah Independent Limited, which I think my colleague Senator Mirabella briefly touched on earlier. So my understanding is that review examined, amongst other things, this $100,000 donation from the Kinghorn Family Trust, J.A. Kinghorn and Company for the trust, that wasn't disclosed. Is that correct?
Given the newness of this information in the sort of public domain, let me talk briefly about my understanding.
That'd be great. Thank you.
As I understand it, there was a $100,000 donation disclosed by the Warringah Independents, and I think what occurred during a compliance review is that the compliance team became aware that that $100,000, instead of being from several different individuals, which was what had been originally put in the return, actually came as one cheque from one foundation. And so the compliance review team formed the view that that was a single donation. Therefore, that was then declared as a single donation, and the donor then had an obligation to submit a return. I think that donor, I think you mentioned his name, Mr. Kinghorn, then submitted a donor return for that $100,000 amount, I think in February, I'm not sure, at a point last year, put it.
And how was that $100,000 donation made to Warringah Independent Limited?
Through, as I understand it, through a cheque.
And that was signed by Mr. Kinghorn?
I'm not sure of the exact details of who signed that cheque. I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you on that.
Okay. And so, as we've previously discussed, this Warringah Independent is the campaign support body for the member for Warringah. I have a media release that she gave yesterday saying that all amounts received were disclosed in accordance with the requirements in November 2019. Is that an accurate assessment? I know that we're talking about two slightly different things here, one being the disclosures that have been undertaken by Warringah Independent, or three different things really, aren't we? What's been disclosed by Warringah Independent, what has been disclosed by anyone who might have donated to Warringah Independent, consistent with the conversation we were having earlier, and then what the member for Warringah might have disclosed on her candidate disclosure. So, given that statement in Ms Steggall's media release, is it fair to say that everything has been disclosed as it should have been?
So I don't have the benefit of having seen that media release, Senator, and I'm very conscious of that as I'm talking.
I can table it if you like,
no,
Mr Rogers.
Okay, I'll come to that in the fullness of time,
Okay.
Senator, with other information. So my understanding, based on a quick discussion today with my team, is that the compliance review team, as frequently happens, made a finding about a particular donation. It has since been declared, and the donor has completed a donor return. So from our perspective, unless you've got some additional information, the Act has been satisfied because a declaration's been made and people are now aware of where that money came from.
Sorry, you said that the donor has completed a return. Do you know when Mr Kinghorn might have completed that return?
I may, Senator, if you give me one moment.
Thank you very much, Mr Rogers.
Excellent staff are looking that up at the moment.
Okay, I would like to hopefully know the answer to that question before we get to the end of this session. Commissioner, can you confirm that Ms Steggall lodged a candidate return which listed every donation above the threshold except this $100,000 donation?
I can't, only because I don't have that level of detail in front of me, but I can take that one on notice, Senator. I'd have to go through that and look at that in little detail.
And again, and potentially you may have to take this one on notice as well, Mr Rogers. Has Ms Steggall made any attempt to update her candidate return given the
Again,
error?
that I'm not aware of, given this has only just emerged, but I'll take that on notice and have a look at it.
Thank you very much. This Warringah Independent body, should they have lodged a 2020-2021 return with the Electoral Commission?
That I just have to check. I might get Ms Reid to come up. I think she's nodding yes, but she loves coming to the table anyway, so I'll just ask her to do that for a moment.
Thank you, Ms Reid.
No problem. So Warringah Independence, under the new legislation, has registered as an associated entity with the reforms that came in late last year. They are required to lodge a 2021 return. That return has been lodged, and we're just looking into some matters with that return before we publish it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just working through my questions here. So it's your understanding that they will lodge a return, but they haven't done so?
I think what Ms Reid said is they've lodged.
Yep.
It is currently with us. And as we frequently do when returns come in, we spend some time going through those returns to make sure that we're satisfied that they're accurate. And that's a process that we're going through at the moment.
And then it will be published on the Transparency Register.
Okay. I mean, that was similar to the work that we were discussing earlier on about making sure that...
It's accurate.
Exactly. And look, in a situation where, as has been canvassed in the media, there are obviously some questions that are being asked around this $100,000 donation that was made. I think it would be good to check that everything is above board. Is it usual to see a donation come in the form of a cheque that is then subsequently split up into smaller donations when they're declared?
Look, maybe I might, Senator, take a slightly different tack to answer that, and Ms Reid can correct me, but nothing is unusual, Senator, when it comes to funding and disclosure. There are a whole range of ways in which people donate, make donations, record those donations, from cheque through to bank deposits and a range of other issues. And also, may I say, it's not necessarily unusual for our compliance team to find technical issues with those submissions, and all parties across the board are given a chance to amend their returns if the compliance team finds something is wrong. Because the very basis of the Act, Senator, is that it's about achieving disclosure. So once disclosure has been achieved, and even if that's after return has been put in, we think that the purposes of the Act has been met, and so we afford the opportunity to parties across the board to make amendments to those returns after the compliance review process.
The end goal being that everyone just does the right thing, right?
And then citizens can then look at that and make their own view of who donated that money and the purpose for that money.
Yeah, and I think the important part that you just said was that ensuring that everyone is given a chance to amend their returns. And so if, any of us or anybody that might be donating to a political party became aware that there were errors in any of the returns that they had made, you would think that the first thing that they would do is ensure that everything had been undertaken appropriately and above board, and made any updates to their returns as that might be necessary.
Well, Senator, I mean, we love it, of course, when people are accurate on their returns. That makes us very happy.
Yes, and makes your job easier, I'm sure.
Makes the job easier.
But also ensures that
citizens have a better view.
Absolutely,
Right.
that
And
we are being transparent with our
we do adopt
constituents.
with all parties and candidates an educative approach, and that's what we've done right from the outset of the beginnings of this scheme, way back, lost in the mist of time, whenever that was. And so we always afford an opportunity to people to correct those returns, unless, of course, there are, in those very, very rare cases, that it is either a deliberate attempt or it's a very material issue, or indeed there is a repeat pattern of behaviour where that occurs. And may I be very clear, I'm not saying that about this particular case, just for the record,
Indeed.
but that's kind of the basis upon which we work.
Okay. And just one last question for me. How many pencils did you say you were going to obtain for election day? 4.5 million, Senator Farrell. What are we going to do with them after election day?
Well, they become very blunt for a start, Senator,
Yeah.
after people have been furiously voting. But look,
I don't know if anyone's furiously voted.
Well, you'd be very
actually.
surprised, Senator. Look, we do a range of things with the equipment. For example, with some of the cardboard equipment we use, we donate some of that to the schools in which the voting occurs, because some of those schools like using that equipment to actually run their own elections.
Yes, I did that when I was at school.
Great. And in fact, it gives me an opportunity, Senator, to also make a comment about our cardboard equipment, if I might, because for this election, for the first time in history, it is unmarked cardboard equipment. Now, if you remember, when you walk into the polling place, normally it's covered white
and
with a
purple stripes, yes.
So we have the first time we've decided to go completely unmarked cardboard, which is far more recyclable. And not only that, it means we can share it more easily with other entities, including, we hope, state and territory electoral commissions.
Oh, of course.
So we're hoping it represents better value for the taxpayer and better for the environment. And it was been a big project for us, and we're very pleased with it.
It's reused for electoral purposes.
It won't be used between elections, Senator, because it degrades in storage. That's why we
Over
share
that
it with
period.
schools and we recycle it and do a range of things.
But Senator, I might just add, we do donate some materials, not just to schools, but also to disadvantaged communities, Indigenous communities, and we also sent some material into the Pacific Islands to some of our electoral body partners.
So, for example, the Deputy might correct me here, but one of the things we did, we had medical kits, first aid kits in the polling places, and there's a shelf life for those. So instead of them disposing of them, we shared those with a number of communities that could actually use them, and we try and get as much value out of this stuff as possible. The bigger question of 4.5 million pencils, maybe some of them might end up with a medal of several campaigns.
We'll see. They're only short.
True. They are not long pencils, I do remember that. Thank you very much. Senator Waters, you caught my eye more quickly.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of topics here that I want to try to cover really quickly because it's very late for all of us. So starting off with the significant third parties, how many organisations have registered as significant third parties since those changes to the Act last year lowered the threshold for being considered a significant third party?
Allow me to grab Ms Reid again to step forward. She may have that
I think
information.
she should just stay at the table.
And again, as I say, she's so keen to stay here as well, Senator, so let's do that. If she does not have the precise information, Senator, we might have to take some of that on notice and then we'll
if you've
provide
got it
that
to
her.
hand, that's great.
Sure. Significant third party.
Obviously the new name for what was political campaigner.
Yes, that's correct.
I believe we have 10 that have
10,
registered.
Okay. Could you provide them on notice, just the names of those, if you're allowed to do that?
Yes, they should be on our website.
On your website, okay, great.
Sorry, Senator Waters, I just have to interrupt you for 1 minute. I got overexcited thinking about the pencils and didn't get to update the committee that we are pushing through our tea break in an effort to try and finish as quickly as possible. So, sorry, Senator Waters, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. Has the AEC made any assessment of the additional costs in administering the expanded range of third parties that are now required to disclose?
Senator, obviously the funding and disclosure area does an enormous amount of work. We have received supplemental funding over the last couple of years for that, but I might just perhaps provide more information than you're asking for at the moment. At the moment, it's a team of about 15 people who are responsible for this entire process, including all the compliance reviews and other work that we do. Now, we are growing that team and we hope to hit eventually between 25 to 30 people. But, Senator, we've been struck with the same issues that everyone else has been struck with during the pandemic of getting appropriately skilled staff, attracting them, retaining them, and we're working through that process at the moment. We're aware that there is a volume of work required here. The compliance reviews are complex and chew through resources. The other work we do is difficult. Minister, I'm not asking for additional resources, just for the record. I'm just talking through...
I noted the very wise efficiencies around printing before, Commissioner. So
perfect. So, Senator, we always assess what we're doing, but we have received, to be fair, some supplemental funding that's assisting us with that. And we're confident that we can make the inroads that we need to make to administer the scheme.
Okay. Is any additional support being provided to new third parties to understand their obligations?
Again, we are already providing an enormous amount of educative material to everybody, and I'm actually pretty proud of the work we do in that space. And if I might say, Senator, if people would like additional support, we're happy to provide that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Can I move now back briefly to pandemic voting? We just had a bill rush through the Senate last week, and it may well have passed the House today. I haven't had a chance to check. That allows voters who are required to isolate after the cut-off for postal votes to vote by phone. Is this something that the AEC has advocated for?
Senator, we are very conscious there's a very limited category of people.
Yes, I understand it will be small.
And we think that that is an appropriate response to that category.
So did you ask for it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But can I just can I also say that solution is absolutely designed as an emergency measure.
Yes.
For a very small number of people. I want to be on the record with that as well, that if people think that's going to become an alternative channel for voting and they just phone up and that's going to be great, it's not. The other thing I can guarantee you, Senator, is it will be a lumpy experience for those that have to use it. We've never done that before. It's a new measure that we're putting in place. It is absolutely designed to cater for that very narrow group. There will be a number, now I don't know what the shape of the bill is at the moment, what amendments have been put in, but it'll be very restricted. And again, if it will only be for a group of people who are absolutely subject to a health order, I would ask people to think about the environment during the voting period and to plan their vote. And that means they've got 2 weeks of pre-poll and other ways of voting. But that telephone voting method is brand new. It's something we're doing for this pandemic. It will not be smooth. I give you a gilt-edged guarantee because it's an emergency measure.
Yes.
So I urge people to think about that.
Yes. Yes. No, you've made that clear. What safeguards will be in place? I understand it's going to be a two-step process, which I found reassuring.
I'm not sure whether you're aware, Senator, but we have a model already in place that we use for blind and low vision voting. And at each election, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people use that. And we, exactly as you've said, Senator, there's a two-step process where we give people a code, they then ring back with that code, so it's anonymised.
Yes.
And then, again, to make sure it's safe on the other end, we always have 2 people recording the vote, so there can't be an accusation that one person has done something with the vote. And it'll be something along those lines. We're working with a range of other agencies to assist us with that. In fact, Mr Pope met today with a range of other agencies to assist us putting together that solution.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like you'll manage it to the best of your ability. Coming to the Senate count audit, in December last year, the Assurance of Senate Count Act got royal assent and that set up a process for auditing the Senate ballots. What work has the AEC done to implement those changes and prepare for the audit of the upcoming election?
We're well advanced on that, Senator. We're aware of what the requirements are. We're putting in place a range of measures. We're working with other providers as well, and we're very confident that that will be exactly as the legislation demands.
Okay. The software audit was deferred to 2023. What's the status of the AEC request for tender for scanning solutions?
The software audit.
I'm just trying to understand the question there, Senator. Is it the procurement of services to actually audit the software, or is it procurement of the scanning services for
the Senate
election after this election?
I think it's the latter, but I'll take both.
Right.
Well, We have a contract for the scanning of the Senate solution, which we've got in place at the moment.
Yes.
And we just have to go through a procurement process as we do every few years as that contract comes about.
There-
And obviously don't want to do it at the moment, Senator, as we're in the middle of the election.
Yes.
So after the election, we'll be looking at that process.
That's right. There is an option for us to extend the existing contract for the scanning provider for 2025 election. However, we've not yet
Made
the decision as to whether we will do that or whether we'll go to market after this election. We're just
Okay.
working through that right now.
That sounds fair enough. And can I have the answer to the first?
Software audit.
That's
Senator, can I clarify the question? It was around the audit of the software used for the Senate scanning.
Yes.
So it's primarily about the time that is needed to undertake that audit appropriately. So it is a priority for the AEC to do that after the upcoming federal election and have it done by 2023.
Okay, well, the terms of reference for the tender for the scanning solutions amended to take account of the audit requirement.
Senator, we haven't gone to tender.
So, but they
yet.
they will absolutely encompass those when and if we go to tender for that. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, just to be clear, it's actually one of the reasons why we've had to delay any decision around going to market for a new provider is because we've had to wait for the legislation to be passed through Parliament, consider the implications of that legislation and update our statement of requirements. So we're just continuing to do that work now.
Yes, obviously,
So-
you've only had, not quite 2 months yet.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the answer to your question is yes. The statement of requirements, if we go to market and don't exercise the option, the statement of requirements will absolutely reflect the most recent legislative amendments for Senate assurance.
Okay, I might ask some more things on notice about the subtleties of that technology. Just on the changes, the multitude of changes that we've had to the Act, there's been 10 government bills proposing changes to the Act since September 2021, which is quite the flurry. The interaction of those changes have got clear implications for you. Were you consulted on all of those changes?
Senator, there's a normal process in place for governments of all hues to liaise with affected departments, and that process was followed. It's a...
So yes, you were consulted on all
and we are...
changes. Okay.
There's always a flurry of bills, particularly towards the latter part of electoral cycles, I think, Senator.
Pretty big flurry, anyway.
Big flurry, but we're there.
Will the impact of the various changes have budget implications for the AEC, and have you requested additional funding to cover that, if so?
Budget process is actually part of the consultation process for those bills, and we've been consulted where we need to about funding for those issues.
So have you gotten more as a result to deal with those changes?
We think we're adequately funded at the moment. Senator, I'm very cautious of...
First agency I've heard say that.
Well,
Good
I'm
on
just
you.
cautious of saying that. We've got the Minister at the table and, not many agency
I would have thought
heads-
it's the perfect time, but whatever.
Well, but I'm trying to be a good corporate citizen, Senator, at the same time, and I'm aware of the fact that it's not just us. There are a whole range of other agencies, but we have undergone a range of issues, including the funding review over the last few years, which was a process undertaken with the Department of Finance through an independent accounting firm, and the Deputy Commissioner was part of that team, and you might just talk about that for a moment.
Yes, Senator. Look, our funding situation is certainly adequate at this stage for the election. With respect to those bills, where there were identified financial implications, we received funding to meet those implications.
Okay. And it was sufficient?
Yes, there may well be a couple where we've been unable to identify the full cost, and we've put a marker there that we may well need to come back after the election and reconcile the full cost, because sometimes it's a little difficult to predict. So the telephone voting one is a classic example where that will be determined largely by the volume of people that call.
Which you can't predict,
Which is
obviously.
difficult to predict.
And I don't want to be flippant about it, Senator, but if the Minister did wake up one morning and was in a very generous mood and he threw us some extra resources, that would not go astray, but we are okay at the moment for the elections. So.
Well, you took your opportunity there.
And I think, Senator, the key point is, as the Commissioner and his team have acknowledged there, is that with each of those bills there is an assessment undertaken.
Yes,
that assessment
at the
has
time.
looked at cost
Yes, I was
implications,
close to
and the AEC resourced accordingly to reflect those policy decisions the government's taken, and that the legislation, once it's passed, become an obligation for the AEC.
Okay, thank you. I've only got two more lines of questioning that are nice and short. Just on remote voting, we've talked previously about the impediments to enrolment that already exist for regional communities, particularly in, say, the Northern Territory. And I presume, is the AEC aware of how those barriers are being exacerbated by the pandemic, in particular by making it impossible for mobile voting to occur, especially in areas that have been declared biosecurity zones, so East Arnhem, West Arnhem, whole range of other Western Daly Central Desert areas. What are you doing in relation to that? Have you got any proposed
We're very
solutions?
aware of that, Senator. Just let me throw that on the table to start with. As you know, our remote area mobile polling teams cover an enormous area at election time. I think at the last election they covered something like 3.2 million square kilometres or something like that, and we went into communities as one point with a community as small as 20 registered voters, to try and get the vote out. We're very proud of the offering we do up there, and we will indeed have the remote area mobile polling teams again in locations. So we're also working with health authorities in those remote areas, and indeed land councils and others, to make sure that we understand what those restrictions are, and to make sure that we can develop solutions that meet the community needs. I'm also conscious that when those services are delivered, we might be in a very different situation from where we are now, because we're talking potentially a couple of months away. We are working on a range of solutions, even for those communities where there are biosecurity orders in place, to prevent the sort of remote area mobile team visits that we normally do. Dr. Gleeson might expand on that a little more.
Yes, so the Commissioner's correct. We're engaging very closely with health authorities, have had excellent support from the health authorities on this particular matter, and engagement with land councils on, where possible, getting, generating confidence in our COVID-safe measures in a way that will enable us access even if there is a biosecurity measure potentially in place. So that engagement has been extremely positive so far. So we're really confident that we'll be able to provide a strong service, as we always have, to those communities, and a slightly expanded service relative to previous events.
Okay. Thank you. That's positive news. Will you be seeking to extend the voter enrolment process right up until polling day, so that voters in remote communities are able to participate?
And this is something that we became aware of, I think.
One of the flurry.
Of
we had an
things.
inquiry into it. Yeah.
So we won't be doing that, Senator, because it wouldn't be possible under the Electoral Act for us to accept enrolments up to the day of voting, on the day of voting, and then for people to vote. So one of the things we need to do is to make sure the roll is complete as possible, and I'm happy to share with you some of the many things we're doing in that regard. I'm happy to do that tonight. I'm happy to take it on notice, but we are really focused on that issue at the moment.
Okay.
I think
so you're trying to get it done within the statutory timeframe with a sort of
so I
surge
think at the
focus on that
moment
now.
we have something like 48 partnerships in place around Australia with mostly Indigenous organisations to help us deliver services into the community, and also to tell us what the community wants and needs. It's been a really successful model. Now, don't get me wrong, the level of estimated level of Indigenous enrolment isn't the same in some areas as the non-Indigenous role. We're trying to match that gap. We've been hugely successful over the last few years. The rate of growth in the Indigenous role has outstripped the growth in the non-Indigenous role to a greater extent than it's ever done previously. Now, it's not at the level we'd like it, but there's all these green shoots occurring. Good. We think this partnership model that we are pursuing is making a difference, will continue to make a difference. And in fact, we'd like to have more partnerships in place, but the pandemic has made that slightly difficult, but we're working as hard as we can to make sure that everyone understands their responsibility to enrol. And I might just point out that before the last election, we also sent, as a sort of a last, gasp thing to encourage people, we sent out something like 400,000 SMSs around Australia to people who we thought were unenrolled, including to Indigenous Australians, and that did have an impact as well. We'll be doing the same thing at this event. I think we've done the same thing for state events to help state electoral commissions. Now, Senator, let's be real, everyone we send the text to doesn't then check their enrolment, but many people do.
Yeah.
So we're trying as many
strategy.
things as we can to try and make sure that people have the right to exercise the franchise.
Excellent. And I will accept your offer of a bit more information on those
happy to
about your
provide
other
it.
strategies, but I agree that's sounding really positive and commend you for the necessary additional efforts in that regard. The Electoral Ledge Amendment Foreign Influences and Offences Bill proposed banning foreign entities from directly incurring electoral expenditure, and it increases penalties for misleading voters in relation to the casting of their vote. That was another one that just passed the Senate last week and may well have passed the House today. Has the AEC noticed an increase in misleading election materials, and did you request an increase in the penalties as a way of deterring that behaviour?
Sorry, Senator, as I understand the question, if you're talking about misinformation and disinformation, I probably would like to spend a couple of minutes talking about...
I've got a few separate questions on the misinformation as such. This is just in relation to the misleading as to the process of voting that particular bill captures.
Yeah, look, I think probably we might bleed into some of your other questions here, Senator, but yes, we have seen an increase in misinformation. Now, part of this will be a subjective judgment, but if I might, I mentioned at the start tonight that we've seen on our social media pages a number of, I'm using the term conspiracy theories, about a range of things. We've seen one that's emerged since the weekend about postal voting. And in fact, if I can use that as an example, we deployed, first step was we deployed some of our educative videos that I've mentioned before.
Apparently they're really good.
They are very good, Senator. I encourage people to do it. We've got a range of things, including explaining to people why don't import conspiracy theories from overseas, and a specific thing about this is the Australian election, not the US election. But the postal voting one was so concerning because of the importance of everything.
Forgive me, what was the conspiracy theory around postal voting?
Someone said, and it gets repeated, that the postal voting process isn't secure, and this individual said, well, look, I've got no evidence, but I think it's there's something wrong, that something will happen to your vote.
Oh, the stolen election notion, righto.
So we were so concerned with that we actually went to Twitter today and we pointed out to Twitter that we think that was a breach of their terms of service, and they agreed, and within 3 hours they removed that information. It's also an example of, I know Twitter and others get rightly criticised, but it's a shout out to them for being very responsive to remove something that was dangerous. And it's a result of the relationship building we've been doing with the social media companies over a number of years. There are other conspiracies right now. One that doesn't seem to go away is that somehow we're mandating that voters be vaccinated, and that this will deny people the vote. The one about pencils, which we mentioned before, that somehow we're erasing the votes. We continue to deploy our videos to tell people that that's not the case. We are seeing an increase, and we think that is in line with some of the stuff we've seen overseas, which is why our social media team are amongst the most assertive in the Commonwealth, because we think if we don't deal with that information, who will?
Yes,
and we're trying to protect
people
Australians.
won't trust it unless it's coming from you. I mean, they
That's
might
right.
still not trust it, but they certainly won't trust it coming from any of us.
So we're hoping they trust. Now, we're being assertive, and we're involved in a grand experiment here because, frankly, it's never been done before by a Commonwealth Department. Not everyone welcomes our input, Senator, as you know, because Australians have the right to believe that the earth is flat and say that, and sometimes they tell us that. So we are doing as much as we can to protect Australia's electoral processes. I'm very proud of the work of our social media team, who are doing a great job. But we are seeing an increase. Now, whether that's related simply to the increased usage of social media, I'm not sure, but it's there.
Probably
so
both, isn't it?
So any tool we get where we can use those tools and legislation is welcome by the AEC, and we'll be using that, particularly that bit that you've said, which is about the process of voting. There's a broader issue where people think the AEC has a role, in my terminology, truth in advertising by political parties.
Yes. I understand you haven't been given that power yet, although we're working on that.
Well, Senator...
be careful what you wish for, Senator.
No, bring it on.
Look, there are... my pulse is just racing there a bit, Senator, as you said that, but I think there are many, many issues with that. As you know, an election is a contest of ideas, and at election time, one person's truth is another person's lie, and we're very, very conscious that being involved in that process, getting between political parties, could lead to the neutrality of the Electoral Commission being damaged, because if we take a stand on a particular thing...
No, I don't think anyone's proposing you be the arbiter of truth.
Oh, in that case, I think somebody else should do that.
There's a number of different models. Yeah. But we are digressing a little, but it's all very interesting, but I'm particularly interested in the impact of that new, I think, law, assuming it's passed today, which is about the increased penalties for misleading people as to how, like, the validity of the voting process and whether or not when they cast their vote they do it in a way that will be lawful or not lawful. Did you, so there's the increased penalties for that. Was that a request by the AEC to increase penalties?
We've been consulted through that process, but the exact detail of that, Senator, I'd have to take on notice. We don't normally sort of comment on that legislative process, but we're broadly aware of what occurred, and may I say anything that deals with the rise of misinformation, disinformation.
Yeah, you would welcome.
I absolutely welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Just sticking with that bill, and then I think I'm finished, Chair.
We have been pretty generous.
Yes, this is my last question. I was just saying, Senator Farrell, if you've been hanging off my every word, you would have heard me say.
No, you didn't say it was the last question.
Well, it is. I've heard it here first. Sticking with that bill, is the AEC aware of any foreign entities purchasing electoral ads in Australia?
I'm not aware of any foreign entity that's purchasing electoral ads at the moment. That doesn't, I'd just be very clear, Senator, that doesn't mean that's not occurring. It's just I, as the Electoral Commissioner, am not aware of that.
Great, and I'm done.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. Senator Farrell.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I'd like to ask some questions regarding party registration requirements. And, of course, you'll be aware that last year we increased the number of members a party was required to have to 1,500 unless you have a representative in Parliament. Recently, Commissioner, I'm sure you're aware, the Country Liberal Party Senator McMahon quit that party. Very sensible decision, I have to say. So the CLP no longer has parliamentary representation in the federal parliament. Has the AEC contacted the CLP about whether it meets the membership requirements?
Thanks, Senator. We have contacted the CLP and have discussed that with them, but given that's a matter on foot, I'm loath to go through any more detail than that, Senator, other than to say that we have contacted them.
Look, I have another couple of questions about it, and you let me know whether or not you're happy to answer them. Media reports have suggested that the rules don't apply to associated parties, and my understanding is that the CLP is not a branch of the Liberal or the National parties, but have their own independent party. Does that mean they have to show 1,500 members?
Again, I think given this matter is being looked at the moment, I'm very nervous about actually making any further comment on that, Senator.
All right. If the CLP does have to show 1,500 members, how long will that process take, and will it be completed by the May election?
So, to be very helpful, Senator, maybe I might talk about a process rather than the process that you're asking about.
No, we're happy to do that. We can interpolate to...
again, I'm not talking about the specifics of that issue, because, again, that's a matter on foot and there'll be a number of things we have to do. But even if that a party was required to demonstrate they had 1,500 members, we would have to do membership testing. As a step one, that takes a significant period of...
Well, I think step one is to issue a notice for a party
Sorry,
to provide...
and they then have
It has a legislative time frame.
A legislative time frame, sorry, thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
Of something like 2 months to produce that list of members. Mm-hmm. Then we have to do the membership testing. That takes some time. Mm-hmm. And then we have to review that process and then make a determination at the end of that. So we are months rather than weeks away from that process.
All right. So if that process is not completed by the election and there's no final determination, does that mean that the the CLP will appear above the line on the Senate ballot paper, even though they may not meet party registration requirements?
Again, because we're now talking about a specific, I'd prefer not to discuss that, Senator.
All right, thank you. Now, I want to talk about some fundraising that the Liberal Party has been doing in relation to former United Kingdom Prime Minister Theresa May. She's been appearing at a Liberal Party fundraiser as a guest speaker, although I read in the Australian today it wasn't too successful. They didn't get very many people to it. But I do understand that Ms May is obviously a UK citizen, and she charges up to £115,000 for her speaking engagements, and both the Victorian and the New South Wales branches of the Liberal Party are reportedly charging anywhere between $1,000, which seemed to be the Victorian one according to the Australian today, and $3,000 a ticket, which must be the Sydney one. They must be more wealthy in Sydney for these sort of fundraisers. Commissioner, are state branches of political parties covered by the ban on foreign political donations?
Thank you for the...
You don't have to talk about it in terms of this particular one.
Well, I'm going to find
it in the same way.
I'm going to find it very hard to separate this particular thing from the actual. So let me say this though, Senator. I am aware after you very helpfully
sent me a letter.
Yep. Pointing out that issue late on Friday. That matter is currently being examined. I can say that our team have contacted the party and have started a process.
Contacted the Liberal Party?
Have started a process of looking at that matter, but I'm not prepared to make any further comment this evening on that, given that matter is being examined at the moment.
Look, I'll ask you this question in the generality rather than the specific. Again, you may choose not to answer it for the reasons you've just outlined.
I think I can almost predict that will be the case, Senator, because I see where you're heading with this, but...
Oh, don't jump to any conclusions, particularly not this late at night and so close to the election. Is a gift in kind, such as a discounted service, considered a gift under the donations framework?
If I might say, it's a highly complex area of the law for a start, and each case turns on the individual merits of the case.
Who knows most about it at the table?
Well, we have several experts right here, but I'm going to prevent them from speaking, Senator, because I'm very concerned that is going to tie into the specific case. And again, because it's being looked at, I don't want to cloud that issue as we work through. But I can tell you, Senator, in response to your very helpful letter, we have started a process. We've contacted the party and we're examining that.
Thank you. And thank you for the prompt way in which you've dealt with it. All right, I won't ask the other questions. I think I'm going to get a similar response. Now, I think Senator Ayres had a question.
Just a couple. Commissioner, last year the Commission found that Mr Laming had breached authorisation laws by failing to authorise Facebook pages, 35 pages, remarkably, all pretending to be community group pages that contain political material critical of the Labor Party. I understand the Commission has now lodged proceedings in the Federal Court about one of those sites. I expect that you can't comment on the case, but can you tell us what stage the matter's up to?
I might start, and then the Deputy Commissioner might add, and I'm very conscious that we'll have to be careful.
Yeah, I don't want to prejudice.
We are well advanced, and I mean very well advanced on that process. And as a result of very hard work by our team, but the Deputy Commissioner might want to add to that.
Well, I'm just not sure how much I can add to that, Senator.
Well, what can you tell me about what stage it's up to? The Commissioner says very, very well advanced. Its application's been lodged.
Yes.
No hearing at this stage? A hearing date's been set?
Not yet, no. But we think we're in the final stages.
I think a hearing date, just to be accurate, Senator, I think a preliminary hearing has been established for early March.
But no sense of how long evidence might take to be adduced in front of the court. So it's a preliminary hearing date and those matters are yet to be determined. Is that right?
Yes, Senator.
Is this the first time the Commission has taken court action in relation to authorisations?
With a civil penalty? Yes,
Under
Senator.
the new
provisions,
With the new
yes.
civil penalty regime, yes, that is.
And what's the maximum penalty?
Might get the Chief Legal Officer to pop up, Senator, if you don't mind.
Thank you. It's good that he gets to have a go, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's 120 penalty units for a breach, which then it goes to court and you determine how many breaches if the court agrees that there's been breaches. And I think we calculated that a previous estimate of about 26,000 thereabouts.
Okay. All right, thank you. Senator Smith has questions, I think.
Yeah. Commissioner, I'd like to talk about mobile polling in aged care homes. I understand you'll be providing mobile polling in some aged care homes, but residents of others will need to vote by postal vote or attend a polling place. Given so many aged care homes are locked down and there's a staffing crisis, how do you intend to facilitate mobile polling within them?
So thanks, Senator. As you know, at each election we have a large number of teams who go around to particularly aged care homes and provide in-person voting services at those homes. We certainly don't want to turn this into a super spreader event. So we're working with state health authorities and indeed those aged care homes about how they would, prefer to be given the vote. And they've started to write back to us. Some have said that they can't accept mobile polling. Others have said that they would still like that and they think we can do it in a way that's safe for the residents. At all times, the safety of those residents is utmost in our minds and in fact the safety of our own teams. Where we can't get into those homes, we are adopting a model that we used during the 2 by-elections where we're working closely with the aged care homes to make sure the residents of the aged care homes, if they can, are registered as general postal voters. For those that are not infirm and they can still leave, they might still care to leave and vote in person. But we will make sure that we're working very, very closely with each of those aged care homes to make sure that no one misses out on the vote.
Commissioner, we know across the country we have aged care homes which are so overwhelmed that residents are missing out on food and water, they're not getting the medical care that they need. Have you encountered any aged care facilities that have said they just aren't in a position to assist with mobile polling?
I might ask the National Election Manager to pop up, but I would say that there's almost definitely aged care homes that have said their preference is not to receive mobile polling at this stage. And Senator, I know you'll understand when I say this, I'm not making a comment on the initial part of your question, but just for whatever reason, the aged care home will say to us, we would prefer not to have mobile polling.
Yes, that's correct. The engagement with residential aged care facilities has been, is your preference? Would you be able to support our teams attending? And we outline the risk mitigations we have in place, which is a range of PPE, our temporary staff being vaccinated, other mitigating measures to make it a safe experience, only visiting one establishment per day, and having our teams trained in COVID safe measures. And then we offer, put it to the establishment essentially for them to make a judgment on whether they're comfortable with our teams attending or not, and whether they want to.
The final layer, of course, is whether there's a health order in place that prevents that from occurring in any case. So there's a range of things we're considering.
Correct. And so we have a current footprint of a number that we'll be attending, but of course we'll need to liaise with those establishments on election announcement to confirm that they're still willing for us to attend.
Right. And how would that look different to, say, at the 2019 election? I mean, beyond COVID, we've got COVID has amplified a crisis in aged care. So in terms of the facilities that you reached out to at the last election compared to now, what sort of trends are you seeing in terms of which facilities are able to help facilitate or incorporate mobile polling on site?
So there will be fewer facilities willing to have people attend to undertake polling due to the pandemic. But we're still confident that our service will be able to ensure that electors are able to cast their vote. In addition to the strategies that the Commissioner has outlined, we will have support cells dedicated in all of our state offices around the country to be in contact with facilities that have opted not to have mobile polling teams, so that we're offering service on the phone, support to ensure electors are comfortable casting their postal vote.
And in the instance that an aged care home is locked down at the last minute after you've already arranged for a mobile polling visit to take place and that isn't able to happen, what happens then?
So we have, I guess you'd call them business continuity measures, that we would make arrangements with the establishment to urgently get postal voting material to them to support electors having their say. The timing of mobile polling means that it will be, we will know that before the postal vote cut-off, so we'll be able to make arrangements locally to get postal votes in as a matter of urgency and support the facility to do that.
And some residents are likely to need assistance casting a postal vote. So how confident are you that residents of aged care homes who need to complete a postal vote will be able to do so? And I'm particularly concerned, I mean, we've been hearing reports of facilities being short-staffed. We know that in some instances families aren't able to visit because of lockdowns or other issues. So what happens to these residents where that help isn't necessarily available?
I might answer to start with, and Dr Gleeson can correct my evidence, but it's one of the reasons why we have a very close liaison with those aged care homes so that they understand the importance of the act of voting. And we'll be spending time with them before the event to make sure that they do understand that residents will need that support. We'll be providing whatever support and materials we possibly can to ensure that the residents of those aged care homes can exercise the franchise.
Are you concerned about aged care residents missing out?
Look, Senator, we're always concerned if anyone misses out. It's one of the reasons we go the extra mile into disadvantaged communities, into aged care homes and a whole range of other measures that we take to make sure that people are supported. Of course, I wish it wasn't a pandemic and we could get in there and do what we normally do, but we are trying to come up with a solution that's a best fit for the situation. I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to work with health authorities and those aged care homes to produce a solution that works.
Let's go to some questions. Senator Waters, I think, covered most of our questions on issues relating to remote polling. I just want to take you to, in looking at the electoral roll, we know that there are over 17 million people on the electoral roll, and that's a good achievement. The AEC should be congratulated for that. I'm interested percentage-wise how that compares to the enrolment rate for the past election, the 2019 election.
So we ticked over to over 17 million electors in December of last year, and that's the first time in Australia's history that we've managed to do that. And it's a huge effort by the AEC, and really is something, it's kind of a modern democratic miracle. We never thought we would get to the sort of level of completeness of the electoral roll that we have. So at the moment, in December of last year, 17 million voters equalled about 96.2% completeness of the electoral roll. The last election, we just hit, at the close of rolls period, 97% completeness. So a lower number, but greater proportion. But a couple of things on that. First of all, the biggest spur to people completing their enrolment is the announcement of the election. So there's always a huge rush of people enrolling at that last minute. So we're very confident that that will increase. Secondly, we've put on the roll an additional 600,000 citizens between 2019 and where we are at the moment. So it's this huge effort of a great increase in the number of citizens on the roll. We're hoping that increases again. We are chasing that 600,000. We're urging people to check their enrolment, make sure they're enrolled. We'll be doing, particularly when the election is announced, we do a series of public awareness campaigns. The first one of those is to make sure that you're enrolled. And again, we're confident that the roll will be even better shape by the time the election occurs.
I understand you've started contacting around 500,000 people who are potentially unenrolled.
Yes.
Is that because you're aiming to match that rate of the 2019 election?
We are really pushing to get that done, and it makes us very happy when people enrol and makes us very sad when they don't. So that's something we're looking at. We really will be running a large-scale campaign, Senator, right the way up to the election for people to check their enrolment details.
It's been a while since I've done statistics, so can you tell me how many more people would you need to enrol to match that rate of 97%?
Senator, likewise, a little while since I've done that, but I think we might have to take that on notice so I don't make an error.
I don't trust my statistics, Senator.
Senator, I can say, would you like a little bit of data?
Yes, Mr. Cope.
So in 2019, we had 16.4 million enrolled for the 2019 election, out of an eligible population of 16.9 million, so that was an enrolment rate of 97%. We currently have, as the Commissioner said, an enrolment rate of just over 17 million and 32,000, which at the end of December represents 96.3% of the eligible population, given the population growth. So to get to the 2019 level, we do need an extra 0.7%.
And do you know how many?
I'm trying to do that math as I'm talking, and
Is it
if you
70,000 or 700,000? No, it can't be 700,000.
no, it'll be 70,000 ish.
I think we're going to check that figure.
We've got a finance minister at the table. Can you do that?
I wouldn't trust his figures. He can't count.
I was just observing in terms of that doesn't sound like very many to reach when you think about people's motivations in that early week or two of an election campaign.
Yeah.
So I think we might just confirm that
They'll
figure
be
for you,
very
Senator.
keen to get rid of this government.
Well, Senator, I wouldn't comment on that,
sure.
but we, as you know, Senator, as we've discussed before, electoral administration officials love landslides. We don't care for which side. It just makes our job easier. So it's a process, the more people on the roll.
I'm sure we'll all be working towards that goal in our own way.
Indeed.
Commissioner, a news.com.au article from February 5th says that fewer young people are enrolled to vote now than they were at the 2019 election. What's the current youth enrolment rate?
I'll get the Deputy or the National Election Manager to give you the figures, but I might just go back on what I said last time. We find that youth enrolment really does bump up in those last couple of weeks before the close of rolls. It acts as a real spur for young people to enrol. Even though it's not quite at the same level it was in 2019, it really is at a high level historically. We're very pleased with the amount of youth enrolment. Of course, we'd love it to be, great. There's a whole range of things about youth enrolment. Interestingly, one of the bits of research internationally shows that if young people enrol for their first election, they are more likely to become lifelong voters. So it's important for young people to get on the roll. We do a number of reach outs into the community to engage with young Australians, and we'll be continuing to do that in the lead up to the close of rolls. But the actual...
So the youth enrolment rate at the end of December was 84.4%, Senator. Youth enrolment at the 2019 federal election, so after the close of roll, was the highest it had ever been at 88.8%. And we're confident, given what the Commissioner has outlined, that youth tend to, we know the data tells us youth tend to enrol at that close of rolls when it's more prevalent and more front of mind. We're confident that we can meet that target.
Senator, can I just perhaps also contextualise that the 2019 federal election youth enrolment rate benefited from the enrolment that occurred from the same-sex marriage survey, where we saw a significant increase in younger Australians enrolling to vote for that particular event and that particular issue. And we're hoping to, retain or attract back those people if they've slid off the roll, obviously.
Okay. Perhaps Dr. Gleeson, are you able to provide a breakdown of the enrolment rate for each age group between 18 and 24? So for 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds?
We could, and we'd take that on notice.
That would be great. So could you do that in terms of the current youth enrolment rate, and also, I'm sure you have at hand those figures for 2019.
Certainly, Senator.
And can you've mentioned that part of your engagement strategy on enrolling young people is around that targeting close to the election, but can you just talk me through any other strategies you're undertaking to help boost the youth enrolment rate?
We target a youth cohort specifically through some of our mainstream advertising and also social media work. In fact, it's one of the reasons we're on social media, to remain engaged with young Australians. and also to make sure that people like me don't use social media, because it needs to be in the language that young people understand. So we do that. We have specific campaigns that we run. We partner with youth organisations as well, and we're continually looking for partners that we can use. We use, as I mentioned, mainstream media activities. We also try and use champions where we can as well, who might be relevant for the particular audience. That's very important. And you might care to add to that as well.
And the only other thing I might mention is that we've also slightly adjusted the internal business rules for our FDEU, Federal Direct Enrolment Update process, now that we have access to very reliable data on people turning 18. So we've made some slight adjustments that should see that youth enrolment rate increase also.
So are any additional resources going into this?
Well, we're pretty comfortable with the approach we've got, Senator. We think we're tapping the market pretty well. And we've got a very comprehensive and in fact quite sophisticated approach, particularly during that period in the lead up to the rolls, where we're effective. And I think the results at 2019 demonstrate that the approach that we're taking is working, and we're going to continue to do that.
But Mr. Pope mentioned that the enrolment sparked by the
enrolment drive,
sparked by the same-sex marriage vote.
But also our methods have improved, including our use of social media amongst other tools as well. So we are very confident. We have a community engagement team as well that are very good in this space, because it can be a mistake, Senator, to just lump youth together because there are some specific issues with CALD youth, Indigenous youth, and we do try and look at all of those categories to make sure that we are encouraging people to enrol.
Do you collect data on that as well in terms of the enrolment rate across those different...
We do, but I just point out their estimates because we don't ask people about their status on the roll, about whether they're Indigenous and non-Indigenous. We use a number of other data sources to help us assess what it looks like. So anything we provide, it's good, but it's an estimate.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the Indigenous enrolment rate, can you tell me what the current rate is?
Yes, Senator, well, the estimated rate for 2021 was 79.3%, which was an increase of 1.3% from 2020.
And how much money has been allocated for an Indigenous Enrol to Vote campaign for this coming election?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, because there's actually many strands to that. We've got our Community International Engagement team, our Indigenous engagement people, we've got partnerships, and we've also got our overarching partnership with NITV, for instance, Indigenous Radio, and then our overarching advertising campaign for the election. So I'd have to take that on notice and do my best to try and draw those threads together.
There's obviously a considerable gap between the Indigenous enrolment rate and the enrolment rate of the broader population. I know your target for the broader population is 97%. Do you have a target specifically in terms of the Indigenous enrolment rate of a point you'd like to reach for this election?
Broadly, not for this election, we'd love it if the estimated rate of Indigenous enrolment was exactly the same as the general rate of enrolment. That's our long-term...
Or even better.
Or even better. That's correct, Senator. That's our long-term aim. And it's why we started in 2013, Senator, looking at other ways of engaging Indigenous communities. So we think what we were doing previously, in fact, I might just preface this, there's no criticism of any previous member of the AEC. Everyone's been doing their best and working out how to do this, so it's very important that I make that statement. But in 2013, we started a partnership model and experimenting with different ways of engaging with Indigenous communities. And it's what's led us to the current state where we've got, as I mentioned before, 48 partnerships around Australia with a number of other organisations that are assisting us in that process. It's also why we go the extra mile in creating in-language materials for Indigenous communities. And I think I mentioned before, we'll be translating much of our campaign material into about 18 different languages. Also, on top of that, there will be some verbal and non-written languages that we're translating into as well. We are working with those community groups to make sure that they are able to exercise the franchise. And I say this carefully as a positive, not as a negative, but as a group, we spend more time looking at that single group of voters than any other single group of voters in Australia. And it's based on need because there's that gap. We're doing as much as we possibly can to ensure that Indigenous Australians have the same opportunities. So it's a long-term body of work. I think, as I mentioned before, in many ways, the estimated growth, no, let me rephrase it, the rate of growth in the estimated Indigenous role has outstripped consistently over the last few years the rate of growth in the non-Indigenous role, which is great. So we're seeing all of those green shoots, and in some cases that's been significantly outstripped. So we're very conscious of that. It also shows we're on top of that the role isn't just growing in the estimated rate of Indigenous role isn't just growing in line with their population growth, it's exceeding the population growth in that community as well. So we're focused on that, we're looking at the data, we're coming up with ways of working with those communities. Before COVID hit us, the Deputy was involved in a number of community meetings with a number of Indigenous groups in various parts of Australia. That got truncated because of COVID, and we're going to continue that after the election, and we'll be continuing a very solid focus on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a few questions relating to misinformation. I know you answered some questions on this topic more broadly with Senator Waters, and that the AEC is working hard to combat misinformation and disinformation as it relates to the election process. All of us here have seen very recently with the anti-vax protest which took place at Parliament House that there is an increased anti-government sentiment that could have a flow-on impact or effect on the election. Have these protests and this sort of sentiment that we've seen over the past weeks in Canberra caused you to invest more resources in this area or look at this differently?
We were aware of this in any case, Senator. We've been preparing for this event in this particular area for quite some time. I mean, like everybody, we saw what occurred overseas. I don't want to mention particular jurisdictions, but it's obvious what we're talking about, other large democracies, where there was a large-scale misinformation and disinformation campaign. So for the first time ever, we have created a thing that we're calling our reputation management strategy, because we think what happened in part overseas was the collapse of the reputation of the electoral system based on misinformation and disinformation. So where we see those sorts of things here, and we've seen a lot of it, we are taking action. Now, as to the protesters on the weekend, it would be wrong of me to criticise individuals or to become involved in making a judgment call. We do note that there were some pretty outrageous conspiracy theories about the election at some of those rallies, and the reason we know that is other citizens have provided some video clips to us, including a wild one about Dominion voting machines. I don't know whether the US Dominion thing, there was a speaker at the crowd that kept repeating this over and over again, that the AEC is using Dominion voting machines, and that in some way there's some sort of secret going on and the election's going to be stolen. And that's also been repeated on some of our social media pages, which is very disappointing. And again, we're batting that back as much as we can. I've mentioned some of the other ones this evening. We've even got on our video AEC TV page, we even have a video about Dominion voting machines. Also, because we want people to think about this, we're rerunning at the election our Stop and Consider campaign, which we ran in 2019. So that's designed to help citizens think about the source of information. We think that was successful. We got over 50 million social media impressions at the last event from that campaign. We got 100,000 click-throughs to the website and many thousands of downloads of the information. We'll be running that even more fulsomely at this event, and we're really focused on the issue of misinformation and disinformation, particularly when it comes to the electoral system and the integrity of that process. So we have been preparing for that for quite a while. I'm really proud of the work that the staff have done. Sorry for doing this, but it's an important community message as well. I've mentioned before, this is the first election at which we have a proper command and control centre where we'll be monitoring a range of issues, including social media. We're using various social media monitoring tools to help us help citizens understand the electoral process. Plus, most importantly, we have the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force, which is a group of other government entities, including security agencies, that are assisting us with the election. The board for that is co-chaired by the Deputy Commissioner and the Department of Finance. Many of those will be co-located with us at election time, and they'll be helping us in that regard as well. So we've done a whole range of things where we're looking at the environment, we are watching what's occurring, and we think we are in the best position we've ever been to be able to respond to some of that.
Can I ask, what sort of progress have you made on reaching agreement with social media companies about taking disinformation and misinformation down?
So, Senator, I used an example before today where Twitter removed something at our request within 3 hours, and in fact there's a couple of other things that they're looking at the moment, and we expect that they'll remove some of that as well. So that's a good example. I think I had mentioned to this committee previously that I had hoped that by now we would also have a formal protocol in place with the industry body, Digi, that sits, it doesn't sit on top of it, it's the industry body for the social media companies. That protocol we had hoped would not just be a protocol for the AEC, but also for all the state, territory and the New Zealand Electoral Commission as well, so that it's a collective approach. We haven't quite got there. We're still negotiating with Digi and the social media companies, but our individual relationship with those social media companies has been pretty good. There's examples, Senator, from the last election where there was information online that did not necessarily breach the Electoral Act, but we felt was confusing to voters, but did breach the terms of service for those social media companies. At least one famous occasion, we asked them to remove that material, and they did. So the relationships are good. I think at the last election, if I go too far with this, I'll be corrected, but I think we were the first commission in the world that took the time to go and meet all of those social media companies. Mr Pope, people from the Department of Communications and others went and met the social media companies, including Tencent, the holding company for WeChat, and we went to wherever you went to, Mr Pope?
Shenzhen.
There we go. And met with them to explain the process. So we're pretty comfortable with where we're heading with those social media companies, even though I would have preferred to have a more formal protocol in place.
Look, this is just my last question on this topic. I can feel the chair's eyes bearing down on me. You mentioned that you had one case where Twitter took down something after 3 hours, but in reality, in an election period, during an election campaign, when we suspect that there will be significant amounts of misinformation and disinformation online, how quickly can you expect that you will be able to act to make sure that these false claims are removed, and specifically that they're removed before people vote, either in person in their postal votes at pre-poll?
Mr Pope might talk about that, but I'd also point out that generally speaking, that at particularly at election time, the social media companies have been relatively responsive. But I'm very conscious of what you've just said, because once something's up, it's seen and then can be spread. But Mr Pope, you might.
Senator, we have a very close relationship with all the social media companies, and we meet with them very regularly at various levels, and they are very responsive, and that's been a particular area of focus for us. And at election time, as many of them did last time, however, for this election, we're getting assurances from all of them that they will be expanding their hours of service, including having not just expanded hours of service here in Australia, but then actually having staff in other parts of the world so that they can try and get as close to 24/7 coverage, so they're not confined by the business hours of their staff here in Australia. So for instance, some of them have staff here in Australia, they have a regional office in Singapore, then they have another office in Europe, and they'll be effectively following the sun as we go through the election to try and get as maximum coverage as possible.
There's one twist with that, Senator, about taking stuff down. Just a cautionary note for us. With the nature of some of these conspiracies, when they're actually removed, it actually encourages further conspiracies about the removal of the conspiracy. It can become very circular, so you need to exercise some judgment about how we deal with those issues.
Thank you.
Senator, I have an answer to one of your earlier questions, along with a bit of performance feedback from myself, which indicates that I'm rightly the Deputy Electoral Commissioner and not the Deputy at the ABS, because I don't understand stats clearly. I'm advised that we would require 127,000 electors to reach the 97% enrolment rate for this election.
Mr Pope, your confidence meant we never had to call on the Finance Minister to do the math and test his skills, so I'm sure he'll be thanking you. I appreciate you bringing that back, and that's all from me.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I'll resist jokes about the Finance Minister's modelling and staff. It's been a long day.
Senator Ayres.
I just want to ask a couple of quick questions about the electoral funding and disclosure reforms. I understand that for the 2019 election, Senator Hanson's One Nation was required to pay back $165,000 or so. Was this the result of a routine compliance review, or was it because the Commission became aware of it because they had already rejected One Nation's initial claim?
As you mentioned, Senator, as Ms Reid comes up, that was a brand new scheme in place with the requirement for parties to produce receipts for a certain amount of the funding, etc. And I do know there were some issues, but Ms Reid, do you recollect them?
Yes, Senator. So because it was a new scheme, we made the decision to do a compliance review of all election funding claims. So it was part of a routine compliance review that was detected.
And why was it found that there was an overpayment? Was it because the items weren't electoral expenditure, or because the electoral expenditure that had been claimed had not been incurred?
I'd prefer not to go into the detail of exactly why. The notice that we published set out that it was either of those criteria that was not met.
I see. We might come back to you on notice on that question. I just haven't been advised as to whether or not. In fact, if I could just put that question on notice and you might
come back
tell
to
us. Yes. Has the money been paid back by Ms Hanson, or by Senator Hanson?
Yes, it has.
There is an enforceable undertaking, I understand, for future claims. What are the terms of that undertaking?
So the undertaking essentially states that if that offence is repeated, then we can take the party to court if the offence is repeated.
Any penalties applied?
Not at this stage.
So the enforceable undertaking is in lieu of penalties?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres, and thank you so much to the AEC for coming along tonight and for answering our questions. In closing, I'd like to thank the Minister and all of the officers who have appeared before the committee today and provided us evidence. I'd also like to thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. And I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned. Thank you all.